Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome back to our YouTube channel, and I really welcome all of you to this channel, Cosmic Harry. So, today we will do a very famous crossover of this channel, which will be Harry Potter and Overlord, and the title will be What if Shalltear Bloodfallen found abandoned Harry Potter and raised him as a vampire prince? So, if you're new to this channel, please make sure to subscribe and like the video. Now, without any further delay, let's get straight to the video.
The disturbance hit Shalltear like a bell rung inside her skull. She'd been lounging on her throne in the mausoleum of the first floor, idly reviewing the patrol rotations of her vampire brides, when the wave of energy rolled through the walls of Nazarick like a tide of black water. It wasn't physical. Nothing moved. No dust shifted from the ancient stonework, no candle flame guttered. But Shalltear felt it in the marrow of her bones, a pulse of magic so dense, so saturated with death, that her crimson eyes snapped wide and her fingers dug into the armrests of her throne hard enough to crack the stone. My lady. One of her vampire brides drifted closer, concern pulling at her pale features. Is something quiet? Shalltear stood. She closed her eyes and tilted her head, listening to something beyond sound. The energy was fading already, dissipating like smoke, but she could still taste the direction of it, not from within Nazarick, not from the surrounding territories Ain't Sama had claimed. This was from outside, far outside. A different axis of reality entirely, pressing against the dimensional walls like a fist against a membrane. Death magic. Massive, crude, and wrapped around something that felt like a soul being ripped apart, Shalltear Bloodfallen smiled, and it was not a kind smile. She moved through Nazarick's corridors with purpose, her silver hair flowing behind her like moonlight on water, the click of her heels echoing against stone floors that had been walked by beings far older and stranger than any creature in the worlds beyond. Lesser undead servants pressed themselves against the walls as she passed. A pair of elder liches bowed so deeply their staffs scraped the floor. Shalltear didn't acknowledge any of them. Her mind was fixed on that fading signature, tracing its origin, calculating its distance. She needed permission. That was the only thing that slowed her stride, not fear, not caution, but loyalty so absolute it had been written into her very creation. The doors to the throne room of the 10th floor opened before she reached them, as if the tomb itself anticipated her urgency. The vast hall stretched before her, pillars of obsidian rising into darkness, the floor a mirror of black marble that reflected the ghostly light of floating lanterns. And there, upon the throne of the supreme beings, sat the one for whom all of Nazarick existed, Aints Ul Gown, the Overlord. A skeletal figure robed in darkness, crimson points of light burning in the empty sockets of his skull, an aura of power so vast it made the air feel heavy. Albedo stood at his right hand, her golden eyes tracking Shalltear the moment she entered. The Guardian Overseer's expression didn't change, it never did when Shalltear was involved, but something tightened around her mouth. Ain't Sama. Shalltear dropped to one knee, the marble was cold against her skin, and she pressed her fist to her chest. Forgive my intrusion at this hour. I have felt something. The crimson lights in Aintz's eye sockets flickered. He leaned forward slightly on his throne, the rings on his skeletal fingers catching the dim light. Shalltear, rise, tell me, she stood, a dimensional disturbance. Death magic of enormous scale, originating from beyond our known territories, from another world entirely, I believe. The signature was, she paused, searching for the right word. Fractured, as if a soul was violently divided. The magic that caused it was primitive but powerful, and something about it resonates with my nature as a true vampire. Albedo's eyes narrowed. Another world, you're suggesting interdimensional travel based on a feeling, based on 3 centuries of experience with death-aspected magic. Shalltear replied coolly. She didn't look at Albedo. The signature is already fading. If we wait, the trail will be gone. Aints raised one skeletal hand and both women fell silent immediately. Inside that skull, behind the persona of the Overlord, Suzuki Satoru was thinking rapidly. Dimensional disturbances weren't unheard of. Nazarick itself had been transported from Yggdrasil to the New World, after all. If there were other worlds bleeding through, other sources of magic and power. That was information he needed. And Shalltear, for all her eccentricities, was one of his most powerful floor guardians. She wouldn't have come to him over nothing. "You wish to investigate," Ain't said. "It wasn't a question." "With your permission, Ain't Sama, the risk," Albedo began, "is minimal." Shalltear cut in, and now she did look at Albedo, her red eyes gleaming. "To me, that was simply a fact. Shalltear Bloodfallen was among the most powerful beings in Nazarick. Her combat ability was staggering, her regeneration nearly absolute, and her arsenal of abilities ran deep enough that very few threats in any world could genuinely endanger her. Both of them knew this, which was precisely why Albedo's lips pressed into a thin line, but she said nothing further. Ain't studied Shalltear for a long moment. The green flame that occasionally flickered in his eye sockets when his emotional suppression activated pulsed once, twice, then settled. "Go," he said. "Investigate only. Do not engage in extended conflict. Report back within 6 hours. If you encounter beings of significant power, retreat and provide intelligence. Nazarick's resources will be available for a follow-up if necessary." Shalltear's face broke into a radiant smile, the kind that would have been beautiful if it didn't show quite so many teeth. "Thank you, Ain't Sama. I will not disappoint you." She turned on her heel and was gone, her shadow trailing behind her like a living thing. Albedo watched her go. "You're concerned," she said quietly to Aints. "Curious," Aints corrected, settling back into his throne. "There is a difference." Albedo's smile said she didn't believe him, but she held her tongue. Shalltear tore a hole in reality from the surface above Nazarick. Stepping through the dimensional gap, she'd ripped along the fading trail of that death magic. It was like following a scent through water, diffuse, weakening, but still distinct enough for her senses. The space between worlds was cold and formless, a howling void that would have driven a mortal mind to shrieking madness. Shalltear walked through it like a woman crossing a garden. She emerged into cold air and the smell of smoke. The night sky above her was unfamiliar, different stars, a different moon, hanging fat and orange above a landscape of rolling English countryside. She stood on a narrow lane lined with hedgerows, and the silence was the kind that follows catastrophe. Somewhere nearby, an owl hooted. Somewhere further away, a dog was barking itself hoarse. Shalltear breathed in and tasted it. Residual magic hanging in the air like fog. Old magic, structured differently from the tiered system she knew. It was woven into the land itself, threaded through ley lines beneath her feet, pooled in nodes she could sense scattered across the countryside. Crude but deep-rooted. This world practically oozed magical energy, and its inhabitants had learned to tap it in ways that were alien to her experience. Interesting, but the death magic, that was close. Very close. She followed it down the lane, around a bend, and stopped. The house was destroyed, half of it anyway. The upper floor had been blown open, as if a giant fist had punched through the roof, and the exposed interior glowed with the embers of scattered fires. The front door hung from one hinge. The garden gate was twisted. And everywhere, on the broken stones, on the scorched grass, on the fragments of what had been a nursery, the death magic clung like oil. Shalltear's nostrils flared. She could smell at least 3 distinct magical signatures. 2 adults, 1 male, 1 female, both recently dead. Their life forces had been snuffed violently, the death magic leaving an unmistakable stamp. A killing curse of some kind, she guessed, elegant in its lethality if nothing else. The 3rd signature was different, darker, more powerful, and it was torn. She could feel it like a wound in the air. A soul that had been present here had cast the killing magic, and had then been ripped apart by a backlash so violent it had sent shockwaves across dimensional boundaries. That was what she'd felt in Nazarick. Not the killing, but the unmaking. Whatever had happened to the caster, it had been catastrophic, and beneath all of that, small, fragile, but burning with a stubborn vitality that made Shalltear's dead heart lurch in her chest, there was a 4th signature, a child. Still alive, she moved through the ruined doorway without hesitation. The interior was a chaos of broken furniture and scattered debris. A man's body lay at the foot of the stairs, crumpled like a puppet with its strings cut. Young, dark-haired. His glasses had been knocked from his face and lay shattered 3 feet from his outstretched hand. His expression was frozen in defiant fury, his wand still clutched in dead fingers. He died fighting. He died losing. Shalltear stepped over him and climbed the stairs. The nursery was the epicenter. The walls were scorched black. The ceiling was gone, open to that strange orange moon. A woman lay on the floor before the crib, red hair fanned around her like a halo, green eyes staring at nothing. She was beautiful, even in death. And she died not fighting but shielding, her body positioned between the crib and the spot where the third signature had stood. Shalltear could read the scene like a book. The woman had put herself between the killer and her child, and she had been struck down for it. Shalltear looked at the dead mother for a long time. Then the baby cried. The sound cut through the silence like a blade, raw and desperate, and full of the kind of anguish that an infant shouldn't be capable of producing. Shalltear's head snapped toward the crib. She crossed the room in 2 strides and looked down. He was tiny. A year old at most, wrapped in a blanket that had once been white and was now dusted with plaster and ash. A tuft of wild black hair. Skin flushed with the effort of screaming, and on his forehead, raw and bleeding, a wound in the shape of a lightning bolt. Shalltear's breath stopped. The wound wasn't just physical. She could see what was lodged in it, a shard of soul, black and writhing, burrowed into the child's magical core like a parasite. The dark signature of the killer, the one who had been unmade. A piece of that shattered soul had latched onto the only living thing in the room and fused with it. The baby's eyes opened. They were green. Not just green, they were the exact green of the dead woman's eyes, vivid as emeralds, bright as poison. And they looked up at Shalltear with an expression that was entirely too aware for an infant. Then the crying stopped. The baby stared at her. Shalltear stared back. The moment stretched, taut as a wire, the only sound the distant crackle of smoldering wood and the wind through the broken roof. Shalltear reached down and picked him up. He was warm. That was the first thing she noticed, the startling, alien warmth of a living body against her cold skin. She hadn't held anything warm in a very long time. The baby didn't flinch from her touch, didn't cry at the chill of her hands. He settled against her chest with a small, exhausted sigh, his tiny fingers finding the fabric of her dress and gripping with surprising strength. The soul fragment in his scar pulsed, and Shalltear felt it reach toward her, not attacking, not threatening, but recognizing. She was undead. The fragment was a piece of a soul that had cheated death. There was a resonance between them, a dark harmony that hummed in the space between her ribcage and the child's forehead. "Well," Shalltear murmured, looking down at the baby with an expression she'd never worn before, "what do we have here?" The sound of a massive engine broke the silence. Shalltear turned, her senses flaring, and tracked the noise, something large, airborne, descending toward the ruined house. She moved to the gap in the wall where the window had been and looked out, a motorcycle, flying. Enormous, belching exhaust, carrying a man who was himself enormous. Easily 3 times the height of a normal human, with a wild black beard and hands like dinner plates. He brought the machine down in the garden with all the grace of a dropped anvil, crushing what was left of a flower bed, and dismounted with a wail that startled every owl within a mile radius. "No, no, no, James. Lily." The giant man, half giant, Shalltear's senses told her, an interesting hybrid of human and something far larger, stumbled toward the house, tears already streaming into his beard. He was carrying a pink umbrella, of all things, and his grief was so vast and so genuine that even Shalltear, who had little use for human sentiment, paused to observe it. He crashed through the doorway, saw the man's body, and the sound he made was not a scream but something deeper, a broken, guttural moan that seemed to come from his bones. He knelt beside the body, his massive hands hovering over it as if afraid to touch, and then he was sobbing, great heaving sobs that shook his entire frame. "James. Oh, James, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." He stayed there for a full minute before a new urgency seized him. His head snapped up and he looked at the stairs. "Harry," he whispered, then louder, "Harry." He took the stairs 3 at a time, the old wood groaning under his weight, and burst into the nursery and stopped. Shalltear stood by the crib in the moonlight, a baby cradled against her chest, and the half-giant stared at her as if he'd seen a ghost. Which, given the circumstances, wasn't far off. Shalltear made no attempt to hide what she was: her silver hair, her crimson eyes, the unnatural pallor of her skin, the aura of power that rolled off her like cold mist. She looked like something out of a nightmare, standing in a dead woman's nursery, holding a dead woman's child. "Who?" The half-giant's voice cracked, his hand tightened on the pink umbrella. "Who are you? Put him down. Put Harry down right now." Shalltear regarded him with mild interest. He was strong for a mortal hybrid. The umbrella was a focus for his magic. She could see the wand concealed within it, broken and crude but functional. He was terrified of her, and he was going to fight her anyway. For the child, she respected that, marginally. "You know this baby," she said. That's Harry Potter. James and Lily's son." The half-giant's voice broke on the names. "Give him to me. Dumbledore sent me. I'm to take him to. He's to go to his family. His aunt. His mother is dead on the floor behind me," Shalltear said, and there was no cruelty in her voice, only fact. "His father is dead downstairs. Someone tried to kill this child, and whatever magic they used backfired so spectacularly that I felt it in another dimension. The infant has a fragment of the attacker's soul lodged in his forehead." She looked down at the baby, who had fallen asleep against her chest. "And you want to deliver him to an aunt?" The half-giant blinked. Tears were still running down his face, but confusion was fighting grief for dominance. "Another what? Who are you?" "My name is Shalltear Bloodfallen. I am a true vampire and floor guardian of the great tomb of Nazareth." She said it the way someone might say they were a schoolteacher from Kent. "And I am taking this child." No, you can't," Dumbledore said. "I don't know who Dumbledore is," Shalltear interrupted, and her tone dropped half a degree, just enough to make the half-giant flinch. "And I don't care. This child has been marked by death magic that your people clearly don't understand. The soul fragment alone will kill him before his 10th birthday if it's not contained. Can your Dumbledore handle that?" The half-giant opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. "Aye. Dumbledore's the greatest wizard in the world," he managed. "He'll know what to do. He always knows." "Then he should have been here tonight," Shalltear said. "He wasn't. I was." She moved toward the gap in the wall, and the half-giant lunged forward with surprising speed, grabbing for her arm. "Wait, you can't just—" Shalltear turned her gaze on him, and the full weight of her presence fell on Rubeus Hagrid like a mountain. It wasn't a spell. It wasn't an attack. It was simply the raw, unfiltered aura of what she was, a being so far beyond his comprehension that his mind couldn't process it. Hagrid's hand stopped 6 inches from her arm. His legs locked. His breath turned to frost in his throat, and for one terrible, crystalline moment, he understood on a cellular level that he was standing next to something that could unmake him as easily as he could crush an insect. The moment passed. Shalltear pulled her aura back, and Hagrid stumbled, catching himself on the doorframe, gasping. "I'm not going to hurt you," she said, almost gently. "And I'm not going to hurt the child, but I am leaving with him. You can tell your Dumbledore that Harry Potter is alive and safe. If he is truly wise, he will leave it at that." She stepped through the gap in the wall and dropped 2 stories to the garden below, landing silently on the grass. The baby didn't wake. "Wait." Hagrid's voice floated down from above, desperate and broken. "Where are you taking him?" "Where are you taking him?" Shalltear looked up at the half-giant's anguished face, framed in the ruined wall of the nursery, and for just a moment, something almost like sympathy crossed her features. "Somewhere safe," she said. Then she tore open the dimensional gap and stepped through, and the night closed behind her like a curtain. Hagrid stood in the ruins of the nursery for a long time, the cold wind pulling at his coat, the dead woman at his feet, the empty crib beside him. Then he sat down heavily on the broken floor and cried until Dumbledore's Patronus found him an hour later. And by then the trail was cold, and the vampire was gone, and Harry Potter had vanished from the world. Shalltear emerged from the dimensional gap into the cool air above the great tomb of Nazareth, with the baby still sleeping against her chest. The stars here were different, familiar, steady, the same constellations that had watched over the tomb since its arrival in the New World. She descended through the entrance, past the guardians and the traps and the layers of defense that made Nazareth the most secure location in existence, and she carried the child through corridors that had never known the warmth of a living infant. The undead servants stared. The vampire brides clustered behind her, whispering, their red eyes fixed on the small bundle in their mistress's arms. A death knight, standing guard at a corridor junction, tilted its massive helmeted head as she passed, something almost like curiosity in its hollow gaze. Shalltear ignored all of them. She went straight to the throne room. Aints was waiting. He hadn't moved from his throne, but the air in the room felt different, charged, expectant. Albedo stood at his side, and Demiurge had arrived as well, his sharp eyes gleaming behind his glasses, his tail flicking with barely contained interest. They had felt her return. They had felt what she carried. Shalltear knelt carefully, keeping the baby steady against her. Ain't Sama. I have returned. I can see that. Aintz's voice was calm, measured, betraying nothing. And you've brought a souvenir. A child, Ain't Sama, a human infant approximately 1 year old from a world with its own distinct magical system. He was the target of an assassination attempt using death magic of considerable power. The attacker was destroyed by a backlash, the event that I detected. She paused. There is a fragment of the attacker's soul embedded in the child's forehead. Silence. Then Demiurge stepped forward, his eyes blazing with intellectual hunger. A soul fragment embedded in a living host. That's extraordinary. The magical theory required to survive such a parasitic bonding. Demiurge. Aints raised a hand and the demon fell silent instantly. Shalltear. Bring the child here. She rose and approached the throne. The baby was still sleeping, his small chest rising and falling with the steady rhythm of untroubled rest, as if being carried through an interdimensional void into a fortress of the undead, was the most natural thing in the world. Shalltear held him up and Aints leaned forward, the Overlord's skeletal hand extended, and a soft green glow emanated from his fingertips. Diagnostic magic, gentle and precise. It washed over the baby like warm light, and Aintz's eye sockets flared brighter as the information flowed back to him. Suzuki Satoru, behind the mask of the Overlord, processed what he was seeing and felt his emotional suppression activate twice in rapid succession. The child was magical. Not in the way Nazareth's denizens were magical, not through the tiered system, not through levels and classes and skill trees. This was something organic, something woven into his very blood. The boy had a magical core, a reservoir of energy that pulsed like a second heart, and it was dense. Even for whatever this world's standard was, this child was powerful. The potential radiating from that tiny body was staggering. And the soul fragment. Aints examined it carefully, his vast knowledge of undead and necromantic magic giving him a framework to understand what he was seeing. It was a Horcrux, the word surfaced unbidden, pulled from some deep well of magical knowledge, a piece of a soul deliberately torn away and anchored to a container. In this case, the container was a living child. It was crude, accidental, and deeply unstable. Left unchecked, it would leach the boy's life force, influence his emotions, and eventually consume his identity entirely. But it could be contained, sealed, perhaps even harnessed. Ain't sat back. His emotional suppression activated again, smoothing away the surge of something that felt uncomfortably like pity. The child is remarkable, he said. The soul fragment is parasitic but manageable. His innate magical potential is significant, and his magical system is entirely different from our own. He represents, he paused, choosing his words, an unprecedented research opportunity. Ain't Sama. Shalltear's voice was strange, different from her usual tone of adoring submission. There was something raw in it, something that made Albedo's eyes sharpen and Demiurge's tail go still. I wish to keep him. Another silence longer than the first. Keep him, Albedo repeated flatly. Raise him, Shalltear clarified. She held the baby a little closer. As my own, here in Nazareth. Shalltear? Albedo stepped forward, her expression carefully neutral in the way that meant she was furious. You're proposing to raise a human child in the great tomb, a living human child among the undead. The complications alone, his physical needs, his growth, the security implications. I can manage his needs. The Pleiades can assist with what I cannot, and no place in existence is more secure than Nazareth. Shalltear turned to Aints, and her crimson eyes blazed with an intensity that had nothing to do with combat or duty. Aints Sama, this child was left to die. His parents are dead, his killer's soul is lodged in his head, the man who was supposed to protect him, this Dumbledore, wasn't there. He sent a half-giant on a flying motorcycle to collect the boy and deliver him to relatives. She said the word like it tasted foul. I could smell the magical protections they were planning. Blood wards anchored to family lineage. They were going to leave him on a doorstep, Ain't Sama, like a bottle of milk. Demiurge tilted his head. You gathered all of that in your brief visit. I pay attention. Ain't said nothing for a long time. His skeletal fingers drummed on the armrest of his throne, a gesture so human that Albedo and Demiurge both blinked. Suzuki Satoru was thinking about a small apartment in Tokyo, about coming home from school to an empty house, about the feeling of being unwanted, unnecessary, a burden to be managed rather than a child to be raised. He was thinking about doorsteps and cold nights, and the specific kind of loneliness that burrows into your bones before you're old enough to name it. He was thinking that he'd built Nazareth, built his guild, built his friendships, built the only family he'd ever known, because he'd never had one of his own. The soul fragment, he said at last. It will need to be contained immediately. Sealed within a magical barrier that prevents it from influencing the child's development. I can design the array myself. It will also serve as a useful subject of study. Understanding how souls can be fragmented and anchored may have applications for our own magical development. Albedo's expression shifted. She could read Aintz's decisions before he spoke them, and she knew what this was. You're allowing this, she said. I am allowing this, Aints confirmed, under conditions. The child will be raised in Nazareth under Shalltear's primary care, with oversight from relevant floor guardians. His education will be comprehensive: combat, magic, strategy, languages, etiquette. He will be treated as a member of Nazareth, not as a pet or an experiment. And Shalltear. Yes, Ain't Sama, he is your responsibility. His actions, his growth, his loyalty, all of it reflects on you. You understand? Shalltear looked down at the sleeping baby. His tiny hand was still clutching her dress. His breathing was slow and even and trusting in the way that only the very young can be, a total surrender to the arms that hold them. I understand, Ain't Sama, she said, and her voice was thick with something that none of them, not Albedo, not Demiurge, not even Aints, had ever heard from her before. What will you name him? Demiurge asked, his intellectual curiosity getting the better of his composure. The designation Harry Potter seems rather pedestrian for a child of Nazareth. Shalltear considered this. His birth name was Harry. I'll keep that, it's what his mother gave him, and his mother died well. A vampire's highest compliment, but his family name is mine now. He will be Hadrian Bloodfallen. Hadrian, Aints repeated. He nodded slowly. Very well, Hadrian Bloodfallen, ward of the great tomb of Nazareth. See to the soul fragment containment tonight, Shalltear. I'll prepare the sealing array within the hour, and inform the Pleiades that they'll need to source food, clothing, and whatever else a human infant requires. I trust Yuri Alpha will know. At once, Ain't Sama. Shalltear bowed, deep and graceful, with the baby cradled against her. Then she turned and walked from the throne room, and her vampire brides fell into step behind her, and the doors closed, and the great tomb of Nazareth had a new resident. Albedo stared at the closed doors. This is going to be a disaster. Perhaps, Aints said mildly. Or perhaps it will be the most interesting thing to happen to Nazareth since we arrived in this world. Demiurge was already making notes. A foreign magical system, a sole fragment of unknown properties, and a child of exceptional potential raised by one of the most powerful vampires in existence. Ain't Sama, the strategic implications alone, I know, Demiurge, of course. As expected of Ain't Sama, you've already foreseen the possibilities. Behind his skull, Suzuki Satoru sighed internally. He hadn't foreseen anything. He'd made a decision based on a feeling he couldn't quite name, and now he was going to have to pretend it was all part of a grand plan. As usual. But when he thought about the baby, about those green eyes and that trusting grip and the lightning bolt wound on a forehead too small to bear it, the feeling crystallized into something he could recognize. Nobody was going to leave that kid on a doorstep, not while he had any say in it. Shalltear's personal chambers on the first 3 floors of Nazareth were vast, opulent, and designed for a creature of the night. Velvet curtains the color of arterial blood, furniture carved from dark wood and upholstered in silk. A coffin of polished ebony where she slept, lined with satin so black it seemed to drink the light. Candelabras of silver. Mirrors of enchanted glass that showed her reflection despite her undead nature, a vanity she'd insisted upon. None of it was designed for a baby. Shalltear stood in the center of her bedroom, holding Hadrian, and for the first time since she'd been created, she felt genuinely uncertain. "My lady," ventured one of her vampire brides, the one called Alice, who was slightly bolder than the others. "Should we prepare a sleeping area for the child, obviously, but where? He can't sleep in the coffin, he could sleep on the chaise, he'll roll off. Baby's roll, I've seen it in Ain't Sama's records." She hadn't, she was guessing, but it sounded right. A knock at the door saved her from further deliberation. Yuri Alpha stepped in, the vice-captain of the Pleiades battle maids, her glasses catching the candlelight and her expression carrying its usual composed warmth. Behind her, Lupus Regina Beta bounced on her heels, grinning a grin that was all teeth and mischief. "Lady Shalltear. Lord Aints informed us of the situation." Yuri's gaze dropped to the baby, and something in her expression softened, a micro-shift that anyone who didn't know her would have missed. "We've prepared supplies, formula, blankets, clean cloth for nappies, a basin for bathing." Lupus Regina located a cradle in the treasury. "It's super cute." Lupus Regina chirped, hefting said cradle, a delicate thing of dark wood and silver filigree, clearly meant as a decorative piece rather than a functional one, but it would serve. "Can I hold him? Can I? He's so tiny." "No." Shalltear said instantly, shifting the baby away from Lupus Regina's reaching hands. "You'll bite him." "I would not, probably." "Lupus Regina," Yuri said, in a tone that ended the discussion. She took the cradle and set it beside Shalltear's coffin, then began arranging blankets inside it with the efficiency of someone who had read every relevant manual in Nazareth's library in the past 30 minutes, which she probably had. "The formula will need to be prepared fresh every few hours. I'll establish a rotation among the Pleiades for daytime care when Lady Shalltear is occupied with her duties. Intoma has volunteered for night shifts." "Intoma wants to eat him," Shalltear said flatly. "Intoma has been firmly instructed otherwise. She's merely curious." Yuri adjusted her glasses, as are we all. Shalltear looked down at Hadrian. He was awake now, those green eyes roaming the candlelit room with unfocused but alert interest. When his gaze found the vampire brides, he didn't cry. When it found Lupus Regina, who was making faces at him from behind Yuri's back, he made a small sound that might have been a laugh. "He's not afraid," Shalltear said quietly. "Should he be?" Yuri asked. "Any normal human infant would be. The ambient negative energy in Nazareth alone should be making him scream. But she watched him. He was reaching for the silver filigree on the cradle, his small fingers grasping at the ornate metalwork, his expression one of pure, untroubled curiosity. "He's comfortable here." "The soul fragment," Yuri suggested. "If it's death aspected, it may be acting as a buffer against Nazareth's negative energy. The child is, in some sense, already half in our world." Shalltear's arms tightened around the baby. "Then he belongs here." The certainty in her voice left no room for argument. Yuri Alpha, who had served Nazarek since its creation, who had seen floor guardians in every conceivable state of emotion and temperament, recognized what she was hearing. This wasn't a whim. This wasn't a phase. Shalltear Bloodfallen had made a decision that would define her for the rest of her existence, and she'd made it in the span of a heartbeat, standing in a ruined nursery with a dead woman at her feet and a living child in her arms. Then we'll make sure he has everything he needs, Yuri said simply. Shalltear laid Hadrian in the cradle. He fussed for a moment at the loss of her cold arms, which was itself strange, a baby protesting warmth in favor of chill. Then settled as she tucked the blankets around him and rested one pale hand on his chest. His heartbeat thrummed against her palm, fast and small and alive. "My little prince," she murmured, so quietly that only vampire ears could have caught it. "My little knight." The baby's eyes drifted closed. The lightning bolt scar on his forehead pulsed faintly, and the soul fragment within it stirred. But Shalltear's presence, her aura, the weight of her nature pressed down on it like a stone on a serpent, and it went still. She sat beside the cradle and watched him sleep, and she did not move until Aints arrived an hour later to begin the sealing ritual. The sealing array took 4 hours. Aints constructed it personally, layering magical formulae with the precision of a master craftsman. The base was a containment ward designed for imprisoning lesser undead, modified to target the specific resonance of the soul fragment. Over this, he laid suppression enchantments that would dampen the fragment's ability to influence the child's thoughts and emotions. Over that, he added monitoring spells that would alert him to any changes in the fragment's behavior. Demiurge assisted, his analytical mind dissecting the foreign magical signature of the Horcrux with clinical fascination. The soul fragmentation was deliberate. He reported, adjusting a node in the array with delicate claws. "Not this specific instance, this appears to have been accidental, a result of the killing curse rebounding, but the technique itself was intentional. The caster had done this before. The soul shows signs of multiple prior divisions." "How many?" Aints asked. "Difficult to say from this fragment alone. But the structural degradation suggests at least 4 prior separations, possibly more." Aints paused. "A soul divided 5 or more times." The implications were troubling, not because the caster was powerful, by Nazarek's standards. The magic involved was almost primitive, but because it spoke to a level of desperation and obsession that made the caster unpredictable. Whoever had done this feared death so profoundly that they'd mutilated their own soul to avoid it. "Can you trace the other fragments?" he asked. "Given time and access to this one, yes. The resonance between fragments of the same soul should be detectable, particularly if I can develop instruments calibrated to this world's magical frequency." "Do it. Low priority, but maintain progress. I want to know what we're dealing with." The baby slept through the entire procedure. When Aints activated the sealing array, a web of golden light settled over Hadrian's forehead, sank into the scar, and wrapped around the soul fragment like chains around a prisoner. The fragment thrashed once, violently, and then the suppression enchantments clamped down and it went dormant. The scar glowed briefly, gold over green over black, and then faded to a thin, pale line. Aints withdrew his magic and studied his work. Solid. The seal would hold for years, decades even, reinforced by Nazarek's ambient energy. The fragment was contained, its influence reduced to nothing. Whatever personality it had once belonged to, it was now little more than a battery, a reservoir of foreign magical energy that would, over time, be metabolized by the child's own growing core. "Will it give him abilities?" Shalltear asked. She'd watched the entire procedure without moving, her eyes fixed on the baby. "Possibly. The fragment contains memories, knowledge, magical patterns from its source. Some of that will bleed through despite the seal in dreams, perhaps, or in instinctive magical responses, but it won't control him. His mind and soul are his own." Shalltear nodded. "Good. One more thing." Aints turned to face her fully, and the weight of the Overlord's attention fell on Shalltear like a physical force. "The world this child comes from will look for him. The half-giant you encountered, he was sent by someone with authority. There are people in that world who believe they have a claim on this boy. They don't. Perhaps not, but they'll search, and if they find a way to Nazareth, which is unlikely but not impossible, we need to be prepared. I want you to learn everything you can about this world, its magic, its politics, its power structures. Use the child's residual connections, the soul fragment, his blood, his magical signature, to gather intelligence. When the time comes to interact with that world again, we will do so on our terms. Understood, Ain't Sama. Aints looked at the baby one more time. Those green eyes were open again, watching him with a quiet intensity that was genuinely unnerving from a 1-year-old. The Overlord's skeletal hand hovered over the cradle, and then, very gently, one bony finger touched the boy's cheek. The baby grabbed it, tiny fingers wrapped around the bone, gripping with the unself-conscious strength of the very young, and Shalltear Bloodfallen made a sound that was unmistakably a giggle. Aints' emotional suppression activated so hard it was almost audible. He's quite something. The Overlord managed. He's perfect, Shalltear said. Aints withdrew his finger, carefully, because the baby was surprisingly reluctant to let go, and swept from the room with as much dignity as a supreme being could muster after being giggled at by an infant. Demiurge followed, already composing a research agenda in his head. Albedo, who had been watching from the doorway without entering, gave Shalltear one long, unreadable look before turning away. The doors closed. Shalltear was alone with her son. She lifted him from the cradle and held him against her shoulder, swaying gently. A motion she'd never made before, had never had reason to make, but which felt as natural as drawing breath she didn't need. The baby nestled into the curve of her neck, his warm cheek against her cold skin, and made a small, contented noise. "Listen to me, Hadrian," she said softly, pacing the room with slow, measured steps. "You are going to grow up in the most extraordinary place in any world. You will be educated by the greatest minds in existence. You will be trained by warriors who have never known defeat. You will be protected by powers that the petty magicians of your birth world cannot begin to comprehend." She turned by the window, or what served as one, an enchanted panel showing a view of moonlit mountains that existed nowhere in reality, and her reflection looked back at her. A vampire cradling a human child, both of them pale in the silver light. "And you will be loved," she added more quietly. "I know that word means different things in different mouths. I know that what I am colors what I feel, but I chose you, little prince. I walked into a ruined house in a world I'd never seen, and I chose you, and I need you to know that no one will ever unchoose you, not while I exist." The baby was asleep. He hadn't heard a word. It didn't matter. Shalltear laid him back in the cradle, pulled the blankets up to his chin, and sat down beside him to begin her vigil. 6,000 miles and a dimensional barrier away, Albus Dumbledore stood in the ruins of Godric's Hollow and felt the careful architecture of his plans crumble like the house before him. Hagrid's Patronus message had been garbled, half incoherent with grief and terror, but the essential facts were clear enough. James and Lily were dead. Voldemort was gone. And Harry Potter, the boy, the prophecy child, the linchpin of everything Dumbledore had been building toward for over a year, had been taken by a vampire. A vampire who called herself a true vampire, who spoke of other dimensions, who had examined the child with expertise beyond anything Hagrid could describe, and who had vanished into thin air with the casual ease of someone stepping through a doorway. Dumbledore stood in the nursery, his wand casting soft light over the scorch marks and the empty crib, and he ran every diagnostic spell he knew. The dimensional residue was there, a scar in reality, already healing, but distinct. Wherever this Shalltear Bloodfallen had gone, it was not anywhere in this world. There were no magical traces to follow, no tracking spells that could cross whatever barrier she'd passed through. Harry Potter was gone. Minerva McGonagall stood behind him, her face gray. "Albus, what do we do?" Dumbledore was quiet for a very long time. The orange moon had set. The first gray light of dawn was touching the horizon, and somewhere in the village, a rooster was crowing, and the mundane world was waking up to a morning it didn't know had been catastrophic. "We search," he said at last. "We search, Minerva, and we do not stop. Every resource, every contact, every favor owed. The child is alive." This creature said as much, and as long as he's alive, there is hope. "And if we can't find him," Dumbledore looked at the empty crib. His blue eyes, usually twinkling, were flat and hard and old. "Then we prepare for a world in which Harry Potter returns on someone else's terms," he said, "and we pray that whoever raised him taught him mercy." He turned from the nursery, his robes trailing through the dust and debris, and descended the stairs past James Potter's body, which Minerva had covered with a conjured sheet. Outside, the ministry officials were arriving, Aurors, Obliviators, a cluster of hit wizards looking bewildered and angry. Hagrid sat on the garden wall, wrapped in a blanket, his face buried in his hands. Dumbledore stepped out into the dawn and began giving orders in a voice that betrayed nothing of the earthquake happening inside him. The public story would be managed. Voldemort's fall would be celebrated. The wizarding world would rejoice. But the boy who lived was missing, and the greatest wizard in Britain had no idea where to begin looking. He would look anyway. For 10 years he would look. He would chase rumors and follow dead ends and burn favors and call in debts, and he would find nothing, because the place where Harry Potter slept was beyond the reach of any magic this world possessed. And in that place, in the great tomb of Nazarick, a vampire was singing her son to sleep. It was not a lullaby any human mother would have recognized. It had no words, only a melody that wound through minor keys and strange intervals, a song of the deep night that resonated with the darkness in the stone walls and the silence of the tomb. But it was gentle. It was steady. And it was, in its own alien way, full of love. Hadrian Bloodfallen slept, and the lightning bolt on his forehead was still, and the dead of Nazarick watched over him like a host of terrible angels. His story had begun. Chapter 2. Growing Fangs. The first word Hadrian Bloodfallen ever spoke was mother. He was 2 years old, sitting on the cold stone floor of Shalltear's chambers, surrounded by toys that no human child had ever played with, a set of carved obsidian chess pieces that moved on their own, a stuffed creature that Entoma had stitched together from silk and shadow that purred when squeezed, and a set of building blocks made from bone that Demiurge had provided as an educational tool. Shalltear was sitting in her high-backed chair reviewing patrol reports, one leg crossed over the other, occasionally glancing down at the boy with the particular mixture of pride and paranoia that had defined her first year of motherhood. Hadrian picked up one of the chess pieces. The queen, naturally, turned it over in his small hands and looked up at Shalltear with those vivid green eyes. "Mother," he said. Shalltear's pen stopped mid-stroke. The patrol report fluttered from her fingers. Every vampire bride in the room went perfectly still. "What did you say?" Shalltear's voice was barely a whisper. Hadrian held up the chess piece, apparently wanting her to see it. "Mother," Shalltear was out of her chair and had him in her arms before the chess piece hit the floor. She held him so tightly that Yuri Alpha, who happened to be delivering fresh linens, took a concerned step forward, but Hadrian didn't cry. He laughed. He always laughed when Shalltear held him, as if the cold of her arms was the most natural comfort in the world. "Say it again." Shalltear demanded, pulling back to look at his face. Hadrian blinked at her. Then he reached up and grabbed a fistful of her silver hair, which he'd been doing since he could close his fingers. "Mother," he repeated, with the exaggerated patience of a toddler humoring an adult. Shalltear looked at Yuri. Yuri looked at Shalltear. For perhaps the first and only time in their relationship, the two of them shared an expression of pure, uncomplicated warmth. "Aunt Sama needs to hear about this," Shalltear said, standing with Hadrian on her hip. "Lady Shalltear, I'm not certain Lord Aints needs to be informed every time the child reaches a developmental milestone." He said his first word, Yuri, his first word, and it was mother. Yuri adjusted her glasses and chose diplomacy. "I'll send word ahead." Aints, to his credit, listened to the entire breathless report with the gravity of a supreme ruler being briefed on a matter of national importance. He nodded at the appropriate moments. He congratulated Shalltear. And when she left, practically floating, he turned to Albedo and said, "She's going to be like this for every milestone, isn't she?" "Every single one, my lord, I see." Albedo waited. "It is good, though," Ain't said quietly. "That his first word was mother. It means the attachment is genuine, on both sides." Albedo said nothing to that, but something in her expression shifted in a way that suggested she was beginning, very reluctantly, to adjust her assessment of the situation. By 3, Hadrian was walking the corridors of Nazareth like he owned them. This was partly because, in a sense, he did. Aints had declared him a recognized member of Nazareth's household, which meant the tomb's automated defenses didn't target him. The servant undead obeyed his basic commands, and the various denizens of the tomb treated him with a deference usually reserved for floor guardians. But mostly it was because Hadrian had the fearless curiosity of a child who had never once been given a reason to be afraid. He toddled through halls lined with death knights who snapped to attention as he passed. He played in the gardens of the 6th floor, where Aura and Mare, the dark elf twins who guarded that domain, watched over him with very different attitudes. Aura thought he was hilarious, a tiny human stumbling through her carefully cultivated wilderness, and she let him ride on the backs of her magical beasts until Shalltear found out and nearly started an interfloor war. Mare, quieter and more thoughtful, would sit with Hadrian in the shade of enormous trees and read to him from books about nature and geography, his soft voice narrating the pictures while Hadrian listened with rapt attention. "He's smart." Aura told Shalltear bluntly, after an afternoon where Hadrian had figured out how to open the gate to her beast pens by stacking rocks to reach the latch. "Like scary smart, he watched me do the combination lock once and just did it. Of course he's smart." Shalltear said, as if this were self-evident, "He's my son." Aura opened her mouth, thought about what she was going to say, and closed it. The truth was that Hadrian's intelligence was unusual even by Nazareth's standards. Demiurge, who tested the boy regularly under the guise of playing games, reported to Aints that Hadrian's cognitive development was accelerating well beyond human norms. Whether this was a result of Nazareth's ambient magical energy, the sealed Horcrux subtly enhancing his mental faculties, or simply genetic gifts from his biological parents, the boy was absorbing information at a rate that bordered on supernatural. By 4, he was reading. Not picture books, those had bored him within weeks, but actual texts from Nazareth's libraries. Admittedly, he gravitated toward the ones with illustrations, but when Demiurge gave him a primer on magical theory, just to see what would happen, Hadrian read the entire thing in 2 days, and then asked questions that made the archdevil pause and think. He wanted to know why negative energy sustains the undead, but destroys the living, Demiurge reported to Aints, something between admiration and unease in his voice. When I explained the principle, he asked if there was a threshold, a point at which a living being could absorb enough negative energy to sustain themselves without dying. "He's 4, ain't Sama." "And what did you tell him?" "The truth. That such a threshold exists theoretically, but has never been achieved in practice without the subject becoming undead." He seemed dissatisfied with that answer. Aints considered this. Keep encouraging his curiosity, but monitor the Horcrux seal. If his cognitive acceleration is being driven by the fragment, I check weekly. The seal holds perfectly. This is the child's own potential, ain't Sama, which, if I may say, makes the prospect of his future quite exciting. Aints agreed, though he kept that agreement behind his skeletal mask. The truth was that watching Hadrian grow was doing something to him that his emotional suppression struggled to manage. The boy called him Lord Aints in public and grandfather in private, a development that Shalltear had neither encouraged nor discouraged, and that Aints had never corrected. When Hadrian ran to him with a book full of questions, or tugged on his robe to show him something he'd built, or fell asleep in his lap during meetings that Shalltear brought him to because she couldn't find a sitter, Aints felt things that threatened to overwhelm his passive emotion control. Suzuki Satoru had never expected to be a grandfather. He was finding, to his quiet astonishment, that he was rather good at it. The incident with Eclair happened when Hadrian was 5. Eclair, the penguin-like assistant butler of Nazarick, who harbored grand delusions of overthrowing Aints and ruling the tomb himself, had been holding court in the baths, delivering his usual manifesto to a captive audience of cleaning golems. When Hadrian wandered in looking for his ball, and when I have claimed the throne of Nazarick, my first decree shall be the complete reorganization of the bath maintenance schedule, which is frankly a disgrace to, it's the child. Hadrian, barefoot and wearing a small black outfit that Shalltear had commissioned from the tomb's tailors, looked up at the penguin with the frank, appraising stare he'd learned from watching Aints conduct meetings. "You want to take grandfather's throne?" he asked. Eclair puffed up. "I don't merely want it, young Bloodfallen, I am destined for it. One day this entire tomb will kneel before." Hadrian's eyes shifted. Not dramatically, there was no flash of light, no eruption of power. His green irises simply darkened, and the temperature in the room dropped several degrees, and the cleaning golems stopped moving. The boy took a step toward Eclair, and the penguin found himself taking a step back. "No one takes grandfather's throne," Hadrian said. His voice was perfectly calm. "He was 5, not you, not anyone." Eclair stared at the child. The child stared back. The ambient negative energy of Nazarick, which had been a constant background presence in Hadrian's life since birth, seemed to thicken around him like a cloak. Then Hadrian's eyes lightened and he smiled, a sweet, guileless smile that was pure childhood. "Have you seen my ball? It's red." Eclair pointed wordlessly toward the corner where the ball had rolled behind a pillar. Hadrian retrieved it, thanked the penguin politely, and padded out of the baths. Eclair didn't mention his plans for world domination for 3 full days, which was a record. When the story reached Aints, relayed by an amused Sebas, who had witnessed the whole thing from the doorway, the Overlord's eye sockets flared with something that might have been alarm. "He channeled negative energy," Aints asked. "Unconsciously, it seems," Sebas confirmed. "No structured spell, no incantation, simply an emotional response that manifested as a localized aura effect. The boy wasn't even aware he'd done it. And his wizard magic, was that involved? Difficult to say. The two systems seem to be blending. His innate wizard magic provides the raw power, and Nazarick's ambient negative energy provides the shaping. The result is something I've never encountered before." Aints drummed his fingers on his armrest. "Tell Shalltear. And tell Cocytus I'm moving up the boy's combat training to begin immediately." Sebas raised an eyebrow. "He's 5, my lord." "He's channeling negative energy at 5, Sebas. If we don't teach him control now, he'll be a hazard by 7. And I'd rather not explain to Shalltear that her son accidentally disintegrated a wing of the tomb because he stubbed his toe." That image was apparently vivid enough to convince Sebas, who bowed and departed to deliver the messages. Cocytus had trained warriors of every species and every discipline. He had honed death knights into killing machines, drilled skeleton armies into perfect formation, and pushed Nazarick's combat forces to the absolute limits of their considerable abilities. He was a floor guardian, a master of arms, and a being of immense martial pride. He had never trained a 5-year-old. "Hold. Your stance," the insectoid warrior commanded, all 4 of his arms folded across his massive, ice-blue thorax. His breath came out as frost, and the training hall on the 6th floor, a vast, open space ringed with weapon racks and practice dummies, was cold enough to make stone crack. Hadrian, standing in the middle of the hall in training clothes that Shalltear had insisted be both functional and fashionable, held his stance. His legs trembled. His arms shook. A practice sword carved from enchanted wood, the lightest weapon Cocytus owned, and it was still almost too heavy for a 5-year-old, was clutched in his small hands with a grip that was, admittedly, correct. "Your feet are wrong. You said they were right a minute ago." "They were right, eh?" Minute ago, now, your weight has shifted, correct, Hadrian adjusted. Sweat ran down his face despite the cold, his arms screamed. The sword wavered, he didn't drop it. Cocytus studied the boy with all four of his compound eyes. In truth, the child's physical limitations were severe. He was 5, human-born, and hadn't yet undergone any enhancement. His strength was negligible by Nazarick standards. His speed was merely that of a human child. His endurance was laughable, but his focus was extraordinary. Cocytus had expected tears. He'd expected complaints, tantrums, the typical fragility of the young. Instead, Hadrian Bloodfallen stood in the freezing training hall day after day, holding stances until his muscles locked, running drills until his legs gave out, listening to every correction with an intensity that bordered on ferocious. When he fell, and he fell often, he got up without being told. When he failed a drill, he asked what he'd done wrong and tried again. When the pain got bad enough that tears welled in his green eyes, he blinked them away and kept going. Why? Cocytus asked him one afternoon, after a particularly brutal session that had left the boy lying on his back on the cold stone, chest heaving, unable to move. Hadrian stared up at the ceiling, his face flushed and his hair plastered to his forehead with sweat. Why what? Why do you push so hard? You are a child. No one expects perfection. Hadrian was quiet for a moment, then he said, Mother is the strongest person I know, but she serves Lord Aints because he's even stronger. Everyone in Nazarick is strong, everyone has a purpose. He turned his head to look up at Cocytus, and his green eyes burned with something the floor guardian recognized as ambition, not the petty ambition of the selfish, but the driving fire of someone who refused to be the weakest link in a chain he loved. I don't want to be the one everyone has to protect, I want to be the one who protects them back. Cocytus said nothing for a long time. Then he reached down with one of his 4 arms and lifted the boy to his feet, steadying him until his legs stopped shaking. Again, he said. Hadrian smiled, picked up the practice sword, and went again. Pandora's actor became Hadrian's language tutor almost by accident. Aints's personal creation, a doppelganger of theatrical temperament and limitless enthusiasm, had been passing the library one afternoon when he heard the boy struggling with a text written in the New World's common tongue. Pandora's actor swept in, declared that a young prince of Nazarick must be conversant in every civilized language, and proceeded to deliver a 4-hour impromptu lesson that combined linguistic instruction with dramatic reenactments of historical events, complete with costume changes and sound effects. Hadrian loved it. Uncle Actor. He said the name had stuck despite Pandora's actor's initial insistence on his full title. How do you change your voice like that, my dear boy? Pandora's actor struck a pose, one hand extended, his featureless face somehow conveying extreme pride. I am a doppelganger. Mimicry is my art, my craft, my very essence. I can replicate any voice, any face, any manner of being. Observe, he shifted, his body flowing like mercury, and suddenly a perfect copy of Aints' Ool gown stood in the library, crimson eye lights and all. Shalltear. He said, in a flawless reproduction of Aints' voice, have you completed the patrol reports? Hadrian's eyes went wide. Then he laughed, a real, full-body laugh, the kind of sound that echoed through the stone corridors and made passing servants pause in something like wonder. Pandora's actor shifted back to his normal form, deeply pleased. You see, language is performance. Every word is a mask, every sentence a costume. When you speak a language, you don't merely translate, you become. The common tongue requires directness. The draconic tongue demands formality. The old elven dialects sing. Each one reshapes your mind, gives you new tools for thought. Teach me all of them, Hadrian said. All of them, all of them. Pandora's actor looked at the 6-year-old boy sitting cross-legged on a library chair, green eyes blazing with hunger for knowledge, and felt something he would later describe to Aints as paternal resonance, a most unexpected emotional subroutine. Very well, he said, and from that day forward, Hadrian's education included daily language sessions that covered common, draconic, celestial, infernal, abyssal, and, once Demiurge got involved, a theoretical framework for deciphering unknown magical languages. By 7, Hadrian could speak 4 languages fluently and read 2 more. He could also do a passable impression of every floor guardian in Nazareth, which he performed at a gathering one evening to mixed reactions. Cocytus found his own impression honorable. Aura nearly fell off her chair laughing. Mare went pink. Demiurge nodded thoughtfully as if evaluating the boy's technique, and Shalltear declared it the finest entertainment she'd witnessed in centuries. Albedo, notably, found her own impression less amusing. Hadrian wisely did not perform it a second time. The day they decided to turn him was Hadrian's 7th birthday. Shalltear had been thinking about it for years. She'd discussed it with Aints in private sessions that stretched deep into the night, debating the risks, the ethics, the practical implications. She'd consulted Demiurge's research on Hadrian's hybrid magical system. She'd reviewed every piece of data on vampire transformation in Nazareth's archives. The conversation that decided it happened not in the throne room but in Aints's private study, a surprisingly modest room filled with books and scrolls and the quiet trappings of a mind that never stopped working. His body is limiting him, Shalltear said. She sat across from Aints, her usual deference softened by the intimacy of the setting. His magical core is immense. Demiurge says it's still growing, still deepening. His wizard magic manifests constantly now, accidental bursts that are becoming harder to contain. Last week he sneezed and blew out every candle on the first 3 floors. Aints's eye sockets flickered. That had been an interesting afternoon, but his body is human, Shalltear continued. Fragile. Slow to heal. He trains with Cocytus every day, and every day he pushes himself to exhaustion because his physical form can't keep pace with his will. Vampiric transformation would enhance his strength, his speed, his durability, his regeneration. It would extend his lifespan indefinitely. And it would harmonize his body with the negative energy he's already channeling instinctively. And his wizard magic, Aints asked. That's the variable, Shalltear. We know vampiric transformation works on normal humans. We don't know what it does to a wizard with an active magical core and a sealed Horcrux. Which is why I'm asking you to oversee the process, Aints Sama, not a standard turning. A controlled ritual with safeguards for his core and the seal. Aints considered her in silence. Then he asked the question he'd been holding back. Have you discussed this with Hadrian? Shalltear blinked. He's 7. He's 7 and reads at a level beyond most adults. He understands what vampires are. He's been raised by them. He understands what the transformation means. This is his body, Shalltear, his life. He should have a choice. For a moment, Shalltear looked like she wanted to argue. Then something in her expression settled, a recognition, perhaps, that the boy she'd rescued from a crib had grown into a person with his own mind and his own will, and that respecting that was not a weakness but a strength. You're right, Aints Sama, as always. Hardly as always. Aints muttered, but Shalltear was already leaving. She found Hadrian in the library, because that was where she always found him when he wasn't training with Cocytus or exploring the tomb's floors. He was curled in his favorite chair, a massive, high-backed thing that swallowed his small frame, reading a treatise on magical beasts of the New World, his legs tucked under him, his black hair falling across his forehead and hiding the faint scar beneath. Hadrian, he looked up. Mother. Is something wrong? Shalltear sat down across from him, and for a moment she simply looked at her son. 7 years. 7 years since she'd pulled him from a ruined crib in a world she'd never seen, and sometimes she still couldn't quite believe he was real. He'd grown into a striking child, pale from a life lived underground, with sharp features that blended his biological parents' genetics with the subtle influences of Nazareth's environment. His green eyes were luminous, almost too bright, framed by dark lashes. His black hair was perpetually untamable. He was small for his age but carried himself with a poise that most adults couldn't match. Nothing's wrong, she said. I want to talk to you about something important, about what you are and what you could become. Hadrian closed his book. He gave her his full attention, and the quality of that attention, focused, serious, entirely present, was one of the things she loved most about him, Shalltear explained. She told him about vampiric transformation, what it was, what it did, what it meant. She told him about the physical enhancements, the strength, the speed, the near immortality. She told him about the costs, sensitivity to sunlight, though there were items and spells that could mitigate it, a dependence on blood, though Nazarick could provide that in abundance. A fundamental change in his nature, from living to undead, from human to something other. She told him he had a choice. Hadrian listened to all of it without interrupting. When she finished, he was quiet for a long time, his green eyes distant and thoughtful. If I don't turn, he said slowly, what happens? You grow up human, you age. You get stronger, but within the limits of a human body. Your wizard magic will continue to develop, and you'll be formidable in your own right. But you'll be mortal, Hadrian. You'll grow old and die in what, for me, will feel like a heartbeat. And if I do turn, you become like me. Not the same. Your wizard magic will make the transformation unique, and we can't predict exactly how it will manifest, but you'll be undead, you'll be powerful, and you'll have centuries instead of decades. Hadrian looked at his hands. Small hands, still soft with childhood, still marked with calluses from Cocytus's training swords. He flexed his fingers, and tiny sparks of green light danced between them, his wizard magic responding to his emotions, a common occurrence now. Will it hurt? He asked. Yes. Shalltear said honestly. She would not lie to him about this. The transformation is painful. 3 days and nights. Your body will die and then it will be reborn. I'll be with you through every moment of it. Will I still be me? Yes, absolutely yes. Your mind, your memories, your personality, all of that remains. You'll just be more. Hadrian was quiet again. Then he looked up at her, and his expression was not that of a frightened child but of a young mind that had weighed a decision and reached a conclusion. I want to be able to stand beside you, he said. Not behind you, beside you, for as long as you exist. Yes, mother, I want this. Shalltear's crimson eyes shimmered with something that could not possibly be tears, because vampires didn't cry, and anyone who suggested otherwise would find themselves turned inside out. Then we begin on your birthday, she said, and her voice was steady because one of them had to be. The ritual was held in a chamber deep in the first floor, a room of ancient stone and deep shadows that Shalltear had prepared over the course of a week. Aints designed the magical framework, a nested array of containment circles, stabilization wards, and monitoring spells that would protect Hadrian's wizard core and the Horcrux seal during the transformation. Demiurge contributed analytical instruments to record the process. Yuri Alpha stood by with medical supplies and emergency intervention protocols. Shalltear stood at the center of the array with Hadrian, who was dressed in simple white robes and looked very small against the vastness of the chamber. Are you ready? She asked. Hadrian nodded. His jaw was set, his eyes bright, his hands clenched at his sides. He was terrified, he was resolute. He was 7 years old, and he trusted his mother completely. Shalltear knelt before him. She brushed the hair from his forehead, her cold fingers tracing the line of the lightning bolt scar. Then she tilted his head gently to the side, exposing the soft line of his throat. I love you, my little prince, she said. I love you, mother. Shalltear bit. Hadrian screamed. It was the only scream he made. The pain was beyond anything he could have imagined. Liquid fire replacing his blood, his heartbeat stuttering and racing, and then beginning to slow, every nerve in his body igniting at once. Shalltear's venom flooded his system, and his human biology began to die. He felt it happening, the cellular collapse, the cessation of processes that had sustained him since birth. And for one terrible, vertiginous moment, he was falling into absolute darkness. Then his wizard core detonated. The magical array flared white-hot. Aints's wards screamed under the strain. Demiurge's instruments shattered in a cascade of sparks. The ambient negative energy of Nazarick rushed toward the epicenter like water filling a void. and Hadrian's body, caught between the death of humanity and the birth of something new, became a crucible where two incompatible magical systems were being forced into fusion. Aintz's hands moved, pouring stabilization magic into the array, reinforcing wards, compensating for energy spikes. "Hold," he commanded. "The core is restructuring. It's not rejecting the transformation, it's incorporating it." Shalltear held her son. His body convulsed in her arms, his back arching, his mouth open in a silent scream. Blood, his blood, the last of his living blood, seeped from the bite wound and from his scar, and where it met Shalltear's venom, it changed, it darkened, it thickened. It became something that was neither human blood nor vampire venom, but a synthesis of both, carrying wizard magic and negative energy in equal measure through a body that was rebuilding itself from the cellular level. The scar blazed. Behind the seal, the Horcrux fragment thrashed, sensing the death of its host, trying to flee, but Aintz's containment held it fast, and the transformation swept over it like a tide over a trapped fish. The fragment was not destroyed, it was assimilated. Locked in place not just by the seal now, but by the fundamental nature of Hadrian's new biology, which treated the soul shard as just another component of its hybrid architecture. 3 days. 3 nights. Shalltear did not leave his side for a single moment. She held him through the convulsions, wiped the blood from his forehead, sang the same wordless lullaby she'd sung the night she found him. The vampire brides brought blood, animal blood, ethically sourced from Nazaric's livestock, and Shalltear dripped it into Hadrian's mouth when the thirst began, the first terrible thirst that every new vampire experienced. Yuri Alpha maintained a silent vigil by the door, watching, recording, ready to intervene. Aints checked the array every 4 hours, making adjustments, monitoring the unprecedented magical fusion taking place within the boy's body. Demiurge replaced his instruments twice and filled 3 notebooks with observations. On the morning of the 3rd day, Hadrian opened his eyes. They were green, still green, vivid, emerald, his mother Lily's eyes. But now they had a depth to them, a luminosity that went beyond the human spectrum. When Shalltear leaned over him, his pupils contracted to vertical slits, and a ring of crimson flickered around the green irises like a solar eclipse. "Mother," he said. His voice was different, clearer, carrying harmonic undertones that marked him as something more than human. "I'm thirsty." Shalltear laughed. It was a sound of pure, overwhelming relief, and she pulled him into her arms and held him, and he held her back with strength that surprised them both. "Welcome back, my little prince," she whispered into his hair. "Welcome to your real life." The changes were immediate and dramatic. Hadrian's physical capabilities exploded overnight. Where he'd once struggled to keep pace with Cocytus's basic training regimen, he now moved with a speed and grace that the insectoid warrior described as impressive. A fledgling. His strength increased by an order of magnitude. His senses sharpened to a razor edge. He could hear conversations 3 floors away, smell individual scents in a crowded room, see in absolute darkness as if it were noon. His regeneration was extraordinary. During his first sparring session after the transformation, Cocytus landed a strike that would have broken a human child's arm. Hadrian's arm bent at a wrong angle, and he hissed, more in surprise than pain, and then the bone reset itself with an audible crack, and the bruising faded in seconds. "Again," Cocytus said, and there was something new in the warrior's voice. Respect. But it was the magic that truly changed. Hadrian's wizard core had not been destroyed by the transformation, it had been transformed. The fusion of wizard magic, vampiric negative energy, and the sealed Horcrux fragment had created something entirely new. A hybrid magical system that operated on principles Demiurge had never encountered. Hadrian could cast wizard magic, the instinctive, wandless variety that his kind apparently used before formal training. But now it was threaded through with negative energy, giving it a weight and darkness that pure wizard magic lacked. He discovered this during a training exercise 2 weeks after the transformation. Cocytus had him practicing basic energy manipulation, channeling his magical power into his hands and releasing it in controlled bursts, a fundamental skill for any combatant in Nazareth. Hadrian focused, drew on his core, and punched. The practiced dummy didn't just break, it disintegrated. A wave of force laced with negative energy exploded from his fist and reduced the enchanted training target, designed to withstand attacks from level 50 beings, to dust. The silence that followed was absolute. Hadrian stared at his hand, then he looked at Cocytus. Was that too much? Perhaps we will work on calibration. Demiurge's analysis, delivered to Aints that evening, was characteristically thorough. The boy's magical output has increased by approximately 400%. His wizard magic and the vampiric negative energy are functioning as a unified system. Each amplifies the other. Additionally, the sealed Horcrux fragment is contributing passive magical energy to his reserves, effectively giving him a third power source. He's 7 years old, Ain't Sama, and his raw magical output already rivals a level 40 being. Aints processed this, and his potential ceiling. Demiurge's smile was the kind that made lesser beings check for exits. I genuinely cannot calculate one. He's still growing. The systems are still integrating. Every week his output increases. At this rate, he shook his head. I recommend we begin training him with opponents of increasing strength. He needs to learn control, and he needs to learn it against beings who can survive his mistakes. Agreed. Assign him sparring partners from the mid-level Guardians, no one below level 40, and Demiurge. Yes, Ain't Sama. Make sure he understands that power without discipline is just violence. Shalltear can teach him to kill. Cocytus can teach him to fight, but someone needs to teach him when. Demiurge nodded slowly. And who would you assign that task? Ain't Sama. Aints was quiet for a moment. I'll handle it myself. Aints's lessons were nothing like Cocytus's brutal physical training, or Demiurge's analytical sessions, or Pandora's actors' theatrical language courses. Aints taught strategy. They met in the Overlord's private study, once a week, just the two of them. Aints would set up a scenario, a tactical problem, a diplomatic crisis, a puzzle of competing interests, and Hadrian would work through it, talking aloud, asking questions, making decisions. Aints would challenge every choice, probe every assumption, force the boy to defend his reasoning or abandon it. You're defending a position, Aints said one evening, moving pieces on a map that represented a simplified version of the New World's political landscape. Your forces are strong but outnumbered. 3 factions are arrayed against you. One is aggressive and wants your territory. One is defensive and fears your expansion. One is neutral but can be swayed. What do you do? Hadrian studied the map. He was 8 now, a year into his vampiric existence, and the transformation had settled into his features in ways that were striking. His skin was porcelain pale, his movements fluid and precise, his green and crimson eyes carrying an intensity that made it easy to forget his age. The aggressive faction wants my territory, he said slowly. They're the immediate threat. But attacking them directly plays into the defensive faction's fears. They'll see me as the aggressor and ally against me. So I approach the neutral faction first, not with threats, with value. What do they want? Trade, security, access to something I have. I give them a reason to align with me that serves their own interests, not just mine. And the defensive faction, I leave them alone, completely. I make it clear through action, not words, actions, that I have no interest in their territory. I pull my forces back from their border. I send a diplomatic envoy with a minor gift. I make them feel safe. And the aggressive faction, Hadrian's eyes glinted. Once I have the neutral faction's alliance and the defensive faction's neutrality, I turn my full strength on the aggressors. Not to conquer them, to break their ability to project force. I destroy their army, take their leadership, and then offer their people generous terms for surrender. Fair treatment, maintained infrastructure, a seamless transition that makes their citizens think this isn't so bad. Ain't studied the boy. Why the generosity? You've already won. Because I haven't just won a battle, I've won a population. If I brutalize them, I gain territory but spend the next decade fighting insurgencies. If I treat them fairly, I gain loyal subjects within a generation. Cruelty is expensive, grandfather. Mercy, strategic mercy, is an investment. The overlord's eye sockets flared. His emotional suppression activated, smoothing away a surge of something that was definitely pride. Not bad, he said, which from Aints was equivalent to a standing ovation. Hadrian grinned, and for a moment, despite the fangs, despite the pale skin and the crimson-ringed eyes, he looked like any child who'd made his grandfather proud. These sessions became the cornerstone of Hadrian's education. Aints taught him to think in systems, to see conflicts as networks of cause and effect, to understand that the strongest weapon in any arsenal was not magical power, but the ability to predict and manipulate outcomes. He taught him patience, that the best move was often to wait, to gather information, to let your enemies reveal themselves, and he taught him the most important lesson of all. The powerful, Aints told him one evening as they sat together in the study's quiet warmth, have a responsibility that the weak do not. When you are strong, truly strong, beyond challenge, every decision you make carries weight that can crush people who never even knew you existed. You must be deliberate, you must be thoughtful. And you must never, ever act out of mere impulse or emotion. Hadrian absorbed this. Is that why you sit on the throne, grandfather? Not because you want to rule, but because if you don't, someone less careful will. Aints's emotional suppression activated hard enough to make his jaw click. The boy was 9 and had just articulated something Suzuki Satoru had never been able to put into words. Something like that, the overlord managed. The first hunt happened when Hadrian was 9. Shalltear had been preparing him for months. The vampiric thirst was manageable. Nazaric's supplied blood kept it in check. But Shalltear insisted that a true vampire needed to hunt, to experience the primal drive that was their heritage. She wanted Hadrian to understand what he was, not in abstract but in practice. They went to the surface, to the forests that bordered Nazaric's territory. It was midnight, and the world above was silver and shadow, the canopy of ancient trees filtering starlight into dappled patterns on the forest floor. Shalltear led and Hadrian followed, both of them moving through the darkness with the silent, effortless grace of apex predators. "Close your eyes," Shalltear told him. Hadrian obeyed. The world dissolved into sound and scent and the faint electromagnetic hum of living things. He could hear his mother's heartbeat, or rather the absence of one, the negative space where a heartbeat should be. He could hear the rustle of leaves in the canopy, the distant call of an owl, the scurrying of small things in the undergrowth. And there, maybe 300 meters east, the heavy, rhythmic thudding of a large heart pumping blood through a body of considerable mass. "I hear it," he murmured. "What is it?" he breathed in. The scent hit him a moment later, musk, dirt, pine, blood. Warm blood, rich blood, the blood of something large and wild and alive. His fangs extended and a hunger deeper than anything physical stirred in his chest. "A bear," he said. "Old, male, alone. Then hunt." Hadrian's eyes snapped open, green and crimson, luminous in the darkness, and he moved. He crossed 300 meters of dense forest in under 4 seconds. The trees blurred around him, branches parting like water before his passage. The bear, a massive brown bear, scarred and grizzled, standing on its hind legs at the base of a honey tree, heard him coming and turned with a roar that would have frozen any normal predator in its tracks. Hadrian hit it at full speed. The impact drove both of them into the honey tree, which cracked and toppled. The bear swiped with claws that could disembowel a horse, and one strike connected, raking across Hadrian's shoulder, shredding fabric and skin, drawing a line of dark blood that healed before the bear could pull its paw back. Hadrian caught the bear's next swipe by the wrist. His fingers closed and bone cracked. The bear screamed, a sound of confusion and pain and primal fear, because for the first time in its long life something was stronger than it. He pulled the bear down, locked his arms around its massive neck, tilted its head to the side, and bit. The blood hit him like lightning. Hot, rich, saturated with life force, it flooded his mouth and his senses, and something ancient and predatory surged through him like a tide. He drank, and the bear's struggles weakened, and the forest was silent except for the wet, rhythmic sound of feeding. Shalltear watched from the tree line, her arms crossed, her expression one of fierce maternal pride. Her son. Her little prince. Not so little anymore. Hadrian released the bear when its heartbeat slowed to a crawl. He didn't kill it. He'd taken enough blood to sate the hunger, but not enough to be lethal. The bear lay on its side, breathing heavily, dazed, and would wake in an hour with a headache and a profound disinclination to approach that particular stretch of forest ever again. Hadrian stood. Blood stained his mouth and chin, dark against his pale skin. His eyes were fully crimson now, the green submerged beneath the predator's gaze, and his chest heaved with a satisfaction that was cellular, primal, absolute. "How do you feel?" Shalltear asked, walking toward him. Hadrian wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. His eyes faded, the crimson receding, the green returning, the boy resurfacing from beneath the vampire. "Alive," he said. And then he laughed, because the irony of an undead being saying that was not lost on him, and Shalltear laughed too, and the sound of it, mother and son, predators both, laughing in a moonlit forest, was strange and beautiful and entirely their own. The letter arrived 3 days after Hadrian's 11th birthday. He was in the training hall, sparring with a level 50 elder vampire that Shalltear had recruited specifically as a training partner. The session was going well. Hadrian had the elder vampire on the defensive, pressing with a combination of physical attacks and wizard magic that left his opponent struggling to adapt to the hybrid fighting style. He'd gotten faster in the past year, stronger, more precise. Cocytus watched from the sidelines with all 4 arms folded and an expression that, on an insectoid face, read as grudging satisfaction. Hadrian feinted left, dropped low, and swept the elder vampire's legs. As it fell, he drove a palm strike into its chest that discharged a burst of negative energy-laced magic, not enough to destroy, just enough to pin. The elder vampire hit the ground hard, Hadrian's hand on its sternum, unable to move. "Yield," the elder vampire gasped. Hadrian released it and offered a hand up. The elder vampire took it, shaking its head. "You've gotten faster, young lord. You dropped your guard on the left again, work on that." The elder vampire blinked. Being given training advice by an 11-year-old was a novel experience, even in Nazareth, and then bowed and withdrew. Hadrian was reaching for a towel when the door to the training hall opened, and Yuri Alpha stepped in, carrying a silver tray. On the tray was a single envelope, yellowed parchment, sealed with a crest that Hadrian had never seen before, a coat of arms featuring a lion, a serpent, a badger, and an eagle surrounding a large letter H. "This arrived at the surface entrance," Yuri said, her expression carefully neutral. "Carried by an owl, the owl was persistent." Hadrian took the envelope. The front was addressed in emerald green ink, "Mr. H. Potter, the Great Tomb of Nazareth, first floor, Vampire Wing, the personal chambers of Lady Shalltear Bloodfallen." He turned it over, broke the seal, and read. "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster. Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorc, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Conft, of Wizards, dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on 1 September. We await your owl by no later than 31 July. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall." Deputy Headmistress Hadrian read it twice. Then he looked at Yuri. "Find my mother, please, and tell Lord Aints I need to speak with him. Tonight." Yuri nodded and departed. Hadrian looked at the letter again, running his thumb over the embossed crest, and a slow smile spread across his face. It was not the smile of a child excited about school. It was the smile of a predator who'd just been invited into the henhouse. The meeting convened in Aints's study that evening. Shalltear was there, her expression a complex mixture of pride and murderous protectiveness. Demiurge attended, his notebook ready. Albedo stood by Aintz's side, her golden eyes sharp. Hadrian placed the letter on Aintz's desk. It seems my birth world has found me. Aints picked up the letter with skeletal fingers and read it. His eye sockets brightened. Hogwarts, a school of magic. Addressed to Harry Potter, your birth name. He set the letter down. The addressing is remarkably precise. This school's magic can locate students across dimensional boundaries. Which means they've always known where he is, Demiurge said, his eyes narrowing behind his glasses. They simply couldn't reach him. Until now, Shalltear said, her voice edged with frost. The letter is an invitation, but it's also a probe. This Dumbledore, the one who sent the half-giant 10 years ago, he's testing whether the path is open. Hadrian leaned against the desk, arms crossed, his green and crimson eyes thoughtful. I've read everything Nazarick has gathered about the wizarding world through the Horcrux fragments' residual memories, and the intelligence we've collected over the years. It's a society hidden within the mundane human world, governed by a ministry, educated at institutions like this Hogwarts. Their magic is wand-based, structured around incantations and formulae. Compared to Nazarick's tiered system, it's primitive but versatile. And this Dumbledore, Aints prompted, their most powerful wizard, a political figure as much as a magical one. He's been searching for me since the night Mother took me. We know that from the intelligence fragments. He had plans for me, grandfather. Plans that involved a prophecy, a dark wizard named Voldemort, and a child who was supposed to be raised humble and obedient and willing to sacrifice himself for the greater good. Silence settled over the room. You want to go? Aints asked. Hadrian's smile returned, that slow, predatory curve that was pure Shalltear. I want to see this world I was born in. I want to understand its magic, its people, its potential. And I want to meet this Dumbledore and this Voldemort and every other power player who thinks they have a claim on Harry Potter. He paused. But I'm not going as Harry Potter. I'm going as Hadrian Bloodfallen, son of Shalltear, Prince of Nazarick, and they will deal with me on those terms. Shalltear's hand found his shoulder and she squeezed gently. I'm going with you, Mother, non-negotiable. Her crimson eyes blazed. I am not sending my son into unknown territory without protection. I'll maintain a glamour, I'll play the part of a human guardian, but I will be there. Hadrian looked at Aints. Aints looked back, and between them passed the silent communication of two strategists who understood each other perfectly. Take a full shadow detail, Aints said. Shalltear and a minimum of 4 Nazarick operatives concealed, communication items for regular reporting. And Hadrian, he leaned forward, the crimson lights in his eyes burning bright. Learn everything. Their magic, their politics, their weaknesses, their strengths. The wizarding world may be useful to Nazarick in the future, or it may be a threat that needs to be neutralized. Either way, I want intelligence. You'll have it, grandfather. One more thing. Aints picked up the letter, considered it, and set it back down. This letter is addressed to Harry Potter. That name has power in their world, political power, symbolic power. Use it or discard it as you see fit, but understand what it represents to them. To them, Harry Potter is a symbol, a lost savior, a tool. Hadrian's expression hardened. I'm no one's tool. No, Aints agreed. You're not. Make sure they understand that. Hadrian picked up the letter, folded it neatly, and slipped it into his coat. I'll need school supplies, apparently. Books, robes, a wand. He glanced at the equipment list. They want me to buy a cauldron. How quaint. Shalltear read the list over his shoulder. Diagon Alley. That's their shopping district. We'll go next week. I need time to prepare a suitable glamour and establish the shadow team. Take your time, Aints said, but not too much. We want to arrive on our terms, not scrambling at the last minute. This is a first impression, and first impressions are the foundation of all future negotiations, Hadrian finished. I know, grandfather, you taught me. Aints's emotional suppression activated. He covered it by leaning back in his chair and affecting a pose of supreme confidence. Indeed, now go, both of you, you have preparations to make. Shalltear bowed. Hadrian inclined his head, a gesture of respect, not submission, the difference clear in the angle and the eye contact he maintained. They left the study together, mother and son, the door closing softly behind them. Ain't sat in silence for a long moment. He's ready, Demiurge said. He's 11, Albedo countered. He's a vampire prince of Nazareth who has been trained by floor guardians, educated by an overlord, and raised by a true vampire since infancy, Demiurge said. He's more ready than most beings will ever be. Ain't said nothing. He was thinking about a small boy with green eyes, gripping his bony finger and laughing. He was thinking about the same boy, 10 years older, standing in his study with a predator's smile and a strategist's mind, about to walk into a world that expected a broken orphan and was going to get something else entirely. He's ready, Aints agreed at last. But ready or not, he's ours. And Nazareth protects its own. In the corridor outside, Hadrian walked beside his mother, the Hogwarts letter warm in his pocket, his thoughts already racing ahead to Diagon Alley, to Hogwarts, to the world he'd been born in and was about to reclaim on his own terms. Mother, he said. Yes, darling, thank you for finding me, for choosing me for all of this. Shalltear's hand found his, and her cold fingers interlaced with his cold fingers, and for a moment they were not a floor guardian and her ward, but simply a mother and her son, standing together on the edge of something new. Always, my little prince, she said. Always. They walked on into the depths of Nazareth, into the future, and the great tomb hummed around them like a living thing, ancient, patient, and waiting. The wizarding world had no idea what was coming. Chapter 3. Diagon Alley. The morning they left for London, Shalltear spent 2 hours in front of her enchanted mirror. Hadrian leaned against the doorframe of her chambers, arms crossed, watching his mother cycle through glamour after glamour with the ruthless self-criticism of a woman who had elevated vanity to an art form. She'd been doing this since dawn, and every vampire bride in the room had learned to keep their opinions to themselves after the third one offered a compliment and was told to stop lying to make me feel better. The blonde is too severe. Shalltear muttered, dismissing a glamour that had given her golden curls and porcelain features. It looks like I'm trying too hard. You are trying too hard, Hadrian said. Quiet, darling. She waved her hand, and the next glamour settled over her like a veil. This one was more subtle. Her silver hair darkened to a rich auburn, her crimson eyes shifted to a deep violet, and her unnaturally pale skin warmed to something that could pass for human. Her features softened slightly, losing the predatory edge that marked her as something other. She looked, Hadrian thought, like a wealthy aristocrat, beautiful, poised, and just intimidating enough to discourage casual conversation. Shalltear studied herself from every angle. This one, she decided, elegant without being ostentatious, human without being common. You look beautiful, mother. I always look beautiful. The challenge is looking appropriately beautiful for a world of wizards who apparently think pointed hats are fashionable. She turned to face him and adjusted the collar of his coat, a tailored black piece over a dark green shirt, both made by Nazareth's artisans from materials that looked mundane but were reinforced with enough protective enchantments to stop a ballista bolt. And you, my darling, look perfect. Hadrian caught her hands. Stop fussing. I will never stop fussing, accept it. He grinned, showing fangs that he'd already glamored to appear human normal. His own disguise was lighter than Shalltear's, just enough to dull the vampiric edge of his appearance, warm his skin tone slightly, and suppress the crimson ring around his irises so his eyes read as purely green. He still looked striking, the pale skin, the sharp features, the wild black hair that refused any attempt at domestication, but he could pass for an unusually attractive human boy. Probably. The shadow team is in position, he asked. 3 of them are already in London. Narberl is leading, with 2 of Demiurge's shadow demons providing overwatch. They've been scouting the entrance to this Diagon Alley for 2 days. Shalltear picked up a small handbag, also glamoured, actually a spatial storage item containing enough weapons and emergency supplies to equip a small army, and slung it over her shoulder. The 4th operative is Solution. She'll be closer, maintaining a civilian disguise within the shopping district itself. Solution Epsilon. In a crowd of humans she can't dissolve, I told her the restraint would be good practice. Hadrian didn't argue, but he made a mental note to keep an eye on Solution. The Pleiades maid's particular abilities made blending in a relative concept. They ascended through Nazareth to the surface entrance, passing through the layers of the tomb like divers rising from deep water. The shift from underground gloom to open sky was always a moment. Hadrian savored the first breath of wind, the warmth of sunlight on his face. The sunlight itched, a low-grade irritation that his ring of sun resistance reduced to nothing more than mild discomfort. But the sheer vastness of the sky after the enclosed corridors of the tomb was something he never got tired of. The dimensional crossing was smooth. Shalltear had refined the technique over 10 years, mapping the pathway between Nazareth's world and Hadrian's birth world with methodical precision. What had been a raw tear in reality on that first night was now a stable, concealed gateway that opened and closed at her command. They stepped through, and the wild grasslands of the new world gave way to the muted gray of a London side street. It was mid-morning, overcast, the sky a uniform slate that seemed to press down on the city like a lid. Red double-decker buses grumbled past the end of the alley. Pedestrians in summer clothes hurried along the main road, umbrellas at the ready, engaged in the eternal British negotiation with whether that might or might not cooperate. The smell hit Hadrian immediately, exhaust, rain-damp concrete cooking food, and beneath it all, the press of millions of heartbeats and the warm copper scent of human blood. He breathed through it. The hunger was there, always there, but manageable. He'd fed well before leaving Nazareth. This way, Shalltear said, consulting a mental map compiled from their intelligence gathering. The entrance is through a pub called the Leaky Cauldron. On Charing Cross Road, they walked. Hadrian observed everything, the cars, the architecture, the rhythm of a mundane human city going about its business. This was the world he'd been born in, and it was utterly foreign to him. Nazareth was his home. The new world, with its kingdoms and adventurers and wild magic, was his backyard. This, the press of ordinary humanity, the smell of petrol and chips, the sheer normalcy of it, was alien territory. He found he rather liked it. There was a rawness to it, an unpolished energy that Nazareth's perfection lacked. There, Shalltear said, slowing. The Leaky Cauldron crouched between a bookshop and a record store like a shadow that had forgotten to move. The muggles walked past it without a glance. Their eyes slid over the grimy storefront as if it simply didn't exist, which, for them, it didn't. The notice-me-not charm layered over the entrance was crude but effective, a brute force approach to concealment that Hadrian could have dismantled in seconds. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. The pub was dim, smoky, and populated by people who looked like they'd been ordered from a catalog titled Eccentric British Wizards. Pointed hats, robes in various states of repair, a hag in the corner nursing something green and steaming, and a bartender who was bald, stooped, and grinning at everyone with the determined cheer of a man who'd seen everything. The bartender, Tom, Hadrian's intelligence said, looked up as they entered and started his standard greeting. "Welcome to the Leaky Cauldron. What can I get?" His eyes found Hadrian's face, and the words died. Hadrian watched it happen, the flicker of recognition, the double take, the widening eyes that tracked from the messy black hair to the scar barely visible beneath the fringe. He felt the moment the bartender's brain made the connection, because the man's heartbeat tripled and his hand went to the bar for support. "Bless my soul," Tom whispered. "It can't be Harry Potter." The pub went silent, every head turned. Every eye locked onto the boy in the black coat standing in the doorway with a striking auburn-haired woman behind him. Then the noise hit like a wave. Harry Potter. Did he say Harry Potter? The boy who lived. Where's he been? Look at him, he looks just like James. Someone get the prophet. People were rising from their seats, surging forward, hands outstretched. A witch in a purple hat was actually crying. An old wizard nearly knocked over his table trying to get closer. Hadrian didn't move. He stood in the doorway and let the wave of humanity break against his stillness like water against a stone. He didn't smile, he didn't flinch. He simply waited, and something about the quality of his patience, the absolute, predatory calm of a being that was not intimidated, not overwhelmed, not even slightly discomfited, slowed the crowd's momentum like a hand on a brake. The first person to reach him was a young wizard with a turban wrapped around his head, pale-faced, twitchy, who thrust out a trembling hand and stammered, "Mr. Peapotter, what an honor, I'm Professor Quirrell, I'll be teaching at Hogwarts this year." Hadrian took the offered hand and stopped. The touch hit him like a jolt of electricity. Not pain, something else. The Horcrux fragment behind his scar stirred, pressing against Aintz's seal with sudden, urgent pressure, and Hadrian's vampiric senses flared to maximum. He could smell it now, beneath the garlic, beneath the nervous sweat, beneath the stuttering mundanity of the man's performance, something else. Something parasitic, clinging to the back of Quirrell's skull, radiating a magical signature that matched the Horcrux fragment in Hadrian's forehead with perfect, nauseating precision, Voldemort, or what was left of him. Riding this man like a puppet, hidden beneath a turban, so close Hadrian could have reached out and touched him. The recognition took less than a second. Hadrian processed it, filed it, and locked it behind a wall of iron composure. His expression didn't change. His grip on Quirrell's hand remained precisely calibrated, firm enough for courtesy, light enough to seem casual. "A pleasure, Professor," Hadrian said smoothly. "I look forward to your class." Quirrell's smile was watery and wrong. "The pleasure is all mine, Mr. Potter." Hadrian released his hand and turned to the crowd, which had backed off slightly, sensing something in the air they couldn't quite name. He smiled, a warm, practiced smile that Pandora's actor had helped him perfect, the kind that made people feel welcome without inviting intimacy. "Thank you all," he said. "It's wonderful to finally see the wizarding world, but I'm afraid my mother and I have quite a bit of shopping to do today." The word "mother" rippled through the crowd. Eyes darted to Shalltear, who stood behind Hadrian with a pleasant, closed expression, her glamored violet eyes revealing nothing. The whispers started immediately. "Who is she?" "She can't be Lily. Lily's dead. Adopted. Where has he been? Who raised him?" Hadrian didn't wait for the questions. He moved through the crowd with Shalltear at his side, and the crowd parted. Not because he pushed, but because something about the way he moved made people instinctively step back. It was a predator's walk, smooth and unhurried, and the wizards and witches of the leaky cauldron responded to it on a level deeper than conscious thought. Tom the bartender scrambled ahead of them to the back courtyard. "Right this way, Mr. Potter, right through here." He tapped the bricks in sequence with a wand that trembled slightly in his hand, and the wall rearranged itself into an archway that opened onto. Hadrian's eyebrows rose. Diagon Alley was a riot of color and chaos, a cobblestone street crammed with shops that defied architectural sanity. Buildings leaned at angles that should have been structurally impossible. Signs advertised everything from cauldrons to owls to Quidditch supplies, their letters animated and jostling for attention. Witches and wizards thronged the narrow street, robes billowing, packages floating behind them, children pressing their faces against shop windows. It was messy, loud, cheerful, and utterly unlike anything in Nazareth. "Charming," Shalltear murmured, her tone suggesting she found it anything but. "I think it's brilliant," Hadrian said honestly, and he meant it. There was a vitality here, a buzzing human energy that the austere perfection of the tomb couldn't replicate. These people were living, messily, chaotically, with all the inefficiency and warmth that living implied. He was going to enjoy this. "Gringotts first," Shalltear said, already scanning the crowd with the tactical assessment of a military commander evaluating terrain. "The bank. We need to establish your financial position in this world." The bank was impossible to miss. A towering white marble building at the end of the alley, leaning slightly as if the street itself was bowing to it. Bronze doors, silver doors, and then a vast marble hall filled with the click of coins and the scratch of quills and the sharp, assessing gazes of creatures that Hadrian recognized immediately, goblins. They were small, sharp-featured, and radiated the particular brand of dangerous intelligence that came from being an ancient race that had survived by being smarter, meaner, and more financially ruthless than everyone around them. Hadrian respected them instantly. The goblin at the nearest counter looked up from a ledger as they approached. His dark eyes swept over Hadrian, paused, and then something happened that made every other goblin in the immediate vicinity stop working. The counter goblin's nostrils flared. His pupils contracted. And the professional neutrality of his expression cracked, just for an instant, into something that lived in the narrow space between recognition and fear. He could smell it. Whatever goblin senses detected, whatever ancient magic their race used to evaluate threats, he could smell what Hadrian was beneath the glamour. "Mr. Potter," the goblin said. His voice was perfectly controlled. "We've been expecting you, for some time in fact." "Have you?" Hadrian said pleasantly. "Your vault has been maintained in your absence. Several inquiries have been made regarding its status over the years, all of which we have, naturally, declined to address without the account holder present." The goblin's eyes flicked to Shalltear. His nostrils flared again, and the fear deepened. "If you and your guardian would follow me, I'll arrange a meeting with your account manager, privately." "That would be appreciated," Hadrian said. "Thank you." The goblin led them through a side door, down a corridor of polished stone, and into an office that was surprisingly comfortable: leather chairs, a fireplace, a desk of dark wood behind which sat the oldest goblin Hadrian had yet seen. He was wizened, sharp-eyed, and wore a suit of what appeared to be dragon-hide leather. A nameplate on his desk read Ragnarok. "Director Ragnarok," the escort goblin said, and something in his voice suggested that getting a meeting with this particular goblin was not a trivial matter. "Mr. Harry Potter and his guardian." Ragnarok looked at them. His gaze was steady, clinical, the gaze of someone who had been evaluating threats and opportunities for centuries. "Leave us," he told the escort goblin, who vanished. Then he gestured to the chairs. "Sit." They sat. The door closed with a heavy click, and Hadrian felt the privacy wards engage, layers of magical shielding that blocked sound, scrying, and unauthorized entry. Impressive by this world's standards. "Drop the glamours," Ragnarok said. It wasn't a request. Hadrian glanced at Shalltear. She shrugged, a tiny motion that said, "Your call." He considered for a moment, then released his glamour. Beside him, Shalltear did the same. The change was subtle but profound. Hadrian's skin paled to its true alabaster. His eyes brightened, the crimson ring flaring around the green. His features sharpened, the predatory architecture of his vampiric nature asserting itself. Shalltear's transformation was more dramatic, silver hair cascading free, crimson eyes blazing, the full weight of a true vampire's presence filling the small office like smoke. Ragnarok didn't flinch. He studied them both with the appraising eye of a jeweler examining stones, and then he nodded slowly. "A true vampire, I haven't seen one in 400 years. His gaze shifted to Hadrian. "And a hybrid. Wizard-born, vampire-turned with something else besides." His eyes lingered on the scar. Something very old and very dark lodged behind that mark. Contained, though. Well contained. "You can see the Horcrux." Hadrian was genuinely impressed. "Gringotts has been in the business of soul magic for longer than most wizarding civilizations have existed, Mr. Potter." "Or do you prefer another name?" "Hadrian Bloodfallen, but Harry Potter will do for public purposes." Ragnarok's thin lips curved. "A practical approach. Now, you're here about your vault, but I suspect that's not all you're here about." "You're right." Hadrian leaned forward. "Director Ragnarok, I've been raised outside the wizarding world for the past 10 years. I'm entering it now for the first time, and I intend to do so with a full understanding of my position, financially, legally, and politically. I need to know the state of the Potter accounts, any claims or liens against them, any legal entanglements, and the current political landscape as it relates to the Potter name. Gringotts, I understand, has a reputation for discretion. Discretion is the foundation of our business." "Then let's do business." Ragnar studied him for another long moment. Then he opened a drawer, withdrew a thick folder bound in dragon leather, and placed it on the desk. "The Potter estate," he began, "is substantial. Your parents were wealthy, old money, invested well, with properties including the destroyed residence at Godric's Hollow, and a significant portfolio of magical and mundane investments managed by Gringotts in your absence. Current liquid value of the primary vault, approximately 400,000 galleons. Total estate value including properties and investments, just over 2 million galleons." Hadrian filed the numbers. Not enormous wealth by Nazarick standards, but significant in this world. Useful. "In your absence, several parties have attempted to access or claim authority over the estate." Ragnar's tone became clinical. "Albus Dumbledore petitioned for temporary stewardship in 1982, claiming guardianship rights as your magical mentor. The petition was denied. Gringotts does not recognize guardianship claims without the account holder's consent or a verified will. The Potter's will, incidentally, was sealed by the Ministry immediately after their deaths and has never been publicly read." Shalltear's eyes narrowed. "Sealed by the Ministry, on whose authority? The chief warlock of the Wisengamot." Ragnar's smile was razor-thin. "Albus Dumbledore." The silence that followed was heavy. "He sealed my parents' will," Hadrian said quietly, "to prevent its contents from becoming public. That is our assessment, yes. We have a copy, of course. Gringotts maintains independent records. Would you like to see it, please?" Ragnar produced a second document and slid it across the desk. Hadrian read it, his expression unreadable. The will was straightforward. James and Lily Potter left everything to their son, Harry. In the event of their deaths, guardianship was to pass to Sirius Black, Harry's godfather. Under no circumstances was Harry to be placed with Lily's sister, Petunia Dursley, whom the will described as hostile to magic and unsuitable for the care of a magical child. No mention of Dumbledore. No provision for his involvement whatsoever. "Sirius Black," Hadrian said. "What happened to him?" Ragnar's expression didn't change, but something in the air shifted. "Sirius Black was arrested on November 1st, 1981, the day after your parents' deaths. He was accused of betraying their location to the dark wizard Voldemort and of murdering 13 people, 12 of them Muggles, in a subsequent confrontation. He was sentenced to life in Azkaban without trial." "Without trial," Shalltear repeated, her voice soft and dangerous. "Without trial." The political climate at the time was chaotic. The Ministry was rounding up suspected Death Eaters, Voldemort's followers, with minimal due process. Black was imprisoned on the testimony of witnesses and the authority of Bartemius Crouch, then head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. No formal trial was ever conducted. Hadrian set the will down. His mind was working, fitting pieces together with the precision Aints had taught him. Dumbledore sealed the will. The will named Sirius Black as guardian. Black was imprisoned without trial, removing him as a guardianship option. With Black out of the picture and the will sealed, Dumbledore had a free hand to place Harry wherever he chose. "Who was the Potter's secret keeper?" Hadrian asked. "The one who actually betrayed their location." Ragnar tilted his head. "The official record says Sirius Black." "And the unofficial record?" Gringotts deals in verified facts, not speculation. "However, we can confirm that Sirius Black's Gringotts account shows no transactions consistent with Death Eater activity, no payments to known Voldemort associates, no suspicious transfers, no purchases of dark artifacts. His financial record is clean, which, in our experience, is unusual for a man convicted of being a dark wizard's most trusted spy." Hadrian absorbed this. Another piece of the puzzle, another thread to pull. He filed it away. "I want the will unsealed," he said, "publicly. And I want a full audit of any Ministry actions taken regarding the Potter estate, including the guardianship petition and any other attempts to claim authority over my assets or my person." Ragnar's smile widened. He was, Hadrian realized, enjoying this. "That can be arranged. The unsealing of a sealed will is within the account holder's rights. The Ministry will resist, Dumbledore will resist, but Gringotts' authority over estate matters predates the ministry by several centuries, and we do not yield on matters of precedent. One more thing. Hadrian reached into his coat and produced a small pouch, spatial storage, containing a quantity of Nazarix gold that Aints had provided for exactly this purpose. I'd like to open a secondary account, under the name Bloodfallen, separate from the Potter estate, managed independently. Consider it a foreign investment. Ragnarok took the pouch, opened it, and examined the contents. His eyebrows rose fractionally, but for a goblin, that was the equivalent of falling out of his chair. This gold is unusual. The purity exceeds anything in our current reserves. The magical resonance is entirely foreign. He looked up. Where did you say you've been for the past 10 years, Mr. Bloodfallen? I didn't, Hadrian said pleasantly. Ragnarok held his gaze for a moment, then nodded. The account will be established within the hour. Is there anything else? Not today, but I suspect we'll be seeing quite a lot of each other, Director. I suspect you're right. Ragnarok stood and extended a hand, a gesture that, judging by the escort goblin's expression when they rejoined him in the corridor, was vanishingly rare. A pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Bloodfallen. Gringotts values clients who understand the importance of clear communication. Hadrian shook the hand. As do I, Director, as do I. They left Gringotts with their glamours restored, and their pockets considerably fuller. Hadrian had withdrawn a generous amount from the Potter vault for school supplies. And Shalltear was carrying the documentation for the new Bloodfallen account with the satisfied air of someone who had just successfully established a beachhead in enemy territory. I like the goblins, Hadrian said as they descended the marble steps into the sunlight of Diagon Alley. They're pragmatists. Pragmatists are reliable. Shalltear adjusted her handbag. The information about the will in black, though, that changes things. It confirms what we suspected. Dumbledore is a manipulator. Effective, well-intentioned by his own lights, but fundamentally willing to subvert legal processes and deceive his allies to maintain control over outcomes he's decided are necessary. Hadrian's expression was thoughtful, not angry. Anger was wasteful. He sealed my parents' will, allowed my godfather to be imprisoned without trial, and planned to place me with relatives my parents specifically excluded, all in service of his greater good. Shall I kill him? Shalltear asked, with the casual tone of someone offering to pick up groceries. No, Mother, not yet, and probably not ever. Dead martyrs are more dangerous than living schemers. We'll dismantle his influence the proper way through information, alliances, and superior positioning. Killing Dumbledore would make him a legend. Outmaneuvering him makes him irrelevant. Shalltear looked at her son with an expression of pride so intense it bordered on worship. You really are Aunt Sama's student. I learned from the best. He caught her hand and squeezed. Now come on, I need a wand. Ollivander's was narrow, dusty, and thrumming with contained magic. Thousands of narrow boxes were stacked floor to ceiling on shelves that lined every wall, each one radiating a faint, distinct magical signature. The combined effect was a symphony of potential, a chorus of dormant powers waiting to be claimed. Hadrian paused in the doorway and listened to it. Remarkable, isn't it? Said a soft voice from the shadows. The old man emerged from between the shelves like a figure materializing from fog. He was slight, silver-haired, with pale eyes that gleamed with an unsettling intensity. Garrick Ollivander, master wandmaker, and the way he looked at Hadrian was not the way the crowd in the leaky cauldron had looked at him. There was no awe, no reverence, no celebrity worship. There was only the sharp, penetrating assessment of a craftsman examining raw material. Mr. Potter. Ollivander said, I've been wondering when I'd see you, Mr. Ollivander. Hadrian stepped inside. Shalltear remained by the door, her glamored eyes tracking the wandmaker with quiet intensity. I need a wand. Everyone needs a wand. The question is which wand needs you. Ollivander circled him slowly, those pale eyes never blinking. You're not what I expected. There's something different about you, something. He stopped. His nostrils twitched. His eyes widened. Something what? Hadrian asked innocently. Ollivander stared at him for a long, charged moment. Then the wandmaker smiled, a thin, knowing smile that said he saw a great deal more than he was willing to discuss. Something extraordinary. Let's begin, shall we? The fitting began. Ollivander pulled box after box from his shelves, presenting wands of every combination: holly and phoenix feather, elm and unicorn hair, yew and dragon heartstring. Hadrian tried each one, and each one reacted badly. Not just the usual mismatches, sparks or dull thuds or nothing at all. These were violent rejections. The first wand froze solid in his hand, ice crystals spreading down the shaft until it cracked. The second erupted in black flame. The third simply screamed, a high, piercing note that shattered 2 windows before Hadrian dropped it. Ollivander watched each failure with growing fascination rather than concern. He was cataloging, Hadrian realized, gathering data. Each rejection told the wandmaker something about the nature of the magic he was trying to match. Curious. Ollivander murmured after the 15th attempt, a shattered Rowan wand smoking gently on his workbench. Your magic is dual-natured. I've never encountered anything quite like it. The life-aspected cores reject you, and the neutral cores can't contain you. You need something that can channel both light and dark simultaneously. He disappeared into the back of the shop. Hadrian heard rummaging, the scrape of boxes being moved, and then a long, thoughtful silence. Ollivander returned carrying a single box, older than the others, its wood dark with age. He set it on the counter and lifted the lid with the reverence of a priest handling a relic. The wand inside was beautiful. 11 inches, dark wood with a grain that seemed to shift and move in the light, polished to a deep luster. Hadrian could feel it before he touched it, a resonance, a pull, like recognizing a voice in a crowd. Holly and phoenix feather, Ollivander said quietly, 11 inches, nice and supple. I made this wand many years ago, and I have always remembered it, because the phoenix whose tail feather resides in its core gave another feather, just one other. And the wand that other feather went into gave you that scar. The room went very still. Hadrian looked at the wand. The brother to Voldemort's wand. There was a poetry to it that he could appreciate, a narrative symmetry that felt less like coincidence and more like the universe making a point. He picked it up. The reaction was instantaneous. Warmth flooded through his hand, not the artificial warmth of a heating charm, but a deep, bone-level warmth that reached into his core and harmonized. Golden sparks erupted from the tip, but they were threaded with something else. Veins of deep crimson and midnight black that wove through the gold like dark rivers through sunlit land. The wand sang in his hand, a low, thrumming note that resonated with both his wizard magic and his vampiric nature, and the shelves of the shop trembled in their frames. Ollivander's pale eyes were wide. He was watching the display with the expression of a man who had spent his life building instruments and had just heard one play a chord he'd never imagined. Oh, that's not just a match, he breathed. That's a fusion. The wand isn't just channeling your magic, it's adapting to it. I've never seen Holly do that. The phoenix feather is restructuring. The light display faded. The trembling stopped. Hadrian held the wand at his side and felt it settle against his palm like it had always been there. How much? He asked. Ollivander shook himself. 7 galleons. Hadrian paid. As Shalltear held the door for him, Ollivander called out, Mr. Potter. Hadrian turned. Ollivander was standing behind his counter, his pale eyes fixed on Hadrian with an expression that was equal parts wonder and unease. I think we can expect great things from you. Terrible, perhaps, but great, Hadrian smiled. I certainly hope so, Mr. Ollivander. Good afternoon. The door closed. Ollivander stood in his empty shop for a long time, surrounded by the faint, lingering resonance of magic unlike anything he had encountered in over 70 years of wandcraft. Then he sat down heavily on his stool and poured himself a drink from a bottle he kept beneath the counter for special occasions. He had the distinct and uncomfortable feeling that the wizarding world was about to get very interesting. They moved through the rest of the shopping list with the efficiency of a military operation. Madame Malkin's for robes. Hadrian stood patiently on the fitting stool while enchanted tape measures flew around him, and Shalltear vetoed 3 fabric choices before settling on the highest quality available, with subtle reinforcement charms woven into every seam. Flourish and blots for books. Hadrian bought every text on the required list and then added 15 more on magical theory, history, and advanced subjects that caught his eye. The clerk stared at the stack and asked if he was shopping for a library. Something like that, Hadrian said. They were leaving the apothecary, Shalltear carrying a bag of potions ingredients and looking faintly disgusted by the smell when a voice cut through the crowd. "I say, are you starting at Hogwarts too?" Hadrian turned. A boy his age stood on the steps of the shop next door, flanked by 2 larger boys who had the look of professional loiterers. The speaker was pale, pointed, and blonde, with an air of aristocratic entitlement that he wore like a second skin. His robes were expensive, his posture calculated, and his smile had the rehearsed quality of a child who'd been taught to network before he'd been taught to ride a broomstick. "I am," Hadrian said. "And you are, Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." The boy descended the steps with a practiced elegance that Hadrian found amusing. It was a good imitation of confidence, the kind that would fool most people his age. "Father's in the shop. He's buying my racing broom, although first years aren't supposed to have them. Are you pure blood?" "You look pure blood. Do I? You've got the bearing and the cheekbones." Draco studied him with frank appraisal. "Most Muggle-borns look a bit lost. You look like you belong." "That's because I do." Hadrian extended a hand. "Harry Potter." Draco's rehearsed composure cracked clean in half. His gray eyes went wide, his mouth opened, and he actually took a step back. The 2 flanking boys, Crabbe and Goyle, Hadrian assumed from his intelligence, traded a look of bovine confusion. Harry Potter," Draco recovered quickly to his credit. The surprise was replaced by a hunger that was almost palpable, the hunger of a boy who'd been raised on stories of the boy who lived and suddenly found himself face to face with the legend. "You're Harry Potter. Where have you been?" "Everyone says you vanished. Dumbledore's been looking for you for years, Father says. Your father says quite a lot, I imagine." Hadrian's smile was friendly but measured. "I've been abroad, raised privately. This is my first time in Diagon Alley." Draco was visibly recalculating, his sharp mind working behind those gray eyes. Harry Potter, the boy who lived. An alliance with Harry Potter would be worth more than his father's entire political portfolio. "You must come to dinner. My family, the Malfoys, were one of the oldest pureblood houses." "Father would be honored. He knew your parents, actually, Draco." A new voice, smooth and cold, cutting through the boy's enthusiasm like a knife through silk. Lucius Malfoy emerged from the shop doorway, and Hadrian's assessment of the man was instantaneous and comprehensive. Tall, platinum blonde, carrying himself with the rigid elegance of someone who believed his own mythology. A serpent-headed cane that concealed a wand, expensive robes tailored to impress, and eyes, pale, calculating eyes, that swept over Hadrian with an intensity that went far beyond casual interest. Lucius's gaze snagged on the scar. His expression didn't change, but his magical aura flickered, a brief, involuntary spike that told Hadrian everything he needed to know about the man's emotional state. Surprise, calculation, and, beneath both, a thread of something very close to fear. This man had served Voldemort. Hadrian could smell it on him, not literally, but in the way that his magic carried the faintest residual taint of dark oaths and binding ceremonies. A Death Eater, supposedly reformed, walking free and wealthy while Sirius Black rotted in Azkaban without a trial. "Mr. Potter," Lucius's voice was silk over steel. "What an unexpected pleasure. We had all feared the worst." "Mr. Malfoy, the worst seems to have been greatly exaggerated." Hadrian met the man's gaze squarely, and Lucius Malfoy, experienced politician, former servant of a Dark Lord, head of one of the most powerful families in Wizarding Britain, found that he could not hold the eye contact. It wasn't magic. It wasn't intimidation, not exactly. It was the simple, inescapable reality that Lucius Malfoy was a man who had spent his life playing power games, and the 11-year-old standing in front of him was something that did not play. Lucius looked away first. He covered it by adjusting his cane, but everyone present knew what had happened. "I understand you'll be attending Hogwarts," Lucius said, redirecting smoothly. "Draco is as well. I do hope you'll be sorted into Slytherin, your family's history with Gryffindor notwithstanding. I think you'd find Slytherin more suitable to your talents." "I appreciate the suggestion." Hadrian's tone was perfectly pleasant and perfectly non-committal. "It was a pleasure meeting you both." "Draco, I'll see you at school." Draco nodded eagerly. Lucius nodded coolly. They parted ways, and Hadrian felt the elder Malfoy's gaze on his back as he walked away, calculating, reassessing, filing away data. "That man is a worm," Shalltear murmured once they were out of earshot. "A useful worm, potentially. He has political connections and institutional knowledge. The son is more interesting, ambitious, desperate to prove himself, and smart enough to be shaped. You're not going to befriend the Malfoy boy out of the goodness of your heart." Hadrian glanced at her. "I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart, mother. You raised me better than that." Shalltear's smile was radiant. They were crossing toward the final shop on their list, Aelop's Owl Emporium, where Hadrian planned to acquire a communication-capable animal purely for appearances, since his actual communications with Nazarick went through enchanted items that no wizard could detect. When Shalltear stopped walking. "Someone's watching us," she said quietly, her voice pitched for vampire ears only Hadrian had felt it too. A gaze, persistent and focused, tracking them from somewhere above street level. Not hostile, at least, not overtly, but intense with purpose. He expanded his senses, filtering through the crowd noise and the magical interference of the alley, and found it, second floor of flourish and blots. A window, half-curtained. A figure standing behind the glass, looking down at the street with the particular stillness of someone who was watching rather than browsing. The figure's magical signature was immense. Not by Nazarick's standards, nothing in this world matched that, but by the wizarding world's benchmarks, it was a bonfire in a room full of candles. Old, deep, layered with decades of accumulated power and knowledge. "Dumbledore," Hadrian said. Shalltear's hands tightened on her bag. "You're sure?" "The magical signature matches the intelligence profile. He's up there watching us. Has been since we left Gringotts, probably." Hadrian didn't look up at the window. He continued walking, his pace unchanged, his expression relaxed. "He won't approach, not yet. He's gathering data, watching how I move, how I interact, trying to reconcile what he's seeing with whatever mental model he's built of Harry Potter over the past 10 years. And what is he seeing? A confident, well-educated, socially adept young man with an aristocratic bearing and a mysterious guardian. Everything he didn't expect and nothing he can control." Hadrian allowed himself a small smile. "Let him watch, let him wonder. The more time he spends trying to figure out what I am, the less time he spends trying to decide what to do about it." They entered the Owl Emporium. Hadrian selected a snowy owl, beautiful, intelligent, and possessed of a haughty demeanor that reminded him slightly of Albedo, and paid without haggling. The owl regarded him with golden eyes that held a startling depth of awareness, then settled on his arm with a grip that was firm but careful, as if she understood instinctively that the boy beneath her talons was not ordinary. "Hedwig." Hadrian said, the name surfacing from somewhere deep and instinctive, a fragment of something he couldn't quite place. The owl hooted softly, approving. They left the Emporium and made their way back through the alley toward the leaky cauldron. The crowd parted for them again. Word had spread about Harry Potter's appearance, and the stares were constant now, the whispers a persistent undercurrent. In the window above flourish and blots, the figure was gone. But Hadrian could still feel the attention, diffused now, observing through proxies, a portrait here, an enchanted object there. Dumbledore's surveillance network was woven into the fabric of Diagon Alley itself, a web of eyes and ears that had been in place for decades. Hadrian noted each node as he passed, cataloging them for Demiurge's intelligence files. The old man was thorough. He'd give him that. They reached the leaky cauldron. Tom the bartender practically fell over himself to serve them, but Hadrian declined with a polite smile, and they stepped through the front door into Muggle London. The dimensional gap opened in a side alley 3 streets over, concealed by Shalltear's magic and the Shadow Team's perimeter. Narbral Gamma materialized from a glamour as they approached, her expression its usual mask of cold efficiency. "Report," Shalltear said. "No incidents. 3 surveillance attempts detected and blocked, 2 scrying spells and 1 tracking charm attached to Mr. Bloodfallen's new robes. I neutralized the tracking charm. The scrying spells originated from the Ministry of Magic and an unknown private source." "Dumbledore," Hadrian said. "The private source was Dumbledore." Narbral nodded. "Additionally, an owl was dispatched from Gringotts within minutes of your meeting with Director Ragnarok. Destination, Hogwarts. The goblins are playing both sides." "No, the goblins are playing their side." Hadrian wasn't surprised. Ragnarok was a pragmatist, as Shalltear had said. He'd cooperate with Hadrian because it was profitable, but he'd sell information to Dumbledore because that was also profitable. It was business, not betrayal, and Hadrian respected the distinction. What matters is what information they shared. "Ragnarok wouldn't reveal our private banking details. That would violate goblin law and cost him more than any payment Dumbledore could offer. But he might confirm that Harry Potter visited Gringotts, that he was accompanied by an unknown guardian, and that he was not what was expected. Which tells Dumbledore that you're real, that you're coming to Hogwarts, and that you're not under his control," Shalltear summarized. "Good enough. Let the old man lose sleep." They stepped through the dimensional gap. The gray London sky dissolved into the vast, wild sky of the New World, and the air of Nazaric's surface entrance wrapped around them like a homecoming. Hadrian breathed deep, the scent of ancient stone, of negative energy of home. "Mother." "Yes, darling," the man in the turban, Quirrell. Shalltear's expression sharpened. "You noticed something. He has a passenger, something attached to the back of his skull, hidden by the turban. The magical signature matches my Horcrux fragment." Hadrian touched his scar lightly. "Voldemort, or what's left of him, is possessing a Hogwarts professor." The silence stretched. Shalltear's crimson eyes burned in the afternoon light. "You're going to a school," she said slowly, "where the disembodied remnant of the dark wizard who murdered your parents is teaching. And the great Albus Dumbledore, the man who's supposedly been protecting this school for decades, either doesn't know or doesn't care. Or he knows and is using it. Setting a trap, perhaps. Using the school as bait. Using me as bait if he expected me to arrive as the vulnerable, ignorant orphan he'd planned for." Hadrian's voice was calm, analytical, ain't student through and through. "Either way, it confirms what we suspected. Dumbledore plays the long game, and he's willing to put children at risk if it serves his strategy." "And Voldemort," Hadrian looked at his mother, and for just a moment, the analytical calm cracked, and something older and darker looked out through his green and crimson eyes. "Voldemort murdered my birth parents," he said. "He tried to murder me. A piece of his soul has been lodged in my head for 10 years. He's a coward who shattered his own soul to cheat death and is now parasitizing a stuttering professor because he's too weak to exist on his own." His voice dropped. Not to a whisper, to something quieter than a whisper, something that carried the weight of Nazaric's depths. "I am going to destroy him, not because of prophecy, not because of destiny. Because he is an insult to everything I've been taught about the proper use of power, and because my mother, my first mother, died on her feet trying to protect me from him, and that deserves an answer." Shalltear looked at her son. 11 years old, standing in the doorway of the most powerful fortress in existence, speaking of vengeance with the measured certainty of a predator who has already decided the outcome of the hunt. "We'll do it together," she said. "Together," Hadrian agreed. They descended into Nazarick. Behind them, the entrance sealed, and the great tomb settled around them like armor around a heart. In an office at Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore sat behind his desk and stared at a small silver instrument that was spinning wildly, emitting puffs of smoke in colors he'd never seen before. The instrument had been designed, decades ago, to monitor the magical signature of Harry Potter. For 10 years it had been still and silent, its subject beyond its reach. Now it was going haywire, because the boy it was attuned to had walked through its detection radius in Diagon Alley, and what it had detected bore almost no resemblance to the magical profile of the infant Dumbledore remembered. Harry Potter's magic had been warm, bright, life-aspected, a perfect mirror of Lily's love and James's courage. What the instrument had detected today was cold, dark, vast, and hybrid, wizard magic fused with something alien and powerful, wrapped around a contained Horcrux that should have been slowly killing the boy but was instead feeding his growth like fertilizer on a fire. The boy was coming to Hogwarts. The boy who should have been humble was proud. The boy who should have been ignorant was informed. The boy who should have been alone was protected by forces Dumbledore couldn't identify. The instrument spun, and Dumbledore watched it, and for the first time in a very long time, the greatest wizard in Britain felt something he had almost forgotten the taste of: uncertainty. Chapter 4. The Hogwarts Express Platform 9 3/4 was chaos. Hadrian stood at the edge of it, having passed through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 with the ease of someone stepping through a doorway, which, compared to dimensional travel, it essentially was, and took in the scene with the calm assessment that had become second nature to him. A scarlet steam engine billowed smoke into the vaulted ceiling. Families clustered along the platform in various states of emotional distress, parents clinging to children, children squirming free, trunks and owl cages and broomstick cases piled in haphazard mountains. The noise was enormous: chatter, laughter, the hiss of steam, the hooting of owls, the occasional bang of a misfired spell from an overexcited student. Shalltear, glamoured and poised, stood beside him with the expression of a woman who had walked willingly into Bedlam and was already regretting the decision. Her violet eyes swept the crowd with the same tactical precision she'd apply to a battlefield. The security here is appalling. One competent assassin could, Mother, I'm just saying, I know what you're saying, we discussed this. Hadrian adjusted the strap of his trunk, magically lightened, of course, but he carried it himself on principle. Hedwig sat on his shoulder, her golden eyes surveying the platform with an aristocratic disdain that mirrored Shalltear's perfectly. You can't come with me on the train. The shadow team is in place, my communication items are active, and I can handle anything this world throws at me. You know this. Shalltear's jaw tightened. She did know this. She'd trained him herself, tested him against opponents that would have reduced any wizard in this world to a stain on the floor. Her son was, by any rational measure, the most dangerous 11-year-old who had ever existed. It didn't matter. He was her son, and she was sending him away, and the vampire who had faced armies without flinching was struggling to let go. If anything happens, I'll contact you immediately. If that stuttering parasite so much as, I'll handle it, Mother. Carefully and strategically, exactly as grandfather would. Shalltear closed her eyes briefly. Then she opened them, took Hadrian's face in both hands, and pressed her forehead to his. The glamour hid the chill of her skin, but Hadrian could feel it, the familiar cold that had been his comfort since, before he could remember. Be magnificent, she whispered. As you always are. I learned from the best. He kissed her cheek, her real cheek, beneath the glamour, reading her true face with senses that no illusion could fool. I'll write tonight, through the mirror, not the owl. Hedwig is for appearances. Shalltear nodded. She released him, stepped back, and composed herself with a visible effort that would have been invisible to anyone who didn't know her as well as he did. Hadrian turned and walked toward the train. He didn't look back, because looking back would have made it harder for both of them, and he respected his mother enough not to turn her goodbye into something more painful than it needed to be. Behind him, Shalltear Bloodfallen watched her son disappear into the scarlet steam engine, and she stood on the platform until the train pulled away, and she did not move until it was gone. Then she turned on her heel and walked back through the barrier with a stride that made every parent in her path instinctively move aside, because glamour or not, some things could not be disguised. Solution Epsilon materialized beside her on the Muggle side of the station. "He'll be fine, my lady." "I know he'll be fine, that doesn't mean I have to like it." Shalltear's glamored eyes burned. "Report to Narbril. I want hourly updates on his position and status until he's inside the school. After that, maintain the external surveillance perimeter we established. No one approaches Hogwarts without us knowing about it." "Understood." Shalltear left King's Cross Station and vanished into a London side street, where a dimensional gap swallowed her whole and deposited her back in Nazarick. She went straight to her chambers, sat in her chair, picked up the communication mirror, and waited. The train was already moving when Hadrian found a compartment near the rear of the last carriage. He'd chosen it deliberately, back of the train, minimal foot traffic, easy to monitor approaches from a single direction. Old habits. He stowed his trunk, settled Hedwig on the overhead rack where she immediately fluffed her feathers and closed her eyes, and sat by the window to watch the London suburbs scroll past. The English countryside was green and rolling and impossibly mundane, a patchwork of fields and hedgerows and tiny villages that seemed to belong to a different century. Hadrian watched it with quiet appreciation. There was a simplicity to this world that he found refreshing, no monsters lurking in the wilderness, no ancient tombs pulsing with negative energy, no elder liches guarding crossroads, just land, people, life in its ordinary form. He'd been alone for perhaps 15 minutes when the compartment door slid open. Anyone sitting here? Everywhere else is full. The boy in the doorway was tall for 11, with a long nose, freckles, and hair so red it looked like someone had set his head on fire. His robes were second-hand. Hadrian could tell by the wear on the cuffs and the slightly faded color, and he carried himself with the self-conscious awkwardness of someone who was used to being one of many and wasn't sure how to be one of one. "Help yourself," Hadrian said, gesturing to the opposite seat. The boy dropped into it with visible relief. "Thanks, I'm Ron Weasley, Harry Potter." Ron's reaction was almost identical to Draco Malfoy's, the widening eyes, the dropped jaw, the involuntary lean forward. But where Draco's surprise had been instantly followed by calculation, Ron's was followed by something much simpler. Pure, unfiltered excitement. "Blimey," Ron breathed. "Are you really? Have you got the scar?" Hadrian lifted his fringe, showing the lightning bolt. He debated glamoring it away entirely, but decided against it. The scar was part of his identity in this world, a tool to be used, not hidden. Ron stared at it with the rapt fascination of a boy who'd grown up on stories that had just become real. "Wicked. Is it true you vanished the night you know who? I mean, the night your parents," he caught himself flushing. "Sorry, that's probably rude. It's fine." Hadrian found Ron's transparency oddly charming. In Nazarick, everyone communicated through layers of formality and implication. Ron Weasley had approximately 0 layers. "Yes, I vanished. I was raised abroad privately. I'm coming to Hogwarts for the first time, same as you. Same as me, except everyone in the world knows your name and nobody knows mine." Ron said it without bitterness, just a statement of fact tinged with wry humor. "I've got 5 brothers who've already been through Hogwarts. Well, 4, Percy's still here being a prefect, and Fred and George are here being Fred and George, large family. Massive. And a sister coming next year. I'm sort of the one that doesn't really stand out." Ron shrugged, but something flickered behind the casual gesture, a vulnerability quickly buried. Hadrian studied him. Ron Weasley was not stupid, despite the impression he clearly worried he gave. There was a tactical awareness in those blue eyes, the kind born from growing up surrounded by older siblings who were smarter, bolder, funnier. You learned to read rooms, to find angles, to survive through observation when you couldn't compete through brilliance. It was a different kind of intelligence, undervalued but real. "Standing out is overrated," Hadrian said. The one nobody notices is the one nobody prepares for. Ron blinked. Then he grinned, a real, full grin, the kind that transformed his whole face. I like that. That's brilliant. Where'd you learn to talk like that? My grandfather. He sounds class. He's something, certainly. The compartment door opened again. A girl this time, bushy brown hair, slightly too large front teeth, and an energy that preceded her into the room like a bow wave. She was already in her Hogwarts robes, which told Hadrian she was either extremely prepared or extremely anxious. Probably both. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. She scanned the compartment, her sharp brown eyes cataloging everything, the trunk, the owl, the two boys, with the rapid-fire assessment of a mind that never stopped processing. Her gaze landed on Hadrian and stayed there, and he watched the recognition form, not celebrity recognition, but something more analytical. She was reading him the way he read rooms. No toad here, Ron said. Sorry. Oh, well, if you see one. She stopped, her eyes narrowed slightly. You're Harry Potter. I am. I've read about you. In modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century, you're in all of them. She said this the way someone might report findings from a research project, factual, thorough, slightly breathless. I'm Hermione Granger. My parents are dentists. Fascinating, Hadrian said, and meant it. A muggle-born who'd already read 3 books that mentioned him, that spoke to a hunger for knowledge that he recognized in himself. Sit down, Hermione. We'll help you look for the toad after. Hermione hesitated. She'd clearly been prepared to deliver her message and leave, but something about the invitation, its casual certainty, the way it was offered as a statement rather than a question, caught her off guard. She sat. Which house do you think you'll be in? She asked, settling into the seat beside Ron with the focused intensity of someone conducting an interview. I've been reading about all of them. Gryffindor sounds best, of course. Dumbledore was in Gryffindor, but Ravenclaw would be good too. I just hope I'm not in Hufflepuff. Not that there's anything wrong with, what about Slytherin? Hadrian asked mildly. The temperature in the compartment shifted. Ron's expression darkened, and Hermione's eyebrows drew together in a frown that was almost comical in its gravity. Slytherin, Ron's voice dropped. You don't want to be in Slytherin, mate. There's not a witch or wizard who went bad who wasn't in Slytherin. You know who was in Slytherin. Voldemort was in Slytherin, Hadrian agreed, using the name without hesitation. Ron flinched. Hermione didn't, but her eyes widened. And Merlin was in Slytherin, and half the ministry's senior staff were in Slytherin. Ambition and cunning aren't evil, Ron. They're tools. It depends on who's using them. Ron opened his mouth, closed it, and looked at Hadrian with an expression that suggested his worldview was being gently but firmly rearranged. I never thought about it like that. Most people don't. That's rather the point. Hermione was staring at Hadrian with the intensity of someone who just found a book she hadn't read yet and desperately wanted to. That's a very nuanced perspective for someone our age. I had good teachers. The conversation shifted to lighter territory. Ron explaining Quidditch with the passionate incoherence of a true fan, Hermione asking questions about the magical world with the rapid-fire precision of a journalist, Hadrian listening and contributing and carefully. Naturally building rapport with both of them, he liked them. That surprised him slightly. He'd expected to find the children of this world shallow, limited, their concerns trivial compared to the vast stakes he'd been raised among. And in some ways they were. Ron's biggest worry was being overshadowed by his brothers, and Hermione's was being sorted into the wrong house. By Nazaric's standards, these were laughably small concerns, but there was something genuine about them that Nazarick, for all its power, couldn't replicate. Ron's loyalty was instinctive and unconditional. He'd known Hadrian for 20 minutes and was already defending him to a passing group of older students who'd poked their heads in to gawk. Hermione's intelligence was voracious and unpretentious. She didn't know things to gain advantage. She knew things because not knowing was physically painful to her. These were people worth knowing. Not as assets, not as tools, as people. Aince's voice echoed in his memory. The powerful have a responsibility that the weak do not. Hadrian looked at Ron and Hermione, bright, eager, completely unaware that they were sharing a compartment with a vampire prince whose magical output could level this train, and felt that responsibility settle onto his shoulders like a familiar weight. He would protect them. Not because they were useful, because they were good. The compartment door slid open a third time, and Draco Malfoy stood in the gap, flanked as always by Crabbe and Goyle. "So it's true," Draco said, his gray eyes sweeping the compartment with practiced disdain that softened noticeably when they landed on Hadrian. "Harry Potter is on the Hogwarts Express. We met in Diagon Alley. I don't know if you remember." "I remember, Draco." Draco's gaze slid to Ron and lingered, and his lip curled. "Weasley, I heard your family had another one starting this year. Surprised your parents could afford the train fare." Ron's ears went red, his fists clenched on his knees. "Shut your mouth, Malfoy." "Draco." Hadrian's voice was quiet, but it cut through the tension like a blade. Both boys looked at him. "Ron is my friend. You don't insult my friends." The words were simple, the delivery was not. There was a weight behind them, not magical, not threatening, but final, that made Draco's rehearsed sneer falter. He looked at Hadrian, and whatever he saw in those green eyes made him recalibrate. "Right, sorry." It came out stiff, automatic, the apology of a boy who'd been taught manners but not meaning. But the fact that it came at all, that Draco Malfoy had backed down from an insult in front of witnesses because Harry Potter told him to, was significant, and everyone in the compartment knew it. "You're welcome to sit," Hadrian offered, "if you can be civil." Draco hesitated. Sitting with a Weasley was clearly somewhere near the bottom of his social comfort zone. But sitting with Harry Potter was at the very top, and the math was apparently simple enough even for an 11-year-old aristocrat. "Fine." He dropped into the seat beside Hadrian, waving Crabbe and Goyle away with a gesture that was pure ingrained privilege. The two heavies shuffled off to find their own compartment. "But if this gets back to father, what your father doesn't know about your friendships is entirely your business, Draco. One of the first things you should learn is the difference between the relationships you're told to have and the ones you choose." Draco stared at him. Ron stared at him. Hermione looked like she wanted to take notes. The train rolled on through the countryside, and in the compartment at the back of the last carriage, a vampire prince held court among the first real friends he'd ever made, and the afternoon light slanted golden through the windows, and for a little while, the weight of prophecies and politics and the games of old men fell away, and they were just children on a train, heading somewhere new. The sky had gone dark by the time the Hogwarts Express began to slow. Hadrian had changed into his school robes, plain black as required, though the fabric was considerably more refined than standard issue, and was watching through the window as the train curved around a bend, and the first glimpse of Hogwarts Castle rose against the stars. It was impressive. He'd give it that. The castle was vast, a sprawl of towers and turrets and crenellated walls perched on a cliff above a black lake that reflected the stars like a mirror. Warm light glowed from hundreds of windows. The magic of the place was palpable even from this distance, ancient wards layered over centuries, the accumulated enchantments of 1,000 years of magical education woven into the stone itself. It was nothing compared to Nazarick. But it had a warmth that Nazarick lacked, a lived-in quality, a sense of generations of children passing through its halls and leaving traces of themselves behind. Nazarick was a fortress. Hogwarts was a home. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Hermione breathed, her face pressed to the glass. "It is." Hadrian said. The train stopped. They piled out onto a dark platform, and a familiar voice boomed across the crowd. Furs years over here, Hagrid." The half-giant stood at the end of the platform, a lantern held high, his enormous silhouette unmistakable against the night sky. Hadrian studied him, 10 years older than the grieving man who'd stumbled into a ruined nursery, but the same fundamental person. Big, kind, utterly loyal to Dumbledore. Their eyes met across the crowd. Hagrid's lantern wavered. His face went through a journey, shock, recognition, confusion, and something raw and deep that was either joy or pain or both. He'd been the last person to see Harry Potter before the boy vanished. He'd been the one who'd stood in the ruins and cried while a vampire walked away with the child he'd been sent to save. Hadrian held his gaze steadily and gave a small, polite nod. Hagrid's mouth worked. For a moment, it looked like he might say something, might push through the crowd and confront the boy, demand answers, unleash the decade of guilt and grief that had clearly been eating at him. Then his training kicked in, and the role reasserted itself, and he was Hagrid, cheerful Hagrid, welcoming the first years. "This way, follow me, mind your step now," they followed. The path led down to the lake, where a fleet of small boats waited at a wooden dock. Hadrian climbed into one with Ron, Hermione, and a round-faced boy who introduced himself as Neville Longbottom. The toad loser, apparently, though the toad had been recovered and was now clutched tightly in Neville's slightly trembling hands. "I'm Harry," Hadrian said, offering his hand. Neville took it, and Hadrian felt something interesting. The boy's magical signature was substantial, far more than his timid demeanor suggested. There was power there, buried deep, suppressed by what felt like years of being told he wasn't enough. His grip was weak, his eye contact fleeting, his posture that of someone who was used to apologizing for taking up space. But beneath all of that, beneath the fear and the self-doubt and the nervous clutching of a recovered toad, Neville Longbottom's magical core hummed with a quiet strength that reminded Hadrian, oddly, of his birth mother. The woman who hadn't fought with power but with something more fundamental. The woman who'd stood between her child and death not because she could win, but because standing was what she did. "Longbottom," Hadrian said, "that's an old wizarding family." "Why, yes, my gran raises me. My parents, they're in St. Mungo's, the hospital, they were." Neville's voice shrank. "They were tortured by Death Eaters after the war." The boat was moving, gliding across the Black Lake under its own power, and the other children were gasping at the castle view. And Hadrian looked at Neville Longbottom and saw a boy shaped by a different kind of loss than his own, not the clean severance of death, but the ongoing wound of parents who were alive but gone. "I'm sorry," Hadrian said, and he was. Neville looked at him with surprise, as if genuine sympathy from a stranger was so unusual it needed a moment to register. Then he managed a small, shaky smile. "Thanks, it's fine." "I mean, it's not fine, but, I know." The boats reached the shore. They climbed stone steps to a massive oak door that opened before Hagrid's fist finished knocking, revealing a tall witch in emerald robes and a pointed hat, her gray hair pulled back from a face that was stern and sharp and not unkind. "The Fur's years, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid said. "Thank you, Hagrid." Her eyes found Hadrian instantly. She'd been looking for him, he could tell, the way her gaze swept the group with the efficiency of someone searching for a specific target. When she found him, something complicated happened behind her spectacles. Relief, anger, grief, determination. All of it compressed into a single look that lasted half a second before her professional mask reasserted itself. She knew him. She'd known his parents, and she, like Hagrid, had spent 10 years wondering, "Welcome to Hogwarts." She said, her Scottish accent clipping the words with brisk precision. "The sorting ceremony will begin shortly. Follow me, please." She led them through an entrance hall of cavernous proportions, across flagstone floors worn smooth by centuries of feet, and into an antechamber off the great hall. Through the double doors, Hadrian could hear the buzz of the assembled school, hundreds of students, the clink of goblets, the rustle of robes. McGonagall gave the standard speech about houses and house points, and the sorting ceremony. Hadrian listened politely, already aware of everything she was saying, and used the time to scan his surroundings. The castle's wards were impressive up close. He could feel them pressing against his senses, layers of protection and detection and containment that had been maintained and strengthened over a millennium. They couldn't detect his true nature. The glamour held. The wards were sophisticated, but they were calibrated for human magical signatures, and Hadrian's vampiric nature existed on a frequency they simply weren't designed to read. He passed through their scrutiny like a shadow through light. McGonagall left to prepare the great hall. Around him, the first years whispered nervously. Neville was clutching his toad so tightly it was making distressed sounds. Ron looked slightly green. Hermione was muttering spells under her breath. Draco, across the room, was projecting the calm confidence of someone who'd been told since birth exactly how this would go. Hadrian stood among them and felt nothing but anticipation. The doors opened. McGonagall returned and led them into the great hall. It was magnificent. 4 long tables stretched the length of the hall, packed with students in black robes, their house ties and scarves splashes of color, red and gold, green and silver, blue and bronze, yellow and black. The ceiling was enchanted to mirror the night sky, a vast canopy of stars that seemed close enough to touch. Candles floated everywhere, casting warm golden light, and at the head of the hall, on a raised dais, sat the teacher's table. Hadrian's eyes went to Dumbledore first. The headmaster sat in the center of the high table, unmistakable, long silver beard, half-moon spectacles, robes of deep purple embroidered with stars. He looked exactly as Hadrian's intelligence had described him. Old, powerful, twinkling with that famous benevolent grandfatherly warmth. Their eyes met. Dumbledore's twinkle didn't falter. That was the most impressive thing about the man, Hadrian thought, his ability to maintain the mask even when confronted with something that shattered his expectations. The old man looked at Hadrian and saw, what? A boy who should have been shorter, thinner, more uncertain. A boy who should have been amazed by the great hall instead of evaluating it. A boy whose green eyes held an assurance that no 11-year-old raised on a doorstep could possibly possess. Whatever Dumbledore saw, his expression gave nothing away. He simply watched, his blue eyes sharp behind the spectacles, and Hadrian felt the lightest brush of magic against his mental shields, so delicate it was almost imperceptible. A master legilimens testing the waters with the softest possible touch. The probe slid off Hadrian's occlumency barriers like rain off stone. His mental defenses had been constructed by Aints Ul Gown and reinforced by Demiurge's expertise in psychic magic. They weren't just walls, they were labyrinths, designed to redirect, confuse, and trap any mind that entered without invitation. Dumbledore's twinkle faltered. Just for a moment, a fractional dimming that no one at the teacher's table would have noticed. Then it was back, steady as a lighthouse, and the old man looked away. Hadrian filed the attempt. Strike 1, headmaster. His gaze moved to Quirrell, who sat near the end of the table, turban slightly askew, fidgeting with his cutlery. The parasitic presence was there, muted, shielded, but unmistakable to Hadrian's senses. Voldemort's wraith, clinging to the back of Quirrell's skull like a tumor, watching the great hall through its host's nervous eyes. Hadrian felt the Horcrux in his scar stir at the proximity, pressing against Aints's seal with something that was almost hunger. He pushed it down. And then his gaze reached Severus Snape. The man sat 3 seats from Quirrell, and he was staring at Hadrian with an expression that could only be described as a wound. Snape was tall, thin, draped in black, with lank dark hair and a hooked nose and eyes that were so dark they were almost black. He was looking at Hadrian as if the boy had reached into his chest and pulled out something that Snape had spent years trying to bury, the eyes. Hadrian realized it with a flash of insight. Snape was staring at his eyes, Lily's eyes, green as the killing curse, set in a face that was otherwise all James Potter. There was a story there. Hadrian could read it in the man's rigid posture, in the white-knuckled grip on his goblet, in the way his gaze kept returning to Hadrian's face like a tongue probing a sore tooth. Snape had known his birth parents, had loved one of them, perhaps. And now the sun was standing in the great hall wearing her eyes, and the past was clawing its way out of whatever grave Snape had dug for it. Hadrian filed that too. Understanding Snape would be important. McGonagall placed a stool at the front of the hall and set a battered, ancient hat upon it. The hat stirred, opened a tear near its brim like a mouth, and began to sing. It was a clever song, each house described in verse: Gryffindor for the brave, Slytherin for the cunning, Ravenclaw for the wise, Hufflepuff for the loyal. Hadrian listened with half his attention, the rest focused on reading the room, the students' reactions, the teachers' tells, the subtle dynamics of a school that was far more politically complex than its cheerful exterior suggested. The song ended. McGonagall unrolled a scroll. When I call your name, you will sit on the stool and put on the hat. Abbot Hannah, a pink-faced girl, stumbled forward and was sorted into Hufflepuff. The yellow table cheered. The procession continued. Bones, Susan, Boot, Terry, Brown, Lavender, and Hadrian waited, his pulse steady, his mind calm. Granger, Hermione nearly ran to the stool. The hat dropped over her eyes, and there was a pause longer than some, shorter than others, before it shouted, Gryffindor. Hermione's face split into a grin of pure relief, and she hurried to the red and gold table. Longbottom, Neville. Neville approached the stool as if it might bite him. The hat sat on his head for nearly a minute, the longest sorting yet, before declaring Gryffindor. Neville looked stunned, but he went to the right table, and Hadrian noticed that he sat a little taller than he had before. Malfoy, Draco. The hat barely touched Draco's head. Slytherin. Draco walked to the green table with the satisfied air of a foregone conclusion, and then, finally, Potter, Harry. The great hall went electric. Every head turned, the whispers erupted like a flock of startled birds. Potter. Harry Potter. The Harry Potter. And Hadrian walked to the stool through a corridor of stairs with the unhurried stride of someone who had faced worse scrutiny from beings that could unmake reality. He sat. McGonagall lowered the hat. The brim fell over his eyes, and the world went dark, and a voice spoke inside his head. "Oh," said the sorting hat. "Oh my." Hadrian waited. You are, I have never encountered anything like you." The hat's voice was old, wise, and genuinely rattled. A wizard's core, immense and deep. Vampire physiology, fully integrated. A sealed Horcrux acting as a tertiary power source. And your mind, structured, disciplined, layered with defenses that are not of this world's making. Who are you? Harry Potter, Hadrian thought calmly, also known as Hadrian Bloodfallen. I was raised in a place called Nazareth. I'm here to learn, you're here to learn. The hat sounded almost amused. You already know more than most of my 7th years. Your mind is extraordinary, the knowledge, the training, the strategic depth. Ravenclaw would feast on you. And the courage, oh yes, it's there, bone deep, the willingness to face anything without flinching. Gryffindor would be proud, and your ambition would make Salazar himself weep with joy. You don't just want power, Mr. Potter Bloodfallen, you want to reshape the world. You want to protect the people you love with such ferocity that no force in existence could threaten them. That is Slytherin ambition at its purest, not greed, not cruelty, but the absolute refusal to be powerless in the face of a world that takes things from you. Hadrian said nothing. The hat was right, and they both knew it. But there's something else, the hat continued, its tone shifting. Something I haven't seen in a very long time, loyalty, not the gentle, accommodating loyalty of Hufflepuff, something fiercer. You would burn the world for the people you love. You would walk into hell for your mother, for your grandfather, for the place that raised you. And you're already extending that loyalty to the children you met today, the Weasley boy, the Granger girl, the Longbottom boy. You've known them for hours, and you've already decided to protect them. Is that a problem? No, it's beautiful and terrifying. The hat paused. I could put you in any house, you know. You'd excel in all of them. But there's only one that will let you be fully what you are, ambitious, cunning, fierce, and strategic. Only one where you can operate without the constraints of a house culture that would try to sand down your edges. And only one where you can do the most good, because that house needs someone like you desperately, someone who can show its students that Slytherin's virtues don't have to lead to darkness. Then we agree, Hadrian thought, we agree. Good luck, Mr. Bloodfallen, you're going to need it. Not because you're weak, because you're walking into a snake pit, and some of those snakes have parents who served the man who killed yours. I've been raised by worse than snakes. The hat laughed, an actual audible laugh that made the entire great hall stare. Then it shouted, "Slytherin, silence." The great hall didn't erupt, it froze. The boy who lived, the child who'd survived the darkest wizard of the age, the symbol of light's triumph over darkness, had just been sorted into the house of Salazar Slytherin, the house of Voldemort, the house that every right-thinking wizard knew was the root of all evil. The silence lasted 3 full seconds, an eternity, in a room full of children. Then the Slytherin table began to clap, tentatively at first, then with growing enthusiasm as the implications sank in. Harry Potter was one of theirs. Draco Malfoy was applauding so hard his palms must have been stinging. The older students were exchanging looks of stunned calculation, already reshuffling their mental models of house politics. At the Gryffindor table, Ron Weasley looked as if someone had hit him with a brick. Hermione's brow was furrowed in thought. Neville just looked worried. At the high table, Dumbledore's twinkle had gone out entirely. His blue eyes were fixed on Hadrian with an intensity that had nothing grandfatherly about it. Beside him, McGonagall had gone pale. Snape's expression was unreadable, a mask of stone that could have been hiding anything from fury to fascination. Hadrian removed the hat, handed it to McGonagall with a polite "Thank you, Professor," and walked to the Slytherin table. He sat beside Draco, who was vibrating with barely contained excitement, and across from a girl with dark hair and an angular, aristocratic face who regarded him with cool blue eyes. "Daphne Greengrass," she said, extending a hand. Her grip was firm, her gaze assessing. "Welcome to the Snake's Den, Potter. Thank you, though I suspect the den is more interesting than most people give it credit for." Daphne's lips curved. "You might be right about that." The sorting concluded, Ron went to Gryffindor to no one's surprise, and Dumbledore rose to give his welcome speech. It was brief, eccentric, and utterly calculated to project the image of a kindly, slightly dotty old headmaster who couldn't possibly be a political mastermind. Hadrian listened and appreciated the craftsmanship, even as he saw through it completely. "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our feast, I would like to say a few words, and here they are: nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak, thank you." The food appeared. Mountains of it, materializing on golden plates, roasted meats, vegetables, pies, puddings, an abundance that seemed almost obscene. Hadrian served himself modestly. His vampiric constitution could process human food, but he didn't need it, and the taste was muted compared to the rich vitality of blood. The feast swirled around him. Conversations ebbed and flowed. The Slytherin table was, as he'd expected, a political ecosystem in miniature. Alliances, hierarchies, subtle power plays conducted through seating arrangements, and the direction of eye contact. The older students were already positioning themselves relative to Harry Potter's unexpected presence, calculating what his sorting meant for the house's standing, for their personal ambitions, for the endless chess game that was Slytherin's social dynamics. Hadrian navigated it effortlessly. He was polite to everyone, warm to no one, and projected an easy confidence that made people want to impress him without quite understanding why. It was a social version of what Cocytus had taught him about combat: control the space, dictate the tempo, make your opponents react to you instead of the other way around. The feast ended. Prefects led the houses to their dormitories. The Slytherin common room was underground, beneath the lake, a long, low-ceilinged room of green-tinted light and leather furniture, the dark water of the lake visible through tall windows set into the stone walls. Fish drifted past, casting shadows. The giant squid pressed a tentacle against the glass, curious. Hadrian liked it. The underground setting, the cool air, the green shadows, it felt more like home than anything in the castle above. He found his bed in the first-year boys' dormitory, drew the curtains, and activated the communication mirror he'd concealed within his trunk. Shalltear's face appeared immediately. She'd clearly been waiting. "Slytherin," she said, having already been informed by the Shadow Team's operatives. "Slytherin," he confirmed. The hat wanted to put me in every house. I steered it. Good, and Dumbledore attempted legilimency within 10 seconds of eye contact, subtle but unmistakable, the shields held. Shalltear's expression went dangerously flat. He tried to read your mind. In a room full of children, during a welcoming ceremony. He's desperate for information. I'm a 10-year blind spot in his plans, and I just walked into his school wearing a face he recognizes but a mind he can't penetrate. He's going to try again. Hadrian kept his voice low, pitched for vampire hearing. I also confirmed the Quirrell situation. Voldemort's wraith is definitely there. I could feel it reacting to my Horcrux the moment I entered the Great Hall. Whatever Quirrell's play is, it's already in motion. Do you want me to deal with it? Not yet. If Dumbledore knows, and I believe he does, then removing Quirrell prematurely disrupts whatever trap the old man has set. I'd rather watch the trap unfold and learn from it. There's something in this castle that Quirrell wants. I need to find out what. Shalltear was quiet for a moment. You sound like Aunt Sama. I'll take that as the highest possible compliment. She smiled, genuine, warm, visible even through the mirror's small frame. Sleep well, my darling. If you need anything, I'll call, I promise. He paused. I love you, mother. I love you too, my little prince. Though you're getting far too big for little, I'll always be your little prince. The mirror went dark. Hadrian tucked it away, lay back on his bed, and stared at the green-tinted ceiling where lake light played in shifting patterns. His first night at Hogwarts. The chessboard was set. The players were in position. Dumbledore watched from above, Voldemort lurked in the shadows, and the entire wizarding world was adjusting to the reality that Harry Potter had returned, and was nothing like they'd imagined. Hadrian closed his eyes and smiled. The first week was reconnaissance. Hadrian attended classes, took notes, asked questions calibrated to demonstrate competence without revealing the full extent of his abilities, and observed everything. Every teacher, every student, every corridor and classroom and hidden passage. He mapped the castle with the systematic thoroughness that Demiurge had drilled into him, identifying defensive choke points, surveillance nodes, and the gaps in Hogwarts' otherwise impressive ward structure. The classes themselves were, frankly, beneath him. Transfiguration with McGonagall was the most challenging. The woman was a genuine master of her discipline, and her approach to magic was rigorous and methodical in a way that Hadrian respected. But the first-year curriculum started at a level he'd surpassed years ago. Turning a match into a needle was trivial when you could channel enough energy to reshape matter at the molecular level. He did it anyway. Perfectly, on the first try, without visible effort. McGonagall stared at the needle, silver, perfectly formed, still warm, and then stared at Hadrian, and something complicated moved behind her spectacles. 10 points to Slytherin, she said quietly. It clearly cost her something. Charms with Flitwick was similar. The tiny professor was delightful, enthusiastic, and clearly brilliant, but the material was elementary. Defense against the dark arts with Quirrell was a farce. The man stammered his way through a curriculum that was deliberately watered down, his turban slightly crooked, the garlic smell a transparent cover for the dark presence behind his skull. Hadrian sat in every Dada class and felt Voldemort watching him through Quirrell's eyes. The Wraith was cautious. It could sense something about Hadrian, something that didn't fit the profile of the boy it had tried to kill, but it couldn't identify what. The Horcrux in Hadrian's scar hummed at close proximity, a low vibration behind the seal that was uncomfortable but manageable. He let Voldemort watch. Let the Wraith wonder. Information flowed both ways through observation, and Hadrian was learning things about his parents' killer with every class. The Wraith's control over Quirrell was imperfect, slipping during moments of stress or fatigue. It was focused on something specific within the castle. Something that drew Quirrell's attention toward the third-floor corridor that Dumbledore had warned students away from during the opening feast, and it was afraid. Beneath the malice, beneath the calculation, Voldemort's Wraith was afraid of death, of weakness, of the vulnerability that came from existing as a disembodied parasite dependent on a host it could barely control. Potions was the class that surprised him. Snape swept into the dungeon classroom like a storm front, robes billowing, and his first act was to single out Hadrian with a barrage of questions designed to humiliate. Potter, the name cracked like a whip. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? The class went silent. Hermione's hand, predictably, shot up. Ron, who shared this class due to the Slytherin-Gryffindor pairing, looked outraged on Hadrian's behalf. Hadrian met Snape's gaze calmly. The man's dark eyes bored into him, searching for James Potter's arrogance, for the pampered celebrity he'd expected. "The draught of living death," Hadrian said. "A powerful sleeping potion. Asphodel and wormwood create a synergistic compound that suppresses autonomic functions. The antidote requires a Wiggenweld potion, administered directly to the lips." Snape's expression didn't change, but something shifted in the air between them. "And where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar, the stomach of a goat?" A bezoar is a calcified mass that neutralizes most poisons, though the efficacy decreases with more complex or magically enhanced toxins. For those, you'd need a purpose-brewed antidote. And the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane, they're the same plant, also known as aconite. Toxic to humans and werewolves in particular, the latter application gives it the name wolfsbane. The dungeon was absolutely silent. Snape stared at Hadrian for a long, charged moment. The class waited. "Correct," Snape said finally, "on all counts." His voice was flat, giving nothing away, but Hadrian could read the micro-expressions. The slight widening of the eyes, the tension in the jaw, the way Snape's gaze kept drifting to his eyes. Lily's eyes in James's face, delivering answers with a precision that was entirely his own. 10 points to Slytherin," Snape said, and turned away before anyone could see whatever was happening on his face. After class, as students filed out, Snape's voice caught him at the door. "Potter, a moment." Hadrian waved Ron and Hermione ahead and turned back. The dungeon was empty now except for the two of them, the professor behind his desk, the student in the doorway, and the weight of history pressing down on both of them. Snape studied him for a long time. "You're not what I expected. Most people have been telling me that. I knew your parents." The words seemed to cost Snape something. "Your father was arrogant, reckless. He believed the world owed him something because he was talented and popular." Hadrian said nothing. He waited. "Your mother was..." Snape stopped. His jaw worked. "Your mother was the best person I ever knew. And looking at you is..." He stopped again, more forcefully, slamming a door on whatever had been about to come through. "Professor," Hadrian said quietly, "I'm not my father, and I'm not my mother. I'm something else entirely. You can judge me by what they were, or you can judge me by what I am. Your choice." Snape's dark eyes widened fractionally. Then something that might have been respect flickered across his face, so briefly that a less observant person would have missed it entirely. "Get out of my classroom, Potter." Hadrian went. But as he walked up the stairs from the dungeons, he felt the dynamic between them shift, not to warmth, not to friendship, but to something more useful. Honest assessment. Snape would watch him now not through the lens of old grudges, but with the clear eyes of a man who was beginning to see the actual person in front of him. That was enough. For now, he reported to Shalltear every night. The mirror conversations were his anchor, a thread connecting him to Nazarick, to home, to the person who knew him better than anyone. He told her about the classes, the students, the teachers. He told her about Dumbledore's continued surveillance. The old man watched him through portraits, through enchanted objects, through Snape, who was, Hadrian was increasingly certain, a double agent in Dumbledore's service. He told her about Quirrell's movements, which were becoming more directed, more purposeful, gravitating consistently toward the third floor. "There's something behind the door on the third-floor corridor," Hadrian told her, 2 weeks into term. "I went past it after hours. The wards on the door are powerful, Dumbledore's work, and there's a living guardian behind it, something large. I could hear it breathing, multiple sets of lungs." A Cerberus, Shalltear guessed, possibly. "Whatever's being guarded, it's connected to Nicola's Flamel. I found the name in a restricted section reference that Dumbledore apparently forgot to remove." Flamel is an alchemist, famous for creating the philosopher's stone. Shalltear was quiet for a moment. An object that produces the elixir of life and transmutes base metals to gold. Ain't Sama will be very interested. I know. That's why Quirrell is here, or rather, why Voldemort directed him here. The Wraith wants the stone. It's probably the only thing in this world that could give him a body without requiring a more complex ritual. And Dumbledore moved the stone here from Gringotts. I confirmed it through the goblin's records. He wants Voldemort to come for it. This whole thing is a trap, Mother. The forbidden corridor, the obstacles, the stone sitting at the end like bait. Dumbledore is using the school as a hunting ground and the students as, Hadrian paused, his expression hardening, as acceptable collateral. Shalltear's eyes burned. Do you want to take the stone now? End this? No. Not yet. The trap has to spring before I can control the aftermath. If I take the stone now, Dumbledore knows I'm operating against him. If I wait for Voldemort to make his move and then intervene, I control the narrative. I'm the hero who stopped the villain, not the thief who stole the treasure. Patient and strategic, you really are Ain't Sama's student. I really am. He paused. I've also made friends, Mother, real ones. I know that wasn't the primary objective, but tell me about them. Her voice softened. Tell me everything. He did. He told her about Ron, loyal and funny and sharper than he knew. About Hermione, brilliant and fierce and desperately lonely beneath her armor of knowledge. About Neville, quiet and kind and carrying a weight of grief that was slowly, with the right encouragement, transforming into something stronger. About Daphne Greengrass, cool and pragmatic and the closest thing Slytherin had to an honest voice. About Draco, whose hunger for approval was being carefully redirected from his father's toxicity toward something healthier. Shalltear listened to all of it, and when he was done, she said, "You care about them." "I do." "Good." Ain't Sama always said that the strongest alliances are built on genuine bonds. Use the friendships strategically, but never forget that the strategy is worth nothing if the bonds aren't real. They're real, Mother, I promise. Then protect them, with everything you are. I will. The mirror went dark. Hadrian lay back in his bed, listening to the sounds of the dormitory, Draco's breathing, the soft snores of the other Slytherin first years, the distant lapping of the lake against the windows. Above him, somewhere in the castle, Dumbledore was scheming. Below him, in the dungeons, Snape was brooding. In a tower on the 3rd floor, Quirrell was plotting. And in the great tomb of Nazarick, a vampire mother was watching over her son from across the dimensional divide, and an overlord was studying reports about a philosopher's stone with the focused intensity of someone who had just identified a very valuable piece on the board. The game was afoot. All the players were moving. Hadrian closed his eyes and slept, and if he dreamed of green light and cold arms, and a voice singing a lullaby in the dark. Chapter 5. The game they think they're playing the troll smelled like a sewer had been turned inside out and left in the sun. Hadrian caught the scent before anyone else did, before Quirrell burst through the great hall doors on Halloween night, screaming about trolls in the dungeon, before the panic erupted and Dumbledore sent the students to their dormitories in a decision so tactically absurd that Hadrian almost laughed. Send the Slytherins to the dungeons where the troll supposedly was. Brilliant, he didn't go to the dungeons. The moment the great hall dissolved into chaos, students screaming, teachers barking orders, prefects hurting their charges like particularly incompetent shepherds, Hadrian slipped sideways through the crowd and vanished. Not invisibility, nothing so flashy. Just movement, precise and practiced, using the bodies around him as cover, angling through gaps in the flow of panicking children with the ease of water finding cracks in stone. Cocytus had drilled spatial awareness into him until it was reflex. You don't need magic to disappear when you understand how people move and where they don't look. He was 3 corridors away before anyone noticed he was gone. The troll wasn't in the dungeons. The stench trail led upward toward the 1st floor, and Hadrian followed it at a run, not a flat sprint, which would have been a blur at his full vampiric speed. but a measured pace that let him track the scent and listen for the telltale signs of a 12-foot mountain troll navigating a medieval castle. The crash told him everything. Stone breaking, a girl screaming, the guttural grunt of something large and stupid swinging a weapon. The girl's bathroom on the first floor. Hadrian rounded the corner and took in the scene in a fraction of a second. The troll was enormous, easily 12 feet, gray-skinned, lumpy, wielding a wooden club the size of a small tree. It had smashed through the bathroom door and was laying waste to the sinks and stalls with the mindless destructive joy of a creature too stupid to understand anything beyond break things. Water sprayed from ruptured pipes. Rubble scattered across the flooded floor. And beneath a collapsed section of stalls, pressed against the far wall with her wand raised and her face white with terror, was Hermione Granger. She'd been crying. Hadrian had known she wouldn't be at the feast. Ron had said something cruel about her in Charms class, a thoughtless comment about her not having friends, and she'd been hiding in the bathroom all afternoon. She hadn't heard the announcement. She didn't know there was a troll loose in the castle until it walked through her door. The troll raised its club. Hermione screamed. Hadrian moved. At his full speed, the world slowed to treacle. The troll's club descended in what looked like slow motion, a lazy arc that would have crushed Hermione like an insect. Hadrian crossed the distance between the doorway and the troll in less time than it took the creature to complete its swing. He hit the troll's forearm with an open palm strike, channeling enough force to shatter a castle wall, and the arm broke so badly the elbow bent the wrong way. The club flew from nerveless fingers and embedded itself in the stone ceiling. The troll screamed. Not a roar, a scream, high and almost childlike, the sound of something that had never experienced real pain being introduced to the concept with extreme prejudice. It stumbled backward, cradling its ruined arm, and its tiny eyes found Hadrian standing in front of it. Hadrian looked up at the troll. The troll looked down at Hadrian. "Leave," Hadrian said. The troll was stupid. It was not, however, so stupid that it couldn't recognize a predator. Something in the boy's stance, something in his eyes, the green bleeding to crimson at the edges, the absolute absence of fear, triggered an instinct buried deep in the troll's primitive brain. An instinct that said very clearly, "This thing is more dangerous than you." The troll backed up. It hit the wall, cracking the stone, and whimpered. Hadrian held its gaze for another moment, then turned his back on it and walked to Hermione. She was hyperventilating. Her wand shook so badly she could barely hold it. Tears streaked her face, cutting lines through the dust and plaster that coated her skin. She looked at Hadrian as if he'd materialized from thin air, which, from her perspective, he essentially had. "Harry," her voice cracked. "How did you? It was going to. It's over." He kept his voice gentle but firm, the way Shalltear spoke to him when he was young and frightened. "You're safe. Can you stand?" She nodded, then shook her head, then nodded again. He offered his hand and pulled her up, and she grabbed onto his arm with a grip that shook with residual terror. Behind them, the troll made a decision. Pain, fear, and the dawning realization that the thing standing between it and its prey was something bad overrode whatever dim impulse had driven it here in the first place. It turned, crashed through the remnants of the bathroom wall, and fled down the corridor, leaving a trail of rubble and the echo of panicked grunting. Footsteps. Running. McGonagall rounded the corner first, followed by Snape and, interestingly, Quirrell, who looked rather less panicked than his earlier performance had suggested. McGonagall took in the scene, the destroyed bathroom, the flooded floor, the hole in the wall, and 2 first years standing amid the wreckage, and her face went through the full spectrum from terror to relief to fury. "What on earth?" She pressed a hand to her chest. "Potter, Granger." "Explain yourselves, Professor." Hadrian's voice was calm, respectful, and pitched to Carrie. Miss Granger wasn't at the feast. She'd been in the bathroom and didn't hear the warning about the troll. I realized this during the evacuation and came to find her. I arrived before the troll could hurt her and drove it off. "You drove off a fully grown mountain troll." McGonagall's voice was flat with disbelief. It was a mountain troll, Professor, not a dragon. They're strong but extremely stupid. A sufficient display of dominance is usually enough to trigger their flight response. McGonagall stared at him. Snape, behind her, was studying the damage with an expression that suggested he was doing very rapid math about the amount of force required to break a troll's arm at the elbow. 5 points to Slytherin, McGonagall said faintly. 4, sheer nerve, and 5 points from Slytherin for reckless endangerment. That's a net 0, Professor. I'm aware, Mr. Potter. She turned to Hermione. Miss Granger, are you hurt? Hermione shook her head. She was still holding Hadrian's arm. He saved me, she said, her voice small and absolutely certain. Professor, if Harry hadn't come, I'd be dead. McGonagall's expression softened. She took a breath, visibly collected herself, and became the composed professional she needed to be. Both of you back to your dormitories. The troll will be dealt with. And Mr. Potter, she paused, looking at him with eyes that were no longer a teacher assessing a student, but something more personal, more complicated. Thank you. Hadrian inclined his head. He walked Hermione to the stairs that led up to Gryffindor Tower, and she didn't let go of his arm until they reached the landing. Harry. She turned to face him, and her eyes were red-rimmed but focused, the fear already being processed by a mind that refused to stay shaken for long. How did you do that? The troll's arm, you broke it, with your hand. First years can't do that. Most adults can't do that. The amount of magical force required. I'm strong, Hermione. Stronger than most people expect. I'd appreciate it if you kept the specifics of what you saw to yourself. But, please, she studied him. That relentless analytical mind was working, he could see it. Cataloging data points, identifying anomalies, building hypotheses. Hermione Granger was not going to forget what she'd seen, and she was not going to stop thinking about it. But she was also fiercely loyal to the people who'd earned it, and Harry Potter had just thrown himself between her and a mountain troll. Okay, she said, I won't tell anyone, but someday you're going to tell me the truth about what you are. It wasn't a question. Hadrian smiled. Someday. I promise. She went up to Gryffindor. He went down to Slytherin. And from that night on, Hermione Granger was Hadrian Bloodfallen's fiercest and most unwavering ally at Hogwarts, crossing house boundaries with a determination that scandalized the traditionalists and confused everyone else. Ron came around 2 days later. He found Hadrian in the library, sat down across from him without preamble, and said, I was a right prat about Hermione. She could have died because I made her cry. You saved her because I didn't. Ron, let me finish. Ron's ears were red, but his jaw was set with a stubbornness that was pure Weasley. I'm going to apologize to her, properly, and I'm going to be better. I don't know how you knew she was in that bathroom, and I don't know how you dealt with a troll like it was nothing, and I'm not going to ask. But you're my friend, and she should be my friend too, so I'm going to fix it. Hadrian looked at Ron Weasley and felt a warmth that had nothing to do with magic. This boy, with his second-hand robes and his inferiority complex and his heart the size of a Quidditch pitch, had just demonstrated something that many of Nazaric's most sophisticated beings struggled with: the ability to recognize a personal failing and commit to correcting it. Without external compulsion and without expectation of reward. She likes chocolate, Hadrian offered. Ron blinked. What? When you apologize, bring chocolate, trust me. Ron grinned, knocked on the table twice like it was a lucky gesture, and left. By dinner that evening, he and Hermione were sitting together at the Gryffindor table, arguing about homework with the comfortable ferocity of people who were going to be friends for a very long time. November brought cold winds and the first real escalation. Hadrian had been monitoring Quirrell's movements since the start of term, tracking the professor's nightly wanderings through the castle via a combination of vampiric senses and a magical surveillance web he'd constructed using techniques adapted from Demiurge's intelligence methods. The web was subtle, thread-thin lines of magical energy attached to key junction points in the castle's corridor network, vibrating whenever a living being passed through them. It wasn't as sophisticated as Nazaric's systems, but it was invisible to Hogwarts wards and gave Hadrian a reasonable picture of nighttime movement throughout the castle. Quirrell was probing the third-floor corridor, not entering, not yet, but circling it, testing the wards, mapping the defenses. The wraith on the back of his head was directing the operation with a methodical patience that spoke to decades of experience in magical combat and subterfuge. But Voldemort wasn't the only one probing. Snape was also making nightly visits to the third floor. Not to enter, either, to reinforce. Hadrian watched through his surveillance web as Snape added layers to the existing protections, strengthening wards, modifying defensive enchantments. The man was protecting whatever lay behind the door, which meant he knew what it was and knew it was at risk. This confirmed what Hadrian had already suspected. Snape was Dumbledore's man. A spy, a double agent, operating under the old wizard's direction while maintaining his cover as a former Death Eater. The animosity Snape projected toward Gryffindors, toward Harry Potter specifically, was at least partly a performance designed to maintain credibility with the children of Death Eaters in his own house. It was a good cover. Not perfect, Snape's antagonism toward students was too genuine to be entirely manufactured, suggesting the role aligned comfortably with his natural temperament, but effective enough to have survived over a decade of scrutiny. Hadrian filed this and continued watching. The real shift came on a Thursday afternoon in late November, during a potions class that started normally and went sideways with remarkable speed. They were brewing a cure for boils. Simple, foundational, the kind of recipe that Hadrian could have done blindfolded with one hand. He completed his potion in half the allotted time, producing a brew so flawless that it actually glowed slightly. A phenomenon that Snape stared at for a full 10 seconds before moving on without comment. With nothing else to do, Hadrian let his attention wander and felt something. It started as a prickle at the base of his skull, a faint vibration along the connection between his Horcrux fragment and its source. Not the ambient hum he felt in Quirrell's presence during Data classes. This was different, sharper, more directed. As if Voldemort's wraith had shifted its attention from whatever it was usually focused on and was now looking directly at him. Hadrian kept his expression neutral. He pretended to take notes, letting his quill scratch across parchment while his other senses expanded. There. The connection ran through the ambient magic of the castle, bouncing off the ley lines beneath the foundations, channeled through the dark mark on Snape's arm, Hadrian's eyes flickered to the professor. Snape was standing at the front of the class, marking a student's work, apparently oblivious. But his left arm was rigid at his side, the sleeve pulled down to the wrist, and beneath the fabric, something was moving. The dark mark, Voldemort's brand on his followers, was resonating with the Wraith's directed probe, acting as a relay point. Voldemort was using Snape's dark mark, without Snape's knowledge or consent, to get a closer read on Harry Potter. The probe brushed against Hadrian's Horcrux seal. It was delicate, almost imperceptible, a whisper of dark magic testing the boundaries of Aintz's containment array, searching for weakness, for a way in. It found nothing. The seal held like a mountain, but Hadrian let a crack show. Not a real crack, a false vulnerability, a carefully constructed flaw in the seal's outer layer that looked like natural degradation. It was a technique Demiurge had taught him. When someone probes your defenses, don't just block them. Give them something to find. Something that makes them confident they understand your weaknesses. Something that makes them underestimate you. The false crack let a trickle of information through, just enough for Voldemort to sense the Horcrux fragment behind the seal, to confirm that yes, a piece of his soul was lodged in the boy's head, contained but present. Just enough to make the Wraith think the seal was imperfect, failing, temporary. Just enough to make Voldemort think he could reclaim that fragment when the time was right. The probe withdrew. Hadrian felt it retract through the ley lines, back through Snape's unconscious mark, back to whatever dark recess of Quirrell's skull the Wraith called home. Gone, satisfied. Hadrian let out a slow breath and finished his notes. After class, he didn't go to dinner. He went to an empty classroom on the 4th floor, one he'd identified as having minimal surveillance coverage, no portraits, and a dead spot in Hogwarts' ward network, and activated his communication mirror. "Grandfather," he said when Aintz's skeletal face appeared, "we need to talk about Voldemort." He laid out everything. The probe, the dark mark relay, the false vulnerability he'd allowed the Wraith to find. Aintz listened without interrupting, the crimson lights in his eye sockets steady and bright. "You baited him," Aintz said when Hadrian finished. "I gave him what he wanted to see. He now believes the Horcrux seal is weakening. He'll factor that into his plans for the stone. If he thinks he can reclaim his soul fragment from me, the stone becomes even more valuable. Not just a path to a new body, but a way to restore himself fully. He'll move faster. And when he moves, I'll be ready." Aintz was quiet for a moment. "This is dangerous, Hadrian. You're manipulating a being who, despite his current weakness, was once powerful enough to terrorize an entire magical nation. Cornered predators are predictable. You taught me that. A cornered predator has limited options, and every option it takes reveals more about its capabilities. I'm not underestimating Voldemort, grandfather. I'm giving him enough rope to hang himself." Another pause. Then Aintz's emotional suppression activated. Hadrian could tell by the subtle shift in the Overlord's posture, and when he spoke again, his voice carried a warmth that the skeletal face couldn't express. "Well reasoned. Continue, but if the situation escalates beyond your control, I'll contact Mother immediately, and she'll reduce Quirrell to a stain on the floor. I was going to say fall back to a defensive position and await reinforcement, but yes, that also works." Aintz paused. "Your mother would prefer the stain option. She always does." The mirror went dark. Hadrian sat in the empty classroom for a while, turning the pieces over in his mind. Voldemort, Dumbledore, the stone, Snape, the trap within the trap within the trap. He was playing a game with multiple opponents who each thought they were the smartest person in the room, and his advantage was simple. He wasn't playing their game. He was playing his own. December came, and with it snow and something Hadrian hadn't anticipated, the discovery that Hogwarts at Christmas was genuinely magical, not in the spells and potions sense. In the human sense. The Great Hall was decorated with 12 towering Christmas trees, each hung with ornaments that sang carols in tiny voices. Frost patterns crawled across the windows in designs that shifted and changed like living art. The armor suits in the corridors had been enchanted to sing. "O come, all ye faithful," to anyone who passed, though their harmonies were terrible and their tempo was worse. Most students went home for the holidays. Hadrian stayed. The quiet castle suited him, fewer eyes, fewer social calculations, more freedom to move and observe. Ron stayed too, his family visiting his brother Charlie in Romania, and the two of them spent the days exploring parts of the castle that were normally too crowded to investigate properly. It was during one of these explorations, Christmas night, well past midnight, that Hadrian found the Mirror of Air-Eyes. He'd been tracking an anomalous magical signature on the 4th floor, something that didn't match any of the castle's standard enchantments. It led him to an unused classroom, dusty and cold, and in the center of the room stood a mirror. It was tall, ornate, framed in gold, with an inscription carved across the top that read, when decoded, "I show not your face but your heart's desire." Hadrian stood before it and looked. He'd expected to see something strategic, Nazarick triumphant, perhaps, or his enemies defeated. Something that reflected his training, his ambitions, the calculated predator he'd been shaped into. Instead, he saw his mother, not Shalltear. His other mother, Lily Potter. She stood in the mirror, red hair like a sunset, green eyes exactly like his own. And she was smiling at him with a warmth so vast and so specific that it bypassed every defense he had. She was standing beside a man with messy black hair and glasses, James Potter, his father, and they were looking at him with the expression of parents who were proud beyond measure of the person their child had become. Behind them, dimly visible but present, stood Shalltear. Not glamored. Her true self, silver hair, crimson eyes, pale as moonlight. And she had one hand on Lily's shoulder, and Lily's hand was covering hers. and the two mothers were standing together as if they'd known each other forever. As if the barrier between life and undeath was nothing more than a curtain to be drawn aside, Hadrian stared at the image. Something moved behind his eyes. Not tears, vampires didn't cry, but a pressure that was heavy and warm and aching. He stood there for a long time, letting the image wash over him, letting himself feel what it meant. His heart's deepest desire wasn't power or victory or the conquest of his enemies. It was this, the people who loved him together at peace, united across the impossible distances that separated them. He reached out and touched the glass. It was cold. It doesn't do to dwell on dreams, Harry. Hadrian's hand dropped. He didn't turn. He'd heard the footsteps, felt the magical signature, long before the voice spoke. He'd let Dumbledore approach. He'd been curious how the old man would play this moment. Albus Dumbledore emerged from the shadows at the back of the classroom, his blue eyes gentle, his expression carrying the careful warmth of a grandfather settling into a familiar chair. He was in sleeping robes, or appeared to be, though Hadrian doubted the man had been asleep. This meeting wasn't accidental. The mirror was bait, as the stone was bait. Dumbledore had left it here knowing that Harry Potter would find it, knowing that the mirror would show him his parents, knowing that the emotional vulnerability would create an opening. It was a manipulation so elegant it was almost art. "Headmaster," Hadrian said. His voice was steady. "You found the mirror of Eyes." Dumbledore came to stand beside him, looking into the glass. "Many have been lost in its depths. Men have wasted away before it, unable to leave. Do you know what I see when I look in it? A pair of warm woolen socks, I'd imagine," Hadrian said dryly. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. Then he chuckled, a genuine, surprised laugh. An unexpectedly astute guess. "The truth is considerably more painful, but the sock's answer has a certain practical charm." He paused, letting the warmth settle. "What did you see, Harry?" "My parents," Hadrian said. It was true, if incomplete. Both sets, the old man's twinkle flickered. Both sets. "I was raised by a woman who loves me, Headmaster. She is my mother in every way that matters. But the woman who died for me in Godric's Hollow, she's my mother too." The mirror showed them together, at peace. Dumbledore was quiet. Hadrian could practically hear the recalculations happening behind those half-moon spectacles, the adjustments to the mental model, the shifting of strategy. The old man had expected the mirror to show a lonely boy pining for parents he'd never known, vulnerable, ripe for guidance. Instead, he'd found a boy with two mothers, a boy who was loved and knew it, a boy who looked at his heart's deepest desire and saw not absence but abundance. "Harry," Dumbledore said carefully, "I must ask, the woman who raised you is not a topic I'm willing to discuss with you." The words were polite, final, and utterly without warmth. Dumbledore absorbed them. "You don't trust me." "Should I?" Hadrian turned to face the headmaster for the first time, and his green eyes, Lily's eyes fixed in a face that gave nothing away, met the old man's blue ones squarely. "You sealed my parents' will. You allowed my godfather to be imprisoned without trial. You planned to place me with relatives my parents specifically excluded from guardianship. You've been watching me since I arrived at this school through portraits, enchanted objects, and at least one member of staff. And tonight you left a magical artifact in an unused classroom and waited in the dark for me to find it, hoping the emotional impact would make me receptive to your influence." The silence that followed was profound. Dumbledore didn't deny any of it. He stood perfectly still, his gaze fixed on Hadrian, and for the first time the grandfather mask slipped, just a crack, just for a moment, and the man beneath was visible. Old, tired, burdened by a weight of decisions that stretched back decades, each one made in service of a greater good that kept demanding greater costs. "Everything I did," Dumbledore said quietly, "was done to protect you. Everything you did was done to control me. There's a difference." Hadrian's voice held no anger. Anger was wasteful, and Dumbledore would have known how to handle it. This was worse. This was calm, comprehensive understanding, and it left no room for the old man to maneuver. "You had a plan, Headmaster." A prophecy child, raised in hardship, humble and self-sacrificing, ready to lay down his life when the time came. A weapon shaped by suffering and aimed at a dark wizard, and when that weapon was taken from you, you spent 10 years trying to get it back. That is not, am I wrong? Dumbledore opened his mouth, closed it. I'm not your weapon, Hadrian said. I'm not your pawn, I'm not the humble orphan you planned for, and I'm not going to sacrifice myself on your altar of the greater good. But I am going to deal with Voldemort because he murdered my parents and that debt is mine to collect. And when I deal with him, headmaster, I'm going to do it my way, not yours. He let that settle. Then he softened his tone, deliberately, strategically, because Dumbledore was still the most powerful wizard in Britain, and it served no purpose to make him an enemy. You're not evil, Professor, I know that. You genuinely believe your path saves the most lives, and you may even be right about some of it. But your methods require people to be pieces on a board, and I am no one's piece. Work with me as an equal or step aside, those are the options. Dumbledore looked at the 11-year-old standing before him, an 11-year-old who had just dismantled a decade of careful planning with the surgical precision of a master strategist, and something extraordinary happened. Something that had not happened to Albus Dumbledore in a very, very long time. He didn't know what to do. The moment stretched. The mirror of Air Eyes shimmered behind them, showing each of them images they couldn't share. The classroom was cold and dusty and silent except for the distant singing of enchanted armor in the corridor below. You are remarkably like your mother. Dumbledore said at last. Lily could see through people too. It was, I confess, one of the things that made me most grateful she was on our side. He paused, and most afraid that one day she wouldn't be. My mother saw through you, your mother saw through everyone. It was her gift and her burden. The old man's voice was tired now, stripped of performance. I will. Consider what you've said, Harry, truly consider it. The situation is more complex than you know. The prophecy, Voldemort's Horcruxes, the political landscape. I know about the Horcruxes. Dumbledore went very still. I have one in my head, headmaster, sealed, contained, and under control. I've known about it since I was old enough to understand what it was. And I know there are others. The soul was divided multiple times. Your great secret isn't as secret as you think. The old man looked at him with something that was no longer calculation or surprise. It was fear, not of Hadrian, of the implications. Of a prophecy child who was ahead of the game instead of behind it. Of a chess board where the most important piece had stepped off the board entirely and started playing a different game. Who told you about the Horcruxes? Dumbledore asked. People who care about me enough to trust me with the truth, something you might try sometime. Hadrian turned away from the mirror. Good night, Professor, and I'd move the mirror if I were you. The magic is addictive, and some of the younger students wander these halls at night. He walked out of the classroom without looking back, his footsteps echoing in the silent corridor, leaving the most powerful wizard in Britain standing alone in an empty room with a mirror that showed him his dead sister. Alive and forgiving. And the growing certainty that the world had changed while he wasn't looking. January brought Snape. Not the classroom Snape, the careful, antagonistic teacher performing his role within Dumbledore's framework. This was the other Snape, the real one, approaching Hadrian after a late-night potion study session with a directness that surprised them both. Stay, Potter. Hadrian stayed. The other students filed out, Draco glancing back with curiosity before the door closed and they were alone. Snape stood behind his desk, rigid as a pillar, and the war on his face was naked for once. No mask, no performance, just a man wrestling with something he'd been carrying for a decade. I spoke with the headmaster, Snape said. His voice was controlled but tight, each word selected and placed like ingredients in a volatile potion. About your conversation at Christmas. I assumed you would. You're his agent, after all. Snape's jaw tightened. I am no one's agent. You serve Dumbledore. You protect his interests. You spy on Slytherin House and report back to him. You're watching Quirrell on his orders. Shall I continue? How do you? Snape stopped himself. He took a breath. You are infuriatingly perceptive, I've been told. Snape moved around his desk and leaned against its front edge, arms crossed. Up close, without the performance, the man looked exhausted, dark circles beneath dark eyes, lines carved deep by years of maintaining a double life. He smelled of potions, ingredients, and old grief, and something sharp that Hadrian identified as self-loathing. "I served the Dark Lord," Snape said bluntly. "Willingly, at first. I was young, angry, and stupid, and he told me what I wanted to hear. By the time I understood what I'd become, it was too late to undo the damage. The only thing I could do, the only penance available, was to turn spy. To serve Dumbledore and work against the Dark Lord from within." "Why are you telling me this?" "Because Dumbledore told me what you said, that you know about the Horcruxes, that you intend to deal with the Dark Lord yourself, and that you see through every manipulative tactic the headmaster employs," which, something that might have been dark humor flickered across Snape's face, "makes you either the most dangerous student I've ever taught or the most refreshing." "Can't I be both?" Snape's mouth twitched. It wasn't quite a smile. "I knew your mother, Lily Evans. She was," his voice caught just barely a hairline fracture in the granite. "She was the best of us. I loved her. I lost her. I spent years punishing your father's memory for the crime of being chosen instead of me, and I planned to punish you for the crime of having his face. Planned to. You have her eyes, and her mind, and her ability to look at someone and see what they actually are instead of what they pretend to be." Snape's dark eyes held his gaze with a ferocity that was almost painful. "I don't know what you are, Potter. You're not what Dumbledore expected. You're not what anyone expected. But your mother trusted me once, and for her sake, only for hers, I'm telling you this. Quirrell is going to make his move soon. The wards on the 3rd floor have been tested to their limits. Whatever is down there, he's almost ready to take it." The Philosopher's Stone. Snape didn't react. "Whatever is down there, and when he moves, Dumbledore intends to let it happen. He wants to use the event to test you, to see what you'll do, how you'll react, whether you'll sacrifice yourself the way the prophecy suggests you should." "And what do you intend?" "I intend to be there when it happens." "Not for Dumbledore, not for you." Snape's voice dropped. "For Lily. I owed her a life debt, your life specifically. I've spent 10 years unable to pay it because you vanished from the face of the earth. Now you're back, and whatever comes through that door on the 3rd floor, I intend to stand between it and you. That's all." Hadrian studied the man for a long time. Severus Snape, bitter, complicated, brilliant, broken in ways that had never properly healed, standing in his dungeon classroom, offering his life to pay a debt to a dead woman, with the full knowledge that the boy in front of him might not need protecting at all. It was the bravest thing Hadrian had seen since arriving in this world. "Professor Snape," Hadrian said, "I appreciate the offer, sincerely. But when the time comes, you should stay out of my way. Not because I don't value your help, but because what's going to happen in that corridor is going to be beyond what you're prepared for. You don't know what I'm prepared for. No, but I know what I am, and what I'm going to do to Voldemort goes beyond anything this world has seen." Snape stared at him. The self-loathing and the exhaustion and the grief were all still there, but something new joined them, a bewilderment so profound it was almost comic. "You're 11, Snape said. "I know, it's very confusing for everyone." And Snape laughed. It was short, sharp, and startled out of him like a cough, and it might have been the first genuine laugh the man had produced in years. He cut it off almost immediately, but the damage was done. The ice had cracked, and something human was visible beneath. "Get out of my classroom, Potter." "You keep saying that, and you keep making it necessary." Hadrian left. Behind him, Severus Snape sat down at his desk, pressed his fingers to his temples, and tried to reconcile the Harry Potter he'd spent a decade imagining. James Potter's spoiled carbon copy. Arrogant and entitled, with the reality of the boy who just stood in his classroom and spoken to him like an equal. Like a person, he couldn't reconcile it. The two images didn't fit but Lily's eyes. Those, at least, were exactly right. The ministry came in February. Hadrian had been expecting it. His arrival at Hogwarts had sent ripples through the wizarding world that were still spreading. The boy who lived, missing for a decade, reappearing as a Slytherin with an unknown guardian, and a level of magical competence that his teacher's reports described in terms ranging from exceptional to deeply unsettling. The Daily Prophet had run 17 articles about him in 5 months, each more speculative than the last. His refusal to give interviews, his mysterious background, and his inexplicable sorting had turned him into the most talked-about figure in Wizarding Britain. The Ministry of Magic, predictably, wanted answers. They sent Cornelius Fudge. The Minister for Magic arrived at Hogwarts on a Tuesday morning, accompanied by 2 Aurors and a woman in pink who radiated the kind of bureaucratic malice that made Hadrian think of albedo on a bad day. Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary, was short, squat, and dressed in a shade of pink that was offensive to multiple senses simultaneously. She smiled constantly, and every smile was a lie. They met in Dumbledore's office. Hadrian was summoned from Transfiguration, which McGonagall clearly resented. She gave Fudge's messenger a look that could have curdled milk, and arrived to find the headmaster behind his desk, Fudge in a visitor's chair, Umbridge perched beside him like a pink toad, and the 2 Aurors flanking the door. "Harry, my boy," Fudge rose with the expansive warmth of a politician greeting a useful photo opportunity. He was round, florid, wearing a lime-green bowler hat that clashed magnificently with everything else in the room. "Wonderful to finally meet you." "Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic. I've been simply dying to, Minister. A pleasure." Hadrian shook the offered hand precisely, firm, brief, the handshake of someone who'd been taught diplomacy by an overlord. "And Madam Umbridge, I presume." Umbridge's smile widened. "Mr. Potter, what a delight. We've all been so worried about you. Vanishing for 10 years, the ministry conducted a most thorough search, you know, I'm aware. The search was thorough but unfortunately limited by the fact that I wasn't in this dimension." Silence. Fudge blinked. "Sorry, not in this. I was raised in another world, Minister, by my adoptive mother. I returned to attend Hogwarts and to take my place in Wizarding Society. I understand this raises questions, and I'm happy to address them, within reason." Fudge and Umbridge exchanged a look. Dumbledore, behind his desk, said nothing. He was watching this interaction with the sharp attention of a man who'd recognized that the situation had already moved beyond his control and was curious to see where it went. "Another world," Umbridge repeated. Her smile didn't waver, but her small eyes had gone hard. "How extraordinary, and your adoptive mother, she is a witch." "She is not. A muggle, then." "Neither. My mother is not from this world, as I said." Umbridge's smile tightened. "Mr. Potter, the ministry has certain obligations regarding the welfare of magical children. Your disappearance was a matter of national concern. We will need to establish the identity of your guardian, the nature of your upbringing, and my guardian's identity is private. My upbringing was exemplary. And the ministry's jurisdiction extends to magical Britain, Madam Umbridge. It does not extend to other dimensions, other worlds, or the private family arrangements of the Potter estate." Hadrian's voice was pleasant, calm, and lined with steel. "If the ministry wishes to pursue formal inquiries, I'm happy to direct them to my account manager at Gringotts, who will provide whatever documentation is legally required. I am a British-born wizard, enrolled at Hogwarts in good academic standing. Beyond that, I owe the ministry nothing." Fudge's mouth was opening and closing in a way that suggested his brain was several steps behind the conversation. Umbridge's smile had frozen, not dropped, frozen, which was somehow worse. "Now see here," Fudge began, "Minister." Hadrian turned the full weight of his attention on the man, and Fudge stopped talking. It wasn't magic, it was presence. The predator's gaze, refined and directed, the look of someone who was accustomed to being obeyed. "I understand you have concerns. I respect the ministry's role in wizarding governance, but I am not a fugitive, a criminal, or a threat to public safety. I am a student. If you have specific, legally grounded questions, you're welcome to submit them through proper channels, and I will answer them to the extent required by law." He paused, then added, "My solicitor at Gringotts will be happy to advise on what, precisely, the law requires." Fudge deflated. He was a man who governed through bluster and social pressure, and both tools had just bounced off an 11-year-old like tennis balls off a castle wall. He looked to Dumbledore for support, but the headmaster offered only a serene smile that helped no one. Umbridge, however, was not deflated. She was recalculating. Hadrian could see it in the set of her jaw, the slight narrowing of her eyes. She was a bureaucratic predator, patient and persistent, and she'd just identified a target she couldn't easily control. That made him a threat, and Dolores Umbridge dealt with threats the way she dealt with everything, through institutional power, applied slowly and relentlessly. "Of course, Mr. Potter," she said sweetly. "Through proper channels, we wouldn't dream of anything else." She was lying. Every word was a lie, dressed in pink and served with a smile. Hadrian smiled back, and his smile was the smile of someone who had been raised by creatures that ate liars for breakfast. The ministry delegation left. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, stroking Fawkes the Phoenix, and looked at Hadrian with an expression that had evolved considerably over the past 5 months, from calculating to confused to something that might have been approaching genuine respect. "You handled that well," the headmaster said. "Thank you. Umbridge will be a problem. Umbridge is a tool. The problem is whoever she answers to, and that's the pureblood faction in the Wisengamot, which means Lucius Malfoy and his allies. They want to control me because I'm a political asset. When they realize they can't, they'll try to discredit me. When that fails, they'll try to legislate me." Dumbledore studied him over his half-moon spectacles. "You really do know a great deal about our political landscape." "I do my research, headmaster, clearly." The old man was quiet for a moment. "Harry, after our conversation at Christmas, I've been reflecting on the things you said, on the validity of your criticisms." He paused, choosing words with obvious care. "You were right about all of it. I sealed the will. I allowed Sirius to go untried. I planned to place you with Petunia. I did these things believing they were necessary, and perhaps some of them were. But you were right that they were done without your consent, to serve my agenda, and that the agenda required you to be a certain kind of person that you are clearly, emphatically not." Hadrian waited. "I don't know how to work with you," Dumbledore admitted. "I've spent decades operating through agents and proxies, and carefully managed information. You are none of those things. You see through every tactic I employ, you have resources I can't identify, and you are approximately 60 years ahead of where any 11-year-old has a right to be. I don't know what to do with that. You could try honesty." Dumbledore blinked. "Honesty? Tell me what you know, about the prophecy, about Voldemort, about the Horcruxes. Share information freely instead of doling it out in calculated drops, designed to guide me toward conclusions you've already reached. Treat me as an ally, not a project." The headmaster was quiet for a long time. Then he opened a drawer, withdrew a small glass vial containing a silvery, flowing substance, and set it on the desk. "This is a memory," he said, "a prophecy spoken before your birth. I've kept it secret for 11 years, sharing it with no one, because I believed the fewer people who knew, the safer you would be." He pushed it across the desk. "Take it, watch it in the pensive, I'll teach you how, and then come back and we'll talk, honestly." Hadrian picked up the vial and held it to the light. The silvery substance swirled within, carrying the weight of fate and foresight and the old man's decades of burden. "Thank you, Professor," he said, and for the first time he meant it without reservation. He left Dumbledore's office with the prophecy in his pocket, and the sense that something had shifted, not a truce exactly, but the first tentative step toward an alliance built on mutual respect instead of mutual manipulation. It was a start. That night, he watched the prophecy in the pensive, a stone basin in Dumbledore's office that allowed memories to be viewed in full sensory detail. The memory was short, a woman's voice, raspy and trance-like, speaking words that dropped into the silence like stones into deep water. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives." The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. Hadrian emerged from the memory and sat in the headmaster's chair for a long time, turning the words over. Power the Dark Lord knows not. Voldemort knew about wizard magic. He knew about dark arts, about horcruxes, about every weapon this world possessed. He didn't know about Nazarick. He didn't know about vampiric magic, about negative energy manipulation, about a hybrid power system that operated on principles his world had never encountered. He didn't know about Shalltear Bloodfallen, or Aints Ul Gown, or the army of beings who stood behind Hadrian like a wall of living darkness. Power the Dark Lord knows not. The prophecy wasn't speaking metaphorically. It was speaking literally. Hadrian Bloodfallen smiled in the empty office, and somewhere in the castle, a fragment of Voldemort's soul shuddered without knowing why. Chapter 6. The Prince Descends. Quirrell made his move on a Thursday in June because evil never had good timing. Hadrian felt it happen. He was in the Slytherin common room, pretending to read a charms textbook while actually monitoring his surveillance web, when 3 of his sensor threads snapped simultaneously, the ones covering the 3rd-floor corridor. Not tripped, snapped. Someone had pushed through them with enough brute magical force to simply tear them apart, which meant the person doing it had stopped caring about subtlety. It was happening. Tonight, he closed the textbook and stood. The common room was mostly empty. It was past 10, and most students had gone to bed. Draco was dozing in an armchair by the fire, a half-finished essay on his lap. Daphne was across the room, reading something that was definitely not on the curriculum, her blue eyes tracking the pages with sharp focus. "Something wrong?" Daphne asked, because Daphne noticed everything. "I need to take care of something. If anyone asks, I went to bed early." She studied him for a moment, then nodded. She didn't ask what he was doing. That was one of the things Hadrian appreciated about Daphne Greengrass. She had the rare intelligence to know when not to ask questions. He left the common room and moved through the dungeons with purpose, ascending staircase after staircase, his vampiric senses stretched to their limits. The castle was quieter than usual, not naturally quiet, but suppressed, as if something was pressing down on the ambient noise. Hadrian recognized the effect, a wide area notice-me-not charm, layered over the 3rd floor and bleeding outward. Quirrell's work, or rather, Voldemort's. The Wraith was clearing the area, ensuring no wandering students or patrolling teachers would stumble into his operation. Smart. Not smart enough, Hadrian reached the 2nd floor and ducked into an alcove. He activated the communication mirror. Mother, Shalltear's face appeared instantly. She was in Nazarick, already armored, the Valkyrie lance across her back, her crimson eyes blazing. She'd been waiting, Hadrian realized. She'd felt something through whatever connection existed between them, that bond of blood and magic and 10 years of shared existence, and she'd prepared herself. "It's happening," he said. "I'm coming through." "Not yet, let me go in first. I need to see what's down there, the obstacles, the stone, Voldemort's full capabilities. If I need you, I'll call. If I don't call within 1 hour, come anyway." Shalltear's jaw tightened. He could see the war on her face, the mother who wanted to tear through dimensions and stand between her son and danger versus the warrior who understood the tactical value of intelligence gathering. 1 hour, she said. "Not a second more. 1 hour, I love you. I love you too. Now go kill him." The mirror went dark. Hadrian pocketed it and continued upward. The 3rd-floor corridor was silent. The wide area charm had done its work. The portraits along the walls were asleep, their occupants slumped in painted chairs, and the torches had dimmed to guttering embers. The door to the forbidden room stood open, its lock shattered. The magical wards that had protected it for months peeled away like skin from a fruit. Hadrian stepped through. The room beyond was large, stone-floored, and occupied by a creature that should have been terrifying. A 3-headed dog, enormous, each head the size of a small car, its body filling most of the chamber. A Cerberus, exactly as Shalltear had guessed. It was asleep, all 3 heads resting on massive paws, a harp playing itself in the corner. its enchanted strings producing a melody that kept the beast in slumber. Quirrell had already passed through. A trapdoor in the floor stood open, and the scent of the professor's nervous sweat trailed downward like a rope. Hadrian dropped through the trapdoor. He fell into darkness and landed on something soft and alive. Devil's Snare, a plant that constricted around anything that touched it, tightening with every struggle. The tendrils were already wrapping around his legs, his arms, reaching for his throat with the mindless hunger of a vegetable predator. He didn't struggle. He didn't need to. He pushed a pulse of negative energy through his body, just a fraction, barely a whisper, and the devil's snare recoiled as if it had been burned. The tendrils withered and retreated, opening a gap in the center of the plant mass that dropped him into the chamber below. He landed on his feet. The next room was full of flying keys, hundreds of them, glittering in the torchlight, swooping and diving around a broom that hung in midair. One key, old and heavy, with a bent wing where someone had already caught it, would open the door on the far side. Hadrian looked at the broom. He looked at the keys. He looked at the door. He walked to the door, placed his palm against the lock, and pushed a thread of magic into the mechanism. The lock was good, Flitwick's work, probably, clever and intricate, but it was designed to resist standard magical manipulation. Hadrian's magic wasn't standard. The hybrid energy, wizard magic threaded with vampiric negative energy, slipped through the lock's defenses like shadow through lattice, found the tumblers and turned them. The door opened. The keys swooped overhead, bewildered, their entire purpose rendered irrelevant. The next chamber was a giant chessboard. Life-sized pieces stood in formation, black and white, the stone figures radiating the particular menace of things that were animated and violent. The remains of a game were visible. Several white pieces lay shattered on the floor, and the Black Queen was splashed with what might have been stone dust or might have been something worse. Quirrell had played through. Badly, judging by the damage, Hadrian walked across the board without stopping. The black pieces turned to face him, the knights raising their swords, the rooks grinding forward, the queen lifting her stone arms. They were responding to an unauthorized crossing, preparing to enforce the rules of the game. Hadrian looked at the Black Queen. She was the most powerful piece on the board, 10 feet of carved stone radiating hostile magical energy. He kept walking. The queen swung. Her stone arms scythed through the air where Hadrian's head would have been, if he'd been moving at human speed. But he'd already shifted, a blur of motion that left the queen striking empty air, and then he was past her, past the board at the door on the far side, and the pieces ground to a halt behind him, confused by a target that simply hadn't been there when they'd tried to hit it. The next room reeked. A mountain troll lay unconscious on the floor, bigger than the one from Halloween, a lump the size of a boulder swelling on its head. Quirrell had dealt with this one through brute force. The smell of offensive magic hung in the air, sharp and acrid. Hadrian stepped over the troll's outstretched arm and moved on. The next chamber was Snape's contribution. A table of potions bottles, a riddle in verse, a line of black fire blocking the way forward and purple fire blocking the way back. Logic, not magic. The puzzle required deductive reasoning to identify which bottle would allow safe passage. Hadrian read the riddle, identified the correct bottle in under 10 seconds, and drank it. The potion was ice cold going down and tasted like licorice. The black fire parted for him, and he stepped through into the final chamber, and there was Quirrell. The professor stood before a mirror, the mirror of Air-Eyes, moved here from the classroom where Hadrian had found it at Christmas. Of course. Dumbledore had used the mirror as the final defense, hiding the stone within it. The mirror showed you your heart's desire, and only someone who wanted to find the stone but not use it would be able to retrieve it. Quirrell's back was to Hadrian. He was muttering, running his hands over the mirror's frame, his stutter completely gone. I see myself presenting the stone to my master, but how do I get it? The mirror gives the stone to those who want to find it, not use it, Hadrian said. It's a clever defense. You'll never get it that way, Quirrell spun. His wand came up, his eyes wide, and for a moment he looked like the stuttering fool he'd pretended to be all year. Then the mask fell away, and the man beneath was sharp-eyed, hard-jawed, and vibrating with the dark energy of the thing riding him. "Potter," his voice was different without the stutter, cold, precise, almost elegant. "I should have known you'd come. The Dark Lord said you would. The Dark Lord says a lot of things, most of them self-serving. You have no idea what the Dark Lord is capable of. Let me speak to him." The voice came from Quirrell, but it wasn't Quirrell's voice. It was deeper, rougher, rasping with the effort of projecting through a host body, and it came from the back of the man's head. Hadrian felt his Horcrux fragment lurch behind the seal, not painfully, but urgently, the way a compass needle swings toward north. Quirrell reached up with trembling hands and unwound his turban. The fabric fell away, revealing the back of his skull, and there, pressed into the skin like a face pushing through a membrane, was Voldemort. The face was barely human. Chalk-white skin stretched over sharp bones, slitted nostrils, eyes that glowed crimson like embers in a dead fire. It was a face that had been handsome once, before its owner had carved away his humanity in pursuit of immortality, and now it looked like what it was, a fragment, a remnant, a ghost wearing someone else's skin. "Harry Potter," Voldemort whispered, "we meet again." Hadrian looked at the face of the man who had murdered his parents, and he felt the weight of that history settle onto him, not as a burden but as a focus, a lens that sharpened everything to crystal clarity. This was the being who had stood over Lily Potter's body and pointed a wand at her infant son. This was the monster who had shattered his own soul 6 times over rather than face the natural end that came for all things. This was the great terror of the wizarding world, the name that made grown wizards flinch, the shadow that had hung over Britain for a generation. He looked pathetic. Not because he was weak, even as a wraith, Voldemort radiated a magical intensity that would have been impressive by this world's standards, but Hadrian had been raised in Nazareth. He'd trained with Cocytus. He'd studied under Aints Ul Gown. He'd sparred with elder vampires and debated strategy with a demon whose intellect could reshape civilizations. The scale of his experience made Voldemort look like what he was, a talented wizard of a minor magical world who had mistaken local power for cosmic significance. "You look terrible." Hadrian said conversationally, Voldemort's crimson eyes narrowed. "Insolent boy, do you know what I am, what I've done? I am Lord Voldemort. I have conquered death itself. You've hidden from death. There's a difference." Hadrian tilted his head, studying the wraith with clinical interest. "You tore your soul apart and stuffed the pieces into objects like a squirrel hiding nuts. That's not conquering death, Tom. That's running from it so frantically you forgot to live." The name landed like a slap. Tom, his birth name. The mundane, ordinary name of a mundane, ordinary boy from a London orphanage, and Voldemort's wraith-like face contorted with a fury so intense it warped the air. "Do not call me by that name. I'll call you what you are. Tom Marvolo Riddle. A half-blood orphan with a talent for magic and a terror of his own mortality. I know your history, I know your Horcruxes, I know what you did to my parents and what you tried to do to me." Hadrian's voice didn't rise. It dropped, low, steady, carrying the weight of Nazareth's depths. "And I know that you came here tonight because you're desperate, possessing a failing host, dependent on a stone you can't reach, with your soul in pieces scattered across Britain. You're not a Dark Lord, Tom, you're a ghost begging for scraps." The silence that followed was absolute. Even the mirror seemed to hold its breath. Then Voldemort smiled, a terrible, stretched thing that split Quirrell's stolen face like a wound. "You know about the Horcruxes. Interesting. Then you know that while they exist, I cannot die. You can destroy this host, you can drive me from this castle, but I will return. I will always return, and when I do, I will find you, and I will finish what I started in that nursery." "No," Hadrian said. "You won't." He moved to Quirrell's eyes, to Voldemort's eyes. Hadrian simply vanished. One moment the boy was standing 10 feet away. The next, a hand was around Quirrell's throat, and the world had rearranged itself without the courtesy of transition. Quirrell's wand came up. Fast, to his credit, the man had been a competent wizard before Voldemort hollowed him out and survival instincts ran deep. A killing curse formed on his lips, the first syllable of Avada Kedavra shaped in the air, crackling with lethal green energy. Hadrian's free hand caught Quirrell's wand arm and snapped it at the wrist. The wand clattered to the floor. The killing curse dissolved, its caster's focus shattered by a pain that dropped Quirrell to his knees, but the pain was already secondary. Something else was happening, something that neither Quirrell nor Voldemort had anticipated. Where Hadrian's skin touched Quirrell's, the professor's flesh was burning, not metaphorically. Literally. Blisters erupted along Quirrell's throat where Hadrian's fingers gripped. The skin blackened, cracked, began to flake away like paper in a fire. Quirrell screamed, a raw, animal sound that echoed off the chamber walls, and Voldemort's face on the back of his head twisted in shock. Hadrian felt it too. Heat, blazing through his hands, pouring from his skin into Quirrell's body. Not wizard magic, not vampiric energy. Something deeper, something that lived in the blood, in the bones. A protection laid down 15 years ago by a woman who loved her son enough to die for him, woven into his very cells, activated by contact with the being who had killed her, Lily's protection. Still there. Still burning after everything, after the vampiric transformation, after 10 years in Nazarick, after every change that had been wrought on the boy she died to save. Her love was in his blood, and it was fire to the thing that had murdered her. Hadrian hadn't known. The transformation, the Horcrux seal, the layers of magic that defined his existence. He'd assumed the blood protection was gone, overwritten, consumed by stronger forces. He'd been wrong. It had been there all along, dormant, waiting for this exact moment. He let go of Quirrell's throat and stepped back. Quirrell collapsed, gasping, his hands clawing at his ruined neck. The burns were spreading, not just from the point of contact but from within, as if the protection had gotten inside him and was consuming him from the core. The man's screams took on a higher pitch as the burning reached his face, his chest, his arms. Voldemort understood what was happening before his host did. "Kill the boy," the Wraith shrieked. "Kill him now," Quirrell lunged, mindless, desperate, driven by the Wraith's terror. He grabbed for Hadrian with both hands, one broken and one whole, and Hadrian let him. The contact was devastating. Both of Quirrell's hands erupted in flame, not the orange flame of combustion, but a white gold fire that had no heat for Hadrian and nothing but agony for the man who touched him. Quirrell's fingers disintegrated. His palms crumbled. The fire raced up his arms, and the professor's screams became something beyond human language, a sound of absolute destruction. Hadrian caught the dying man and lowered him to the ground, because even now, even in this moment of violent ending, he was what Shalltear and Aints had raised him to be, deliberate, controlled, never cruel for cruelty's sake. Quirrell looked up at him with eyes that were already going blank. The fire was consuming him from within, Lily's love burning through Voldemort's possession like sunlight through shadow, and the man underneath, the real Quirrell, the professor who had been before the Wraith took him, surfaced for just a moment in those fading eyes. "I'm sorry," Quirrell whispered. "I wasn't strong enough." "No," Hadrian said quietly. "You weren't, but you didn't deserve this." Quirrell's body crumbled. Not like a body dying, like a body being unmade, its fundamental structure dissolving as the protection consumed the dark magic that was all that had been holding it together. In seconds, there was nothing left but dust and ash and the scorched outline of a man on the stone floor. And from the dust, something rose. The Wraith tore free of its destroyed host with a shriek of fury that rattled the stones. It was formless, shapeless, a cloud of dark smoke and malevolent energy, Voldemort's disembodied soul fragment spinning in the air like a wounded animal. Crimson eyes burned within the smoke, fixed on Hadrian with a hatred so pure it was almost beautiful. "This isn't over, boy." "Yes," Hadrian said, "it is." He dropped his glamour. The change was subtle from the outside, pale skin going paler, green eyes ringed with crimson, features sharpening to their true predatory architecture. But the magical shift was seismic. The suppression that the glamour maintained, keeping his true power muted to human standard levels, fell away, and the full weight of what Hadrian Bloodfallen actually was flooded the chamber like a tide. Wizard magic and vampiric negative energy fused into a single unified system, amplified by a decade of training under the most powerful beings in existence. A magical core deeper than anything this world had ever produced, supercharged by a contained Horcrux that fed his reserves like a reactor. The blood protection of a mother's sacrifice woven into his cells, burning white-hot against the darkness. And beneath it all, the aura of Nazarick itself, the faintest echo of the great tomb's power, carried in the undead blood of its youngest prince. Voldemort's wraith recoiled. For the first time in its miserable existence, the thing that had terrorized wizarding Britain experienced genuine, existential terror, not the abstract fear of death that had driven it to create Horcruxes, but the immediate, visceral recognition of something that was simply, fundamentally, irrevocably beyond it. "What are you?" the wraith breathed. "I'm Harry Potter," Hadrian said. "I'm Hadrian Bloodfallen. I'm the son of Lily and James Potter, who you murdered. I'm the son of Shalltear Bloodfallen, who found me in the ruins you left behind. I'm the student of Aints Ul Gown, the overlord of the great tomb of Nazarick, and I am the last thing you will ever see if you don't run. Right now." The wraith hesitated. Its crimson eyes blazed with the instinct to attack, to destroy, to reassert dominance over the child it had marked as its nemesis. Voldemort had never run from anything. Voldemort did not flee. Hadrian raised one hand, and the air around his fingers ignited with hybrid energy, gold and black and crimson. A tricolor storm of magic that no being in this world could have produced, and the wraith made its choice. It fled. The smoke contracted, condensed, and shot upward through the ceiling like a bullet, phasing through stone and ward and sky, screaming as it went, a wail of fury and fear and promise that echoed through the castle's foundations and was gone. The chamber was silent. Hadrian stood alone in the dust of Quirrell's remains, his hand still raised, the energy dissipating from his fingers like smoke. The mirror of Air Eyes stood behind him, and in its surface he could see his reflection. Pale, sharp-featured green and crimson eyes burning in the torchlight, and behind his reflection, dimly visible, two women standing together. One with red hair and one with silver, both watching with expressions of fierce, burning pride. He lowered his hand and turned to the mirror, the stone. That was why he was here, not just for Voldemort, but for the prize that Dumbledore had hidden and Voldemort had sought. Hadrian walked to the mirror and stood before it, and he thought carefully about what he wanted: not to use the stone, not to make gold or brew immortality elixirs. He wanted to find it, to take it, to study it, to present it to Aints as intelligence about this world's magical capabilities. He wanted it as a trophy and a tool, nothing more. The mirror shimmered. In the reflection, his image smiled and reached into its pocket and produced a blood-red stone the size of a fist. The reflection winked and placed the stone back in its pocket. Hadrian felt a weight materialize in his real pocket. He reached in and pulled out the Philosopher's Stone. It was smaller than he'd expected, maybe the size of a large marble, warm to the touch, pulsing with an alchemical energy that was dense and rich and utterly unlike anything in Nazarick's repertoire. He could feel its potential: transmutation, life extension, the fundamental manipulation of matter and time. It was extraordinary. He pocketed it and headed for the door. The obstacles were easier in reverse. The fire potion wasn't needed going backward, the chessboard didn't activate for return trips, the devil's snare had already retreated, and the flying keys were just keys. The Cerberus was still asleep, the harp still playing its enchanted melody. Hadrian emerged into the third-floor corridor and found Severus Snape standing in his path. The potion's master was breathing hard, his wand drawn, his eyes wild. He'd clearly run here. His robes were disheveled, his hair more unkempt than usual, and there was a gash on his left hand that was seeping blood. He'd gotten past the obstacles already and then turned back, probably when he felt the shockwave of magic that Hadrian's unmasking had sent through the castle's ward structure. Potter, Snape's voice was ragged. What happened? I felt. The wards registered a massive magical event. Quirrell, dead. Voldemort's wraith fled. The stone is secure. Hadrian held up the blood-red stone, then pocketed it again. You're bleeding, Professor. Snape looked at his hand as if noticing the wound for the first time. The dog, filthy beast. He stared at Hadrian, and the wildness in his eyes gradually settled into something more controlled. But beneath the control, Hadrian could see it. Snape had run here expecting to find a dead child. He'd run here to pay Lily's debt, to stand between her son and darkness, and he'd arrived to find the darkness already defeated by the boy he'd spent 5 months trying to understand. You're unharmed, Snape said. It was almost an accusation, completely. Quirrell is dead, completely. And the Dark Lord fled, disembodied, terrified, and heading for the Albanian forests if his pattern holds. He'll possess animals, hide, lick his wounds. It'll be years before he can attempt a return. Snape stared at him for a long, charged moment. Then he leaned against the corridor wall, ran his uninjured hand through his hair, and said something that Hadrian had never heard him say before. Thank God, it was raw, unpracticed. The prayer of a man who'd spent a decade waiting for the other shoe to drop and had just heard it land without causing catastrophe. Come with me, Snape said, pushing off the wall. Dumbledore will want to know. He'll have felt the ward disturbance. Dumbledore already knows. Hadrian nodded toward the end of the corridor, where a figure had materialized from the shadows with the silent grace of a very old, very powerful wizard who had been watching and waiting and choosing his moment. Albus Dumbledore walked toward them, and his face was a study in contradictions. Relief warred with something deeper, not anger, not disappointment, but the particular anguish of a man confronting the failure of a plan he'd invested everything in. Harry. His voice was heavy. Tell me, Hadrian told him. All of it, Quirrell's assault on the obstacles, the confrontation in the final chamber, the burning effect of Lily's blood protection, the wraith's flight. He told it cleanly, without embellishment, the way Aints had taught him to deliver intelligence reports. Facts first, analysis second, emotion never. When he described the blood protection activating, Dumbledore's eyes closed. A tremor passed through his aged frame, quick, suppressed, but visible. Your mother's love, the headmaster murmured, after everything. After the transformation, the vampiric nature, the years in another world, her protection survived. I thought, I feared, that turning me into a vampire would destroy it. Hadrian shook his head. It's not a spell, headmaster. It's not a ward or an enchantment. It's woven into my blood, into my very being. My mother's love isn't magic that can be overwritten. It's part of who I am. Dumbledore opened his eyes. They were bright. Wet, yes, he said softly. I see that now. There was a pause. Then Hadrian reached into his pocket and produced the Philosopher's Stone. He held it out on his palm, the red stone glowing warmly in the torchlight. Dumbledore looked at it. Snape looked at it. Neither of them moved. I assume this belongs to Nicholas Flamel, Hadrian said. And I assume you'll want to return it to him. He was offering, a gesture of good faith from one strategist to another. Dumbledore reached out and took the stone. His fingers closed around it and something passed between them, not magic, not words, but an understanding. A bridge, fragile and tentative, spanning the gap between an old man who'd spent his life playing chess with the world and a young man who'd been raised by beings that transcended it. Thank you, Harry, Dumbledore said, for the stone, and for handling this more gracefully than I had any right to expect. I had good teachers. Dumbledore's twinkle returned, not the calculated warmth of the manipulator, but something realer, something earned. Yes, I'm beginning to appreciate just how good. Snape stood between them, watching the exchange with the expression of a man who was witnessing history and wasn't entirely sure he wanted to be. I'll take the stone to Flamel personally, Dumbledore said, pocketing it. He and I have much to discuss. The defenses clearly need to be reconsidered. He turned to Snape. Severus, please see Harry back to his dormitory and have Madame Pomfrey look at that hand. It's a scratch. Severus. Fine. They walked, Snape and Hadrian, side by side through the quiet corridors of a castle that was slowly settling back into its normal rhythms. The wide area notice me not charm was fading, the torches brightening, the portraits stirring in their frames. By morning, the castle would feel normal again, and most of its inhabitants would never know what had happened in the chamber beneath the third floor. You didn't need my help. Snape said as they descended toward the dungeons. It wasn't a question, no. You didn't need Dumbledore's trap or his obstacles or his clever mirror defense. No, you could have dealt with this weeks ago, months ago. Yes, Snape's jaw worked. Then why did you wait? Because destroying Quirrell wasn't the point. The point was understanding Voldemort, his methods, his psychology, his capabilities. The point was letting Dumbledore see that his strategies were insufficient and that he needed to change his approach. And the point was establishing myself not as a pawn in someone else's game, but as an independent actor who resolves threats on his own terms. Hadrian glanced at the potion's master. Also, I wanted to see if you'd actually run to that corridor to protect me. You did, that matters. Snape was silent for a long time. Your mother would be proud of you, he said at last. Both of them, I suspect. Thank you, Professor. They reached the entrance to the Slytherin common room. Snape paused, clearly wrestling with something. Over the summer, he said slowly, I intend to begin researching methods for tracking the Dark Lord's remaining Horcruxes. Dumbledore has some leads. If you have additional resources that might contribute to that effort, send me an owl, Hadrian said. We'll talk. Snape nodded, turned, paused again. Get some sleep, Potter. You've earned it. He swept away into the dungeon corridors, robes billowing, and Hadrian watched him go and thought about a man who'd loved a woman he'd lost and spent his entire life trying to make amends. It wasn't redemption. Not yet. But it was a road, and Snape was walking it, and that was enough. Hadrian entered the common room. It was empty now, even Daphne had gone to bed. The green light of the lake filtered through the windows, casting shifting patterns on the walls and ceiling, and the silence was the comfortable kind, the silence of a place that held you. He sat in his favorite chair and breathed. It was done. Voldemort's wraith was gone, driven from its host and from the castle, scattered to the winds. Quirrell was dead, the stone was safe, and the wizarding world's bogeyman had been reduced to a formless, fleeing shadow by an 11-year-old boy who hadn't even needed to use his full strength. The thought settled over Hadrian like a blanket, and with it came something unexpected, melancholy, not for Voldemort, for Quirrell. For a man who'd been weak enough to be used and hadn't deserved the end he'd gotten. For the students who'd been unwitting pawns in a game between Dumbledore and a wraith. For the entire wizarding world, which was so fragile, so vulnerable, so utterly unprepared for the things that lurked beyond its borders. Aints had told him that power carried responsibility. Shalltear had told him that mercy was the privilege of the strong. Standing at the intersection of those two lessons, Hadrian Bloodfallen made a decision. He would protect this world. Not because it was his, it wasn't, not really. Nazarick was his home, but because it had been his parents' world and their sacrifice had given him everything, and the debt he owed them could only be repaid by safeguarding what they'd loved. He would destroy Voldemort's Horcruxes, one by one, methodically, with the full resources of Nazarick behind him. He would dismantle the political corruption that allowed men like Lucius Malfoy to walk free while Sirius Black rotted in prison. He would reform Hogwarts, or at least protect its students from the negligence of leaders who used children as chess pieces. And he would do it all without apology, without hiding, and without pretending to be anything less than what he was, a vampire prince. A wizard, a son of Nazarick. A son of Lily Potter, all of these things and none of them less than the others. He activated the communication mirror one final time. Mother, Shalltear's face appeared. She'd been pacing. He could tell from the slight flush of agitation in her cheeks and the way her silver hair was slightly disheveled. It's done, he said. Quirrell is dead, Voldemort's wraith fled, I'm unharmed. The relief that flooded Shalltear's face was so vast and so raw that it made her look almost human. Tell me everything, he did. Every detail, every moment, every sensation. When he described Lily's blood protection activating, the fire that poured from his hands and consumed Quirrell, Shalltear went very still. Your birth mother's magic, she said softly, still protecting you after all this time. After everything, yes, it's in my blood. The transformation didn't destroy it, nothing could. Shalltear was quiet for a moment, then she said something that Hadrian had never heard from her before, something that surprised him so completely he nearly dropped the mirror. Thank you, Lily, Shalltear whispered, for saving him. For giving him to me. The words hung in the air between dimensions, a bridge of gratitude spanning the distance between a dead woman and an undead one, connected by a boy they both loved. Hadrian's eyes stung. Vampires didn't cry. He was absolutely certain of that. Come home for the summer. Shalltear said, her voice steady again, the moment of vulnerability folded away like a letter into an envelope. Ain't Sama will want a full debrief. And Cocytus has been designing new training regimens. He says your reflexes are getting adequate, which I think means he's proud. I'll be home soon. A few more days, the end-of-year feast, exams, closing ceremonies. I need to maintain appearances. Of course, and Hadrian. Yes, your birth mother's protection. It's part of you, part of what makes you you. I want you to know that I've never once, not for a single moment, resented her place in your heart. She loved you first. She died for you. That doesn't compete with what we have. It completes it. The mirror's glass was small, the image imperfect, but Hadrian could see his mother's face clearly. The crimson eyes, the silver hair, the expression of a woman who had walked into a ruined house in a foreign world and chosen a crying baby and never once looked back. I know, Mother, he said. I've always known. The mirror went dark. Hadrian tucked it away, leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. The end-of-year feast was 3 days later, and it was chaos, not the violent kind, the political kind. News of the incident on the 3rd floor had spread through the student body with the speed and accuracy of all school rumors, which was to say, very fast and not at all accurate. The most popular version had Harry Potter fighting a dragon. The second most popular had him discovering a secret chamber full of gold. The third, which was closest to the truth, had him confronting a dark wizard, and this one was popular enough that the entire school kept staring at him with a mixture of awe and uncertainty that made mealtimes exhausting. Dumbledore handled it with characteristic finesse. At the feast, he announced that Professor Quirrell had departed Hogwarts due to health concerns, and that the position of defense against the dark arts teacher would be filled over the summer. He said nothing about Voldemort, nothing about the stone, nothing about the confrontation. He simply moved on, the way old politicians always did, smoothing over disruption with the practiced ease of someone who'd been managing narratives since before most of the room's occupants were born. But he did something else, too. At the end of his speech, as the house points were tallied and the banners unfurled, Dumbledore paused and looked directly at Hadrian across the length of the Great Hall. I would also like to acknowledge, the headmaster said, his voice carrying the quiet weight of genuine sincerity, the exceptional courage and capability demonstrated by certain students this year under circumstances that tested them far beyond what should ever be expected of young people. Hogwarts is made stronger by those who choose to act when action is needed, regardless of personal risk. It wasn't a public acknowledgement, not specifically. But every eye in the room slid toward Hadrian, and the message was clear. Dumbledore knew what had happened, and he was expressing gratitude in the only way his complicated, secretive nature allowed. Hadrian inclined his head. A fraction of an inch, just enough to be seen. At the Gryffindor table, Hermione caught his eye and smiled. Ron gave him a thumbs-up so enthusiastic he nearly knocked over his pumpkin juice. Neville, sitting beside them, looked at Hadrian with an expression that was equal parts admiration and determination. The look of a boy who'd seen someone stand up to darkness and was quietly resolving to do the same. At the Slytherin table, Daphne Greengrass raised her goblet a fraction, a toast so subtle that only Hadrian noticed. Draco, beside her, was babbling about summer plans, and how his father would want Hadrian to visit the manor, oblivious to the undercurrents but genuinely enthusiastic about the friendship he'd found. The feast ended. Students filed out to finish packing, to exchange addresses and promises to write, to perform the annual rituals of departure that made the end of a school year feel like both a conclusion and a beginning. Hadrian lingered. He sat at the empty Slytherin table as the great hall cleared, looking up at the enchanted ceiling where summer stars were beginning to appear in a sky of deepening blue. The candles guttered, the portraits dozed. The castle settled around him, ancient and patient, whispering with the accumulated memories of 1,000 years of children who had come and gone and left their marks. He'd miss it. Not the way he missed Nazareth. Nothing could compete with home, but in its own way, for its own reasons. Hogwarts had given him something Nazareth couldn't, a taste of the ordinary. Friendships that weren't built on hierarchies of power, arguments about homework, laughter in corridors. The simple, irreplaceable experience of being young among the young, of belonging to something not because you were powerful but because you were present. He stood, pushed in his chair, and walked toward the entrance hall. Hagrid was there. The half-giant stood just inside the main doors, his hands twisting the hem of his enormous coat, his beetle-black eyes red-rimmed. He'd been waiting. Hadrian could tell from the set of his shoulders, the tension of a man who'd been building up to something for hours and wasn't sure he'd have the nerve to see it through. "Harry." Hagrid's voice was thick. I know you're busy, but I wanted to, before ye go." He stopped, swallowed hard. "Tried again. I was there that night, the night ye were taken. I was supposed to bring ye to Dumbledore, bring ye to your aunts, and I failed. That woman, your mother, she took ye right out of my hands and I couldn't stop her, and I've spent 10 years thinking about it, every day. What I could have done different, what might have happened if I'd been stronger or faster or, Hagrid." Hadrian stepped forward and put a hand on the half-giant's arm, a small hand on a massive forearm, the scale absurd, the gesture not. "You didn't fail. You were outmatched by something beyond your comprehension, and you tried to fight it anyway. That's not failure, that's courage." Hagrid's face crumpled. "But ye were just a baby, and she was my mother. She is my mother. She took me to a place where I was loved and protected and educated and raised into someone who could walk into this school and handle everything that was thrown at him. She gave me a life, Hagrid, a good life, the best life." The half-giant was crying openly now, great silent tears that ran into his beard, and Hadrian let him. Let the moment be what it needed to be, a decade of guilt and grief finding its resolution in a conversation on a summer evening. "Ye turned out all right," Hagrid managed at last. "More than all right. Your parents would be so proud, Harry. James and Lily, they'd be so proud." "I know they would." Hadrian squeezed the massive arm. "And they'd be proud that you were there that night, that you cared enough to come for me, that you never stopped caring." Hagrid pulled him into a hug that was like being embraced by a small mountain, and Hadrian let it happen. And for a moment, the great hall and the politics and the prophecies fell away, and there was just a gentle man and a boy he'd spent 10 years worrying about. And the simple human miracle of a wound beginning to heal. When Hagrid released him, carefully, always carefully, he pressed something into Hadrian's hand. A photo album, leather-bound, heavy with pictures, made it fur ye, Hagrid said, wiping his nose on his sleeve. "Your parents. Photos from people who knew him, thought ye might like to have it." Hadrian opened the album. The first photo showed James and Lily Potter on their wedding day, laughing, waving at the camera, so alive and so young that it made his chest ache. They moved in the photo. Wizard Photographs did that, apparently. And Lily turned to James and said something that made him throw his head back and laugh, and then they both waved at the camera again as if they were waving at their son, across years and death and everything between. "Thank you, Hagrid," Hadrian said, and his voice was steady because it needed to be. "This is the best gift anyone has ever given me." Hagrid beamed through his tears. "Ye come see me next year, all right, I'll make ye tea. And don't eat the rock cakes, they're terrible, but don't tell no one I said that. Secret's safe with me." They parted. Hadrian walked out of the castle into the warm evening, the photo album under his arm, and the June sun hung low over the Scottish Highlands, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose, and the lake was a mirror of color, and the world was beautiful. The Hogwarts Express left the next morning. Hadrian shared a compartment with Ron, Hermione, and Neville, and the journey was everything it should have been: laughter and sweets from the trolley and arguments about whose summer plans were better and promises to write. "You'll come to the Burrow, won't you?" Ron asked, his face bright with hope. "Mum's been dying to meet you. She'll cook so much you'll need a wheelbarrow to get home." "I'd like that, and you'll write," Hermione pressed, "properly with details, not just 'I'm fine' and nothing else. I'll write properly, I promise." "And you'll—" Neville started, then stopped, suddenly shy. "I'll write to you too, Neville." Neville went pink with pleasure. "Thanks, Harry." The train pulled into King's Cross. The platform was a chaos of parents and trunks and shouted goodbyes. Hadrian watched Ron be engulfed by a wave of Weasleys. A short, fierce woman who must have been his mother. A tall, balding man who was his father. A set of identical twins who immediately began embarrassing him. Hermione was greeted by two people in sensible clothes who looked slightly bewildered by the magic but delighted by their daughter. Neville's grandmother, a formidable woman in a vulture hat, swept him away with brisk affection. Hadrian watched them go, these people he'd found in a world he'd been born in and left behind, and he felt the dual pull of two homes, one above and one below, one of light and chaos and one of dark and order. He stepped through the barrier into Muggle King's Cross, walked 3 blocks to a side street and stopped. She was waiting for him. Shalltear Bloodfallen stood in the shadows of a London alleyway, unglamoured, silver hair catching the afternoon light, crimson eyes bright. She wore a dark dress and an expression of such naked, overwhelming love that it transformed her entire face from beautiful to transcendent. "Mother," Hadrian said, "my darling." He dropped his trunk and ran to her, and she caught him. And for a moment they held each other in a London alley while pigeons cooed on the rooftops and a bus grumbled past, and the mundane world continued around them. Oblivious to the vampire and her prince standing at the intersection of two realities. "Let me see you," Shalltear said, pulling back, holding him at arm's length. You've grown so much in just 1 year, 9 months, Mother, an eternity." She cupped his face. "Look at you. My little prince, not so little anymore, always little, always mine." She brushed his hair from his forehead, her cold fingers tracing the line of the scar with the tender familiarity of a gesture she'd made 10,000 times. Ready to come home, more than anything. The dimensional gap opened behind her, a seam in reality that smelled of ancient stone and deep magic, and the only place in any world that Hadrian Bloodfallen truly belonged. They stepped through together, mother and son, vampire and prince, two beings who had found each other in the ruins of a murdered family's home and had built something extraordinary from the wreckage. The gap closed behind them, and London returned to normal, and the wizarding world turned its attention to the long summer ahead. At Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore sat in his office and read the letter that Harry Potter had left on his desk. A formal, precise, unexpectedly warm note thanking the headmaster for his hospitality, acknowledging their shared challenges, and proposing a framework for cooperation that treated both parties as equals. Dumbledore read it 3 times, then set it down and stared out the window at the lake, and something that might have been hope stirred in his ancient, weary heart. At number 12, Grimmauld Place, a house elf named Creature muttered to himself about the noble House of Black, and somewhere in Azkaban, a prisoner named Sirius Black stared at the ceiling of his cell and didn't know that his godson was alive and powerful and coming for him. In the forests of Albania, a wraith that had once been the most feared wizard in Britain hid in the body of a snake and nursed its hatred and planned, and did not understand that the boy it had tried to kill was something beyond its comprehension, something born of 2 worlds, raised by the dead, forged in the darkness of a tomb that even death feared. And in the great tomb of Nazareth, in a chamber of velvet and silver deep beneath the earth, Hadrian Bloodfallen sat with his mother and showed her the photo album that Hagrid had given him. Shalltear held the book in her lap and looked at the pictures of James and Lily Potter, laughing, dancing, holding their baby son. And she didn't cry because vampires didn't cry, but she held the album very carefully. And she turned each page with a gentleness that she showed to almost nothing else in any world. She was beautiful, Shalltear said, looking at Lily. She was, Hadrian agreed. He was handsome. You have his hair. Unfortunately, Shalltear laughed. She closed the album and held it to her chest for a moment, then handed it back to Hadrian with a solemnity that made the gesture feel like a ritual. Keep it safe, she said. It's part of who you are. Hadrian took it. All of it is, he said. Both worlds, both mothers. Everything I am comes from both sides of that gap between dimensions, and I wouldn't change any of it. Shalltear looked at her son, the boy she'd rescued, the prince she'd raised, the young man who was becoming something unprecedented in any world, and she smiled. Neither would I, my darling. She said, neither would I. The great tomb of Nazareth hummed around them, ancient and patient and eternal, and above them, in the sunlit world, a new era was beginning. The boy who lived had returned. The vampire prince of Nazareth had announced himself. And the wizarding world, for better or worse, would never be the same. The story was far from over. Horcruxes waited to be destroyed. Sirius Black waited to be freed. Voldemort waited to be ended. The Ministry waited to be reformed. And somewhere in the vast, complex future, a young man with green eyes and crimson edges would stand at the center of it all and face whatever came with the strength of two worlds behind him. But that was tomorrow's story. Tonight, a mother and her son sat together in the dark and looked at photographs of people they'd loved. And the silence between them was the kind that needed no words, full and warm and enough.